The Skeleton Crew, or Wildfire Ned, Part 2, London, Newsagents Publishing Company, 147 Fleet Street, Chapter 41. Sir Andrew appears in a new character, his designs on Dame Worthington's property. He claims relationship, the poisoned draughts, the old dame's sad experience in the world. A stranger comes upon the scene, news from Ned Warbeck. There was some mystery attached to old Dame Worthington, Sir Richard Warbeck, and his two adopted nephews, Charlie and Wildfire Ned. What this mystery was, no one could find out, but Mistress Haylark swore in her own heart that there must be one, and she would have given her finger ends to have found it out. All that we can say at present is that, in her youth and prime, good Dame Worthington must have been a great beauty, for even now she bore traces of it. All we know for a positive fact is that, when rather over 30, she condescended to marry a sea captain, who, through Sir Richard Warbeck's influence at the India House, had the command of a brig. There were no children from the marriage, and old Worthington proved a worthless, drunken fellow, and, when in his cups, gave way to all manner of extravagances. His jealous, uproarious disposition was fully manifested upon every possible occasion when ashore. When drunk, he would lie on the sofa and sing uproarious songs all night, to the infinite disgust of fellow lodgers. When, perhaps, only half inebriated and tempted as usual by jealousy, he would toss the furniture about and break all the crockery. So that, everything considered, his absence was far more preferable than his presence. Hence, when the news arrived that the bark Colombo had grounded in a gale on the Florida reefs, with the loss of all hands, Dame Worthington gave vent to her feelings in a few sobs and a fainting fit. But more than this, she betrayed little of that grief which might have been expected from a loved and cherished wife. Her only true and fast friend through life was, as he always had been, old Sir Richard Warbeck. He furnished a private hotel for her, the management of which fully occupied her time and brought in much money. But now that Charlie Warbeck was married and settled, she seemed in part satisfied and looked even younger than ever. But still she fretted much for Ned Warbeck, who was at sea, for of the two youths she loved him much the best. He was younger, bolder, and far more handsome than Charlie, but he was always a wild, harum-scarum youth, and, since he had run away to see the old dame, fretted much, wept in secret, and would have given the world to have seen her darling boy once more. But everybody said that, since he had gone out in search of the Skeleton Crew, he would never return alive. "Don't believe such idle tales," said Sir Richard often. "Young Ned has got as many lives as a cat. Put him where you will, he is sure to fall on his feet." But now a stranger made Dame Worthington's acquaintance. This was no other than old Sir Andrew. He had got tired of country life and determined to start again in the city. He had heard and knew that old Sir Richard was not only very wealthy and powerful, but that he constantly visited good Dame Worthington. "She is a silly, soft-hearted woman," thought Sir Andrew. "By going to live there, I shall fall across Sir Richard, and it may be that by and by we may get better acquainted, and he may assist me in re-establishing myself in business. If anyone wants to get favors out of a man, let him flatter the woman that man most respects," thought Sir Andrew. He was a canny Scot, and, like all his nation, had a long, calculating head. He had not been residing long at Dame Worthington's, therefore, his wife was always in the country, when he and she became remarkably chatty together and communicative. Sir Andrew passed himself off as a widower, and told such a pitiful tale how he had been wronged and dishonored by Philip and his own daughter, that the good dame listened attentively to all the old hypocrite had to say, and not only sympathized with him, but even went so far as to plead his cause to Sir Richard, who, she thought, from his power and position, might help Sir Andrew on to the path of fortune once more. The cunning Scot knew that nothing pleases a woman more than flattery, particularly in one who is a good listener, and can hear out the many long stories which widows always have to tell. Everyone have their trials and troubles, as we have seen in this tale, besides Sir Andrew. Hence it need not surprise anyone to be informed that good Dame Worthington had a very long list of grievances to complain of in her dealings with the world. It was her settled conviction that old widows were the most oppressed class in existence, and herself the most deeply wronged of them all. Butchers, bakers, milkmen, and tax collectors were her abomination, and she often sighed that boarding houses could not be carried on without them. "For, my dear," she would say, "one has scarcely got a few pounds in hand before down come the bills upon you, first for one thing and then for another, so that we never have a penny to call our own. And then there's our losses. Ah, my dear, you haven't the slightest notion of what I have to suffer. Poor folks like me have occasion to be smart. These times, I can assure you, for we see a deal of this wicked world in a very short time. Just fancy, my dear, little more than 2 years ago, a very respectable-looking, genteel young man calls on me. 'Good morning, Dame Worthington,' says he. 'Good morning, sir,' says I, 'and what do you please to want?' 'I have been in search of hotel accommodation, ma'am,' says he, 'for several days. Respectable apartments in a respectable neighborhood, and hearing yours highly spoken of, I have called.' Well, my dear, he was the nicest young man you ever see. So mild and quiet and honest-looking, very much like my brother was before he was killed, and I thought that he certainly must be a very genteel, amiable young man, and I let him have the lodgings. After a few nights, he got more and more at home with the lodgers, and even played the harp and guitar in the parlor. And Mistress Haylark said, and the other ladies also, that he was the nicest young man that ever lived in my house. He dressed very stylish, my dear, and would have his apartments arranged and swept and dusted oftener than anybody else, for which he was willing to pay extra, he said, if required. The number of wax candles that young man had, and the coals and odds and ends of different kinds, were considerable, my dear. But he said he had never denied himself in anything, being rich, and, therefore, couldn't do without them. The number of things which shopmen sent in was wonderful. New boots and shoes, new coats and waistcoats, and fine linen, until we all began to think, at one time, he was going to make a runaway match with Mistress Haylark's daughter Fanny. For he seemed very sweet in that quarter, and Mistress Haylark was very fond of him also. Too fond of him, I think, between ourselves, considering she's a widow just as old as me almost, except she primps and paints and wears false back hair. Oh, bless you, we all liked him amazing, and he was so nicely dressed and well behaved, and had so many ways of entertaining a room full of company, that the first month passed like a single week. Although my rule is weekly payments, he was so polite and offered me so many references that I felt I could trust my whole house in his hands. I loaned him several sums on different occasions, as he was out of small change, he said, and after he had been 2 months in the house, oh, that I'm obliged to confess it, he, one night, suddenly disappeared, trunks and all, without paying anyone a single penny, my dear. Oh, I was never taken aback so much in my whole life. Not that I cared for what he owed me, you know, although I am a poor lone widow without any natural protector, and earn every penny by the sweat of my brow. Oh, it hurt Miss Josephine Smith, next door, very much, my dear. She has never been the same girl since, for she was dead on to him. Mistress Haylark was frantic almost. She had loaned him £10, and he walked off with her best diamond ring. Think o' that. How that diamond ring, paste, my dear, between ourselves, should have come into his hands is a mystery to me, without she gave it to him, which shows how some people can lower themselves when they are maneuvering to marry off a daughter. But between you and me, although everybody knows that I am not given to backbiting or detracting, which I consider mean in anybody, but specially in a landlady talking of her own lodgers, who pay regular and give little trouble, I must say, my dear, that I think at that time she was trying to get the young man herself. Because, although my eyes are not the best in the world, on account of the troubles I have gone through, and the many briny tears I have shed, I can see as far as most folks, and when I hear silk rustling on a dark landing, and hear a scuffling going on, it don't take long for me to guess which way the wind is blowing in certain quarters that I know of, my dear. You see, there are so many different kinds of people, that it takes great experience and the patience of job to keep a respectable boarding house the way it should be. Now, there's Mistress Tiffler, my dear, who keeps a house just round the corner. Why, bless you, I wouldn't have a place like hers for all the world. I can't go by the house without turning up my nose, for really it seems to smell of nothing else but grease and dirt. Nobody looks clean at that house, and, as to feeding, good gracious, you should only see what half-starved wretches they are. Well, how can it be otherwise, my dear? She goes off to market and buys up all kinds of rubbish which I wouldn't touch. She boards 'em cheap, and is a regular vixen, my dear, a perfect hurricane, as my poor, lost sailor husband used to say. But then, of course, there is no comparison between me and such a woman as that. How she gets along with the Germans, and French and others who live in her place, I can't see. They are always having rows there, but no one can even whisper and say that anything of the kind ever happened to my house, except once, when 2 of the lodgers, young city clerks, fell out about a servant girl who was rather good-looking and knocked each other downstairs. You have no notion, my dear, of my troubles. If I have mutton as the principal dish, someone grumbles. If I have beef, another sniffs and says he's dined already. Then Mistress This is too lazy to come down to breakfast and almost pulls the bell down for Sarah to take it up to her. Then Miss the other, her daughter, don't like tea nor coffee and must have chocolate and toast, while 2 or 3 others eat hot cakes faster than we can make 'em. And then there's more grumbling and threatening to leave, until it worries my very life out almost. I don't care much about how the men talk, you know, because I can manage them. If their boots and hot water aren't ready, I can plead an excuse of some kind, and even if they do burst out like, and tell you what they think, and threaten to go, I don't dislike 'em, because, as my poor husband used to say, after the storm there's always a calm, and then my turn comes. If they owe anything, I talks like a sensible woman to 'em, and rides a high horse, but if they don't, I only smiles and takes no notice. Oh, I can get along with the men, my dear, I always could. I would rather have to do with 10 men than 1 woman, and wouldn't have one in the house at all if I could help it. But then, you see, my dear, men will have women in the house. I don't blame 'em a bit, it looks natural-like. A house don't look right without a woman or 2, but heaven keep me from having a house full of young women and young men. I tried it once, but it wouldn't answer, my dear. Oh, the sorrow and vexation I had with them. I had my hands full and soon gave it up. Young widows in the house are just as bad. I abominate widows in the house from my heart, particularly when young and handsome, although I am a widow myself. There's always trouble about 'em, and they are always flirting with someone and getting the men into fusses. But what can you do, my dear? You must have someone that's attractive to keep the men together, otherwise the place would be as cold and cheerless to 'em as an ice house. But then, my dear, they talk so much, there's no end to their chatter. You can't keep 'em from it, and the older they get the more they have to say about their neighbors. Not that I care, you know, my dear. They can talk as much as they like for all me, so they pays their bills, and don't actually insult me to my face. But it is very aggravating, my dear, to see 'em chatting and whispering in each other's rooms, passing unkind remarks behind one's back, and appearing all smiles and friendly like before your face. It don't matter what you do for 'em, my dear, they will talk about you. And, although I'm no eavesdropper and wouldn't listen at anyone's door for all the world, I do know certain things of certain parties, which would surprise certain quarters, if it was only whispered in their ear confidentially. My dear, but I'm not one of that kind. I know my position too well for that, my dear, and wouldn't lower my dignity by peeping into their rooms when they are out, not me. Or prying into boxes and drawers and rummaging about with their workboxes and private notes. No, indeed, nothing of that kind in my house, my dear. If they meets me on the landing and says, "Dame Worthington, will you come in for a few moments?" I always says, "Certainly, with pleasure, Mistress Perkins. How do you do this morning, ma'am?" "You are looking very well. I never saw you look so young and captivating, indeed I didn't. Come in." Of course I will for a few minutes to have a friendly chat like about old times, but I always says, "Please don't offer me any refreshment, Mistress Perkins," I says, because my stomach is weak, and I can't stand it, A thimbleful of brandy would knock me over, my dear, in a minute. Because a glass of ginger wine don't cost much, you know, my dear. And if you accepts their little deceitful offers, they always takes advantage of it to wear the very legs off the poor servant girl, and me too, if I'd let 'em. But I lets 'em ring away till tired, and takes no notice, until they comes downstairs themselves, and then when they knocks at my door, I seems surprised not to hear the bell, and then they gets what they want. Bless you, my dear, if something wasn't done, we should wear the stairs out. First, there's old Mr. Brown upstairs. He wants hot water half a dozen times a day and can't hear the dinner bell without it is rung outside his door. Mistress Perkins is always in want of something, and that wretched pet dog of hers is always causing trouble. It was only the other day I missed a beefsteak off the kitchen table, and at last I traced it upstairs to Mistress Perkins' door, where the dog stood growling and showing his teeth, until in fright I upset the servant maid and her pail of water and fell headlong downstairs. The smiling old scoundrel, Sir Andrew, would sit and listen to the good old dame as she recounted her trials and troubles, and would nod in approval as meekly as a lamb. But he was a deep, designing old villain, as we shall see. It is true that the old dame had fallen downstairs and seriously hurt herself and was then very ill. He also had learned that, in some way, she was a very distant relation of his, and the only one then living. This discovery greatly surprised old Dame Worthington, and Sir Richard Warbeck also. But the cunning scoundrel supported his statement to relationship with so much plausible, but fictitious, evidence that both Sir Richard and Dame Worthington took the cunning Scotchman into their confidence. Sir Andrew had now the game in his own hands, he thought, and he also came by the information that should Sir Richard die first, all his property, if Philip Regil was proved guilty of the crimes of which Captain Jack accused him, would all go to Charlie, Ned Warbeck, and Dame Worthington. As she has made her will already, thought Sir Andrew, and left me a small sum and the rest to the Warbecks, it would not be very difficult to get the will altered altogether in my favor, and poison her. This devilish design he resolved to put into execution. He was very attentive to old Dame Worthington, and would suffer no one, as a relation, in the absence of Sir Richard, to administer to her any medicine, however simple. With these opportunities in his hand, Sir Andrew made good use of his time. He never allowed a chance to pass him, but day by day was gradually poisoning her. The old dame got weaker and weaker every day. The doctors could not make it out. Yet the sole object of her thoughts was the adventurous stray one, Ned Warbeck, her favorite boy. While propped up in her chair one day in the parlor and surrounded by her friends, she was continually speaking of her poor sailor boy. Ned, when a gentleman who was present, said, "Well, madam, I know not who your young favorite is, but I am a sailor myself and love the profession. It is a compliment to me to hear you speak in such glowing terms of our gallant tars. And the bravest of them all is Ned Warbeck. I know," said the old dame with a flushed cheek. "Of course he is," said old Sir Andrew, trying to smile, but at the same time congratulating himself at the potent power of the secret poison he was daily administering for the sake of the good old dame's money. "Ned Warbeck, of course he is the bravest of the brave," he muttered. "There isn't a lad in all the King's Navy like to him." "Ned Warbeck," said the stranger in astonishment. "Yes, do you know him?" asked the good dame in great curiosity. The stranger did not answer, but said, "If you will only listen, I'll tell you something that will gratify you." So saying, he lit his pipe again and commenced his story round the crackling winter fire. Chapter 42. A Leap for Life, the bravery of a young middy. The tale startles all present. Who is he? The last cruise I made in the Channel was in search of the skeleton crew in the Diamond frigate, Trumps, as we sometimes used to call our gallant ship. We had been tacking and filling for several weeks on the western coast in search of Deathwing's phantom ship of smugglers, and, during that time, we had had some pretty heavy weather. When we reached Flamborough Head, there was a spanking wind blowing from west-southwest. So we squared away, and without coming to at the head made straight for Old Hull, the general rendezvous and place of refitting for our squadrons in the German Ocean, because smugglers are plentiful there. Immediately on arriving there, we warped in alongside the quay, where we stripped ship to a girt line and gave her a regular-built overhauling from stem to stern. Many hands, however, make light work. In a very few days all was accomplished. The stays and shrouds were set up, and new rattled down, the yards crossed, the running rigging rose and sails bent. And the old craft, fresh painted and all étanto, looked as fine as a midshipman on liberty. In place of the storm stumps which had been stowed away among the booms and other spare spars amidships, we had sent up topgallant masts and royal poles, with a sheave for skysails, and housed enough for skyscrapers among them. So you may judge the old frigate looked pretty taunt. There was a Dutch-line ship in the harbor, but though we carried only 30 to her 40 guns, her main truck would hardly have reached to our royal masthead. When we had got everything shipshape and man-of-war fashion, we hauled out again, and took berth about half a mile from the quay. What little wind we had in the forepart of the day died away at noon, and though the first dog watch was almost out, and the sun was near the horizon, not a breath of air had risen to disturb the deep serenity of the scene. Even on board our vessel, a degree of stillness unusual for a man-of-war prevailed among the crew. It was the hour of the evening meal, and the low hum that came from the gun deck had an indistinct and buzzing sound. On the top of the boom cover, and in the full glare of the sun, lay a tall Negro, Black Jake, the jigmaker of the ship, and a striking specimen of African peculiarities, in whose single person they were all strongly developed. His flat nose was dilated to unusual width, and his ebony cheeks fairly glistened with delight as he looked up at the gambols of a huge ape which had been entrusted to our care to take to Plymouth, and which, clinging to the mainstay just above Jake's, the big Negro's, woolly head, was chattering and grinning back at the darky, as if there existed some mutual intelligence between them. I was on watch on deck, and standing amusing myself by observing the antics of the black and his congenial playmate the ape, but at length tiring of the rude mirth, had turned towards the taffrail to gaze on the more agreeable features of that scene. Just at that moment, a shout and a curse burst upon my ear. Looking quickly round to ascertain the cause of the unusual sound on a frigate ship, I was horrified at what I saw. The Commodore was on board that day with his wife, child, and nurse. The nurse and child had just come out of the captain's state cabin, when Jacko the ape, being teased by the Negro, plunged wildly towards the nurse, broke his chain, seized the Commodore's infant boy, and with a terrific scream rushed up the rigging with it. This was a most horrible predicament, for the ape was only half tamed. A single glance to the mainyard explained the occasion of Jake the Negro's shout and curse. The nurse had been coming up from the cabin when Jacko, perceiving her near him, broke his thin chain, dropped suddenly down from the mainmast, and running along the boom cover, seized the nurse's cap from her head, frightened her into a fit, and seizing the child, immediately darted up the main topsail sheet, and thence to the bunt of the mainyard, where he now sat grinning and screeching most horribly, tossing the child about and each moment threatening to kill it. But one of our young midshipmen, a great favorite on board, who was a sprightly active fellow, and called Ned, though he could not climb so nimbly as an ape, yet had no mind to let the child suffer or be strangled without an effort to regain it and kill the monster. Perhaps he was the more strongly excited to make chase after Jacko and the child, from noticing how much the Commodore had praised him for former acts of bravery, and by the loud curses of the N-word Jake, who seemed suddenly horror-stricken at what had happened, because it might have been thought that he had been the main cause of the sad occurrence by teasing Jacko. "Ha, you rascal Jacko, have you no more respect for de Commodore Den to steal his child? We bring you to de gangway, you black N-word, and get you a dozen on de bear back for a tife, and afterwards skin you alive." The ape looked down from his perch, as if he understood the threat of the Negro, and chattered a sort of defiance, showing his teeth, and each instant seemed as if he would bite the crying infant. "Ha, ha! Massa Ned, He say you must catch him 'fore you flog him, and it's no so easy for a midshipman in boots to catch a big ape barefoot." A red spot mounted to the cheeks of Ned, as he cast a glance of offended pride and contempt at Jake, and then sprung across the deck to Jacob's ladder. In an instant, he was halfway up the rigging, running over the ratlines as lightly as if they were an easy flight of stairs. The shrouds scarcely quivered beneath his elastic motion. In a second more, his hand was on the futtocks. "Massa Ned," cried Jake, who sometimes, from being a favorite, ventured to take liberties with the younger officers. "Massa Ned, you best crawl through the lubber's hole. It take a sailor-man to climb to futtock shroud." But he had scarcely time to utter his pretended caution before Ned was in the top. The infuriated ape, in the meantime, had awaited the gallant middy's approach, until perceiving he held a glittering dirk between his teeth, he began to chatter and scream, and toss and twirl the screaming infant about, until each moment seemed to be its last. The sight was sickening, for no one knew how to catch the ape. He might at any moment, in his fury, have dashed the infant's brains out against the mast. No one dared to fire, for the same shot might have killed the child. Besides, if the ape had been wounded, he would then have surely killed the babe for revenge. Gallant Ned had nearly got up the rigging when the ape clasped the baby more firmly and, running along the yard to the opposite side of the top, sprang up a rope and thence to the topmast backstay. Up this it ran to the topmast crosstrees, where it again quietly seated itself and resumed its work of scratching the baby's head and pulling its clothes to pieces. The cries of the child were now ear-piercing and heartrending. For several minutes, I stood watching the gallant young middy follow Jacko the ape from one piece of rigging to another, the ape all the while seeming only to exert such speed as was necessary to elude its pursuer, and pausing whenever the latter appeared to be weary of the exciting chase. All on deck were breathless with excitement. At last, by maneuvering thus, the mischievous animal, which looked now more ferocious than ever, succeeded in enticing the gallant young middy as high as the royal masthead. Springing suddenly from place to place, the chattering ape climbed the skysail pole, and, to the horror of everyone, was actually tying, and did tie, the child on the main truck, a small circular piece of wood on the loftiest mast, and at a height from the deck so great that it made one dizzy to think of it. A shout of horror ran through all the crew. The ape had succeeded in tying the child with its own clothes onto the highest point of the tallest mast, and there it was, swaying to and fro, and in danger each second of falling off and being crushed to atoms. The cries of the mother were heartrending. Having done this amount of mischief, Jacko ran nimbly down to the foretop gallant masthead, thence down the rigging to the foretop, when, leaping on the foreyard, it ran out to the yardarm, and there began capering about, chattering, screeching, and making the most hideous noises. The young middy was completely tired out with chasing Jacko to save the child, but, unwilling to return to the deck while the child was in such unearthly danger, he took deliberate aim at the ape and shot it in the head. The infuriated monster was only wounded, but with a scream it rushed at the brave middy, and there, in the rigging, took place one of the most awful fights man ever witnessed. The excitement on board was now something awful and intense. Every moment it was thought that the gallant lad would be killed or crushed to death by the infuriated monster. Men on all sides rushed to his assistance, but before they climbed halfway up, the gallant middy stabbed the ape and ran it through and through with his sword. Dark gore stained the snow-white decks. The next moment, with a loud scream, Jacko fell a lifeless, mangled mass upon the deck. Loud shouts recognized the middy's victory, but his most dangerous task was yet before him. None of us expected he had the strength to reach the main truck and rescue the child, but while I turned my head in sickened horror, I was suddenly startled by a cry from Black Jake. "Oh, Massa, Massa! Massa Ned, the middy, is on de main truck." A cold shudder ran through my veins as the words reached me. I cast my eyes upwards to the dizzy height. It was too true. There, up aloft, and looking like a speck, the gallant lad climbed and held on to the main truck, There was nothing above nor around him but the empty air. But still he climbed. One moment more and he has saved the child. A loud cheer greets him as he unties the little thing and he waves his cap. But why doesn't he come down with the baby? He cannot. He is too weak to attempt it. What must he do? He climbs onto the top of the main truck. He sits on the round piece of wood, which, from the deck, looks no bigger than a button. Dreadful daring. If he should attempt to stoop, he has nothing to take hold on. Nothing was within reach beneath him but a long, smooth, naked spar, which even then bent with his weight. Any attempt to get down with the child would be almost certain death. He would lose his balance and be dashed to pieces. Such was the nature of the thoughts of everyone on board as they gazed at the adventurous youth up aloft. The parents of the child were now almost frantic. They had to be led into the cabin, for they were well-nigh crazed with fear. What was to be done? No one dared to go up after him, for the spar even now bent under his weight. I looked up, and half thought I could see the brave lad's limbs tremble and his cheeks all red with excitement. Each second I thought would be his last. I could not bear to look at him, and yet could not withdraw my gaze. I myself had the sensation of one about to fall from a great height. Making a strong effort to recover myself, like a dreamer who fancies he is shoved from a precipice, I staggered up against the bulwarks. When my eyes turned from the dizzy height to which they had been riveted, sense and consciousness came back. I looked around. The deck was crowded with every man and boy in the ship. All the officers had now heard of the young midshipman and hurried from their berths below to witness the appalling sight. Everyone, as he looked up and beheld the perilous, hopeless condition of the gallant midshipman and child, turned pale. Once a lieutenant seized a trumpet, as if to hail the middy up in the clouds, but he had scarcely raised it to his lips when his arm dropped again and sank beside him, as if from sad consciousness of the perfect uselessness of what he had been going to say. Every eye was now turned upward. All was dead silence. "What is he doing?" said one. "He is tying the child firmly on his back. He is strapping it tightly with his belt. Well done. Gallant lad, see how he rocks. What will he do next? Death is certain for both, or it is a miracle." Thus whispered one to another, as they watched the brave youth now more intently than ever. At this moment, there was a stir among the crew about the decks. Directly after another face was added to those on the quarterdeck, it was that of the infant's father, the appalled Commodore. He had come from the cabin in great haste, and without having been noticed by a single one of the crew, so intense and universal was the interest that had fastened every gaze upon the spot where the intrepid Ned now stood, trembling on the awful verge of fate. The Commodore was a dark, austere man, and it was thought by some of the midshipmen that he entertained but little affection for the gallant Ned. However that might have been, it was certain he treated him with precisely the same courtesy and discipline that he would any other of the young officers. If there was any difference at all, it was not the least in favor of Ned, for young Warbeck, if anything, was too fast. Some who studied his character closely affirmed that he admired young Ned as he might have done his own son, but not too well to spoil him. For Ned, intending himself for the arduous profession in which the Commodore had himself risen to fame and eminence, the old sailor thought it would be of service to him to experience some of its privations and hardships at the very outset. The arrival of the Commodore upon the scene now changed the direction of several eyes, which now turned on him to trace what emotions the danger of his infant son would occasion. But their scrutiny was foiled. By no outward sign did he show what passed within. Immediately on reaching the deck, he had ordered a marine to hand him a musket. With this, stepping aft and getting on the lookout block, he raised it to his shoulder and took a deliberate aim at his infant son and Ned, at the same time hailing him without a trumpet, in a voice of thunder. "Ned," cried he, "jump overboard, or I'll fire at you." The gallant lad did not hear what was said and seemed to hesitate. It was plain that he was tottering from intense weakness, for his arms were thrown out like one scarcely able to retain his balance. The old Commodore raised his voice again, and, in a quicker and more emphatic tone, cried out, "Jump! 'Tis your only chance for life." The words were scarcely out of his mouth before the gallant boy seemed to leave the truck and spring out into the air. A sound between a shriek and a groan burst from many lips. The father spoke not, sighed not. Indeed, he did not seem to breathe. With a rush like that of a cannonball, the middy and his precious burden descended to the water. Before the waves closed over them, 20 stout fellows, among them several officers, had dived from the bulwarks. Another short period of bitter suspense ensued. He rose. He was alive. His arms are seen to move. He struck out towards the ship. And despite of the discipline of a man-of-war, 3 loud huzzas, an outburst of unfeigned and unrestrainable joy from the hearts of our numerous crew, pealed through the air and made the welkin ring. Till this moment, the old Commodore stood unmoved. The gallant middy and the child were safe. The eyes that, glistening with pleasure, now sought his face, saw that it was ashy pale. He attempted to descend the horse-block, but his knees bent under him. He seemed to gasp for breath, and put up his hand as if to tear open his vest. But before he could accomplish his object, he staggered forward and would have fallen on deck had he not been caught by old Black Jake. He was borne into his cabin, where the surgeon attended him, whose utmost skill was required to restore his mind to its usual equability and self-command, in which he at last happily succeeded. As soon as he had recovered from the dreadful shock, he sent for the gallant Ned and had a long confidential chat, but so overpowered was he that he could only grasp Ned's hand, as he said in a faint voice, "Heaven bless you, my lad. You have proved yourself a hero and worthy of the profession you have chosen. I shall write to the Admiralty directly and inform them of your grand feat, and I have no doubt promotion will attend it. At all events, Ned, accept my heartfelt thanks. You have made an old man happy and young again." "A most gallant deed," said the old dame. "Yes, worthy of the Spartans," chuckled Sir Andrew. "You said the name of the ship was the Diamond." "Why, that was the vessel in which young Warbeck sailed with Lieutenant Garnet." "I know it was," said the stranger. "She has had a most successful cruise against the skeleton crew and the smugglers, and chief among those who distinguished themselves, both afloat and ashore, was the same gallant young middy I have been speaking to you about." "He must be an heroic boy, whoever he is, and he is called Ned, too, eh?" "We used to call him WILDFIRE Ned," said the stranger, laughing. "He is a lieutenant now, and on his way to London." "It must be Ned Warbeck, then," said several. "It was none other," said the stranger, laughing. "And I commanded the ship. My name is Captain, late Lieutenant Garnet." Chapter 43. The Discovery of Family Papers by WILDFIRE Ned. The first thing which Ned did, when he arrived in London, was to report himself at the Admiralty, where many old naval officers of great reputation met and congratulated him on the great success which had attended him and Lieutenant Garnet in fighting against the skeleton crew. Honors were showered on him everywhere he went, yet he was not happy. He had neither father nor mother, nor any single relation in the world. Sir Richard Warbeck, he knew and felt in his heart, was only a friend to him and not an uncle. Who was he then? Am I lowly or highly born? He thought. He felt that he must have sprung from a superior stock. Yes, but how? Was he entitled to any great estates in his own right? He felt that there was some dark, deep mystery hanging over him. He would have given the whole world to unravel it, but he could not. Sir Richard's manner had always been very kind, good, and fatherly, but still with all that it was strange. His manner, it might be said, was like that of a man who knew some grand secret and yet would not reveal it. When King Charles I was beheaded, Ned thought, the Cromwellians drove many rich and powerful nobles from the land and confiscated all their great estates. Suppose that my father was one of these. He might have been a noble. Who knows? Thought Ned, and as this conviction flashed across his mind, he resolved to let no chance pass by in order to find it out. Who was my father? Ned had often asked of Sir Richard. The old man smiled, but answered not. The more he repeated this question and was put off, the more he resolved to find out the grand secret. All he could find out was this. "I do not wonder that you and Philip Regil can never agree," old Sir Richard would say. for your families have always been at daggers' points for centuries." "Indeed," Ned would say. How? "How I cannot explain yet," was the invariable answer. "When you are 21 years old, you may know more, but this much I will tell you, Ned, that old Regil, Philip's father, hated your father much worse than you do Philip." "How I cannot explain," repeated Ned often, when in the cozy library at Darlington Hall, conversing with the old knight in long winter evenings. "How? Why, tell me all. You are too young yet. One day you will find out all if you live to be old enough." "If I only live to be old enough," thought Ned. Often and often those words sound ominously. But if I am spared, I'll find it out before I am 21 years old. I am man enough now for anything, and if any wretch still lives who has acted the traitor towards my father, let him tremble. There has always been bad blood between the Regils and my father's family, eh? So the old knight says. Then my name is not, it cannot be Warbeck. WILDFIRE Ned was almost driven mad at the thought of this grand family secret. Why do they conceal my real name? Who knows, I might be the son of some lord. With these thoughts ringing in his head, Ned Warbeck directed his footsteps to the townhouse of the old knight, which was situated in Mayfair. The servants rejoiced at his return, but Ned was moody. Sir Richard was out, but where he had gone to no one could tell. He heard the news about his brother Charlie and of Regil's villainy, and he swore like a true tar thereat. He paced the library up and down, and cast his eyes first to one old dusty bookshelf and then to another, but he did not care to remain in the place. It was so cold and comfortless. I always thought that this old library was haunted, thought Ned, and I never liked it. He was about to leave when his foot struck against something in the floor. To his amazement, one of the boards of the flooring sprung up. He had trod upon a secret spring. To his still greater astonishment, he discovered a small old oak chest. It was bound with clasps and bolts of brass. It had 6 padlocks on it. This is some hidden treasure, thought Ned. He pulled out the small chest and, after locking himself in, began to prise open the chest. With much perseverance and labor, he succeeded at last in breaking it open. It contained nothing but a packet of musty, dusty papers. What can this mean? Thought Ned. He eagerly seized the bundle, and on the outside read, "Family papers, not to be opened until the death of Sir Richard Warbeck." They then belonged to the heirs of the celebrated Sir Edward Lancaster, who was banished from the kingdom by Cromwell. The enclosed is a short sketch of his rise and fall in the state, and of the origin of the skeleton band, how and when, and where it was formed. Some of the names mentioned are not the right ones. The key to the proper names can be found elsewhere on the death of Sir Richard Warbeck. Strange, thought Ned. Why, what mystery is here? Some grand family secret. It may be useful for Charlie and myself to know this. Sir Edward Lancaster, sighed Ned. I have heard of him, but surely that is not my name. I wonder if any mystery hung over my father's early career like my own. In great mental excitement, he locked and barred the old library doors, tore open the packet, and read with a trembling hand a state secret. The king's bastard. The evening sun was flashing in the west, shedding streams of many-colored glory on the forests and plains surrounding one of England's fairest villages, and the red brick walls and tower of a quadrangularly built military college threw a deep black shade on the grassy sward and gigantic trees, through which grand walks and carriage drives intersected and united at the heavy iron gates. Equestrians galloping along the dusty roads would wheel and halt, or form their position on the hill, gazing intently towards the quiet college grounds. But as the gates were yet closed, they resumed their riding, chatting in 2s and 3s, seemingly impatient for the evening bell to toll. One of the boldest and most fearless of the equestrians turned her head frequently to the silent, distant tower, and spurring her noble animal into a sweeping gallop, dashed past the somber gates at headlong speed, her face aglow with the ruddiness of health, and her auburn tresses flowing in girlish negligence upon her shoulders. The porter at the college gates, with gray hair and stooping gait, slowly unlocked the ponderous portals with solemn movement, and as he furtively looked at the fearless girl, with whip on high, Galloping through the dust at breakneck speed, he devoutly prayed for her safety. Despite the pious porter's fears, Lady Emma Bray rode along the road, turned up the forest carriage drive of an elegant neighboring hall, and without stopping, leaped the gate, to the great astonishment of several rustics at the plough, and suddenly halted before the door. Throwing the reins carelessly over a gate-post, she tucked up her dark green riding habit and, laughingly tripping along the grassy sward, advanced towards a gray-haired old gentleman, who, with coat unbuttoned and slouched hat on head, sat under a peach tree, with his legs resting against the trunk. Reading and puffing a clay pipe. "Wake up, Colonel," she said, laughing, lightly touching him across the shoulder with her riding whip. "I'm come to see Claire. I want her to go with me to the parade. What say you, uncle? Will you escort us?" Before he could reply, Lady Emma kissed him and passed into the house singing, and going into the parlor, sat down to the harp and dashed off "Long Live the King" with great gusto. "Where's Claire?" she asked of a maid. "Gone to church?" "Bother." Disappointed again. "Why, Claire's always at church." "Hey-o!" She flung the music aside and sat tapping her boots with the whip while rocking and rolling in an armchair, which was in perfect keeping with the costly and elegant rosewood and blue with which the apartment was furnished. Lady Bray was readjusting her brown gauntlets and about to depart when Colonel Temple sauntered into the room with a hound at his heels, which immediately began to caress the young lady. "A penny for your thoughts, lady," said he, laughing. "There, don't look so cross, pet, or I shall imagine we are not friends. I'm not cross, uncle, but you know it is so provoking to be disappointed." "Well, well, pet, cheer up. When the college breaks up for the season, we'll have plenty of fishing and hunting and picnics without end." "I didn't know that Claire was out until you inquired. Gone visiting some poor folks, I suppose, as usual. At church. Well, well, what a girl she is. She'll soon be back again." "No, I'm sure she won't, uncle, if she's gone to church, for she's the greatest girl for praying I ever saw." "I know it's all very admirable in one's character," said young Lady Emma, moving about the apartment and arranging her disordered hair in the mirror. "But I could not kneel so long as Claire does. No, not for all the world." "Come, uncle, you mustn't laugh and go away in that manner. I want you to escort me to the parade this evening. I'm sure you'll not refuse. Besides, we shall be sure to meet Claire. I'll go into the cathedral and fetch her, if we don't meet her on the way. I know where to find her, in a snug little pew, shut out from all observation." As blue-eyed, oval-faced Emma, with her radiant looks and careless manner, took the old colonel's arm and proceeded with laugh and joke through the forest path towards the small town lying in the valley, they soon came to the cathedral, and the colonel stopped. The great door being slightly ajar, Emma stepped lightly in, and its quiet calm and beauty arrested her hurried, impetuous gait. Evening service was over. The sinking sun shed its rays through stained glass windows, and streams of blue, white, orange, purple, and pink fell in varied beauty upon its Doric columns and tiled floors. The slightest sound was audible, and as the boughs of chestnut trees swayed against the windows, and the birds warbled their even song, each rustle and note echoed through the edifice. Emma slowly closed the creaking door, and, stealthily stealing forwards, discovered Claire, whose pale face and dark eyes were raised in deep meditation. A touch and gesture were all that passed, and Claire rose slowly and left the place with noiseless step. "Not go to the grand military parade, child?" asked the colonel when Miss Claire had joined them. "You used to be amazingly fond of such things a few months ago. Come, Claire, Lady Emma has been waiting for you ever so long." Lady Emma looked inquiringly into Claire's face as they walked side by side and seemed grave and vexed. "Well then, cousin, as you are indisposed, the colonel, I know, will excuse you. I shall call about 7 and spend the evening with you." Lady Emma and the colonel walked on in silence until the latter remarked, "She's the only one left to me now. Sons and daughters have gone from home, some are in the clay, others are married. My whole life and soul are centred in her, Lady Emma, and it grieves me to see her looking so thoughtful of late. I wish she was as gay a romp as you." Lady Emma did not speak, but seemed deep in thought until they reached the college parade grounds, where numbers of gay visitors, broken up into small groups, gave variety and animation to the scene. Lady Bray was soon recognized by acquaintances, who laughed and chatted round the white-haired colonel as if they were all his children. The bell told the hour, and soon there issued from the various wings crowds of military students, tired with the lectures of the day. The drums beat, the band assembles, and soon there come upon the ground hundreds of students in gay uniforms, who, with sword and musket, fell in, and immediately go through a series of battalion movements in quick and double time. The precision of step and erect, soldierly bearing of the collegians elicited applause. And as platoons filed past and wheeled into line, broke into columns of company, and marched in quick or double time, the glittering of the bayonets, the waving of banners, and harmonious strains of the band was a spectacle that called forth the applause of all present. So that when the whole line advanced, halted, and presented arms to numbers of the fair sex screened under the colonnade of trees, enthusiasm reached its height, and the drill and parade passed off with much eclat. As soon as the troops marched out of the quadrangle to the armory at the rear, the visitors slowly dispersed. Many of the students obtained a few hours' leave, so that when all dispersed to their residences in town or in the outskirts, there were but few ladies unaccompanied by relations or friends in uniform. Colonel Temple and Lady Bray were the object of much attention, and as the old hero was an especial favorite with all, he insisted upon taking some half-dozen or more of the young ladies to his house to supper. Each lady was gallanted, so that, as the white-headed old soldier went along the forest walk, he looked more like a patriarch leading forth his children's children than a gay-hearted, brave colonel of dragoons. "Here we are, girls," said the colonel, opening the gate and admitting his young friends. "Here we are, young gentlemen, make the place your own as much as you like. Only don't hurt my conservatory, else Claire will never forgive you." "Now then, Nance," shouted he, calling to the housemaid. "Now then, Dick, bestir yourselves. Tell Miss Claire there's troops of friends come to see her, make supper ready quick as possible. And one of you go down to town and bring up a band to play for us. I know the girls'll like a dance." While the good old man was thus bustling about, frightening the big cook and the butler with a multitude of orders, pale-faced Claire came forth to welcome her many friends. And from the fondness of caresses bestowed upon her by the females, and the hearty gallant behavior of the gentlemen, her manner became embarrassed. Her hair fell loose from continual handshaking, and her face was all radiant with blushes. "I'm really glad to see you all. This is quite a surprise. Come in, Molly. How do, Lizzie?" "Ah, Josephine, dear. Come in, gentlemen," said Claire, bustling about. "I'm so glad you've come." And while she bustled about, giving orders to various servants, Lady Bray helped her to do the honors of the house, for the colonel was a widower and made everyone at home. Music was the order of the evening, and ere long, harps, flutes, violins, and voices were good-humoredly engaged in quartets and choruses. The colonel was in his element. He was here, there, and everywhere, ordering this and arranging that for the evening dance. His anxiety was so great to please the young people, and he seemed so flurried with his preparations, that he was red and perspiring, while 2 or 3 merry imps of young girls were following him about, doing their utmost to confuse or amuse him. The large and small drawing rooms were thrown into one. Numberless wax tapers were arranged in groups, with vases of newly plucked flowers, and all bade fair for a pleasant party, in which English youth so much delight. Cook, with some half-dozen assistants, was squabbling over her numerous pots and pans. First one dish was upset, and then another, until the whole culinary department seemed in a state of haste, noise, bustle, and confusion. As soon as it became known that the band was going to Colonel Temple's house, half a dozen or more couples of both sexes hurried thither uninvited, for the colonel's friends never waited for invitations in those good old times, and kept dropping in until the fine old gentleman sat under the veranda laughing and smoking his pipe in a state of bliss. Supper had long been over, and here and there along the garden walks couples strolled, laughing in the moonlight, while the sounds of music were issuing from the drawing room, at the windows of which, opening on the lawn, stood here and there one or two, enjoying the cooling breeze of the lovely summer night. All was gaiety and pleasure. Servants were flying hither and thither with trays, decanters, and every sort of refreshment, and more than one rogue of a servant hid behind some door to pay his respects to a half-emptied bottle of wine. Claire, with noiseless step and busy air, was studying the comforts of her friends and companions, while Lady Bray, all animation and gaiety, was the life and soul of the party. Claire was beloved by all for her gentleness and exalted virtues, while Lady Bray was admired for dashing manners and beauty of feature. The lady guests would cluster round Claire and kiss and toy with her as if she was their sister, while gentlemen took pleasure in courting the company of Lady Emma, who, perfectly conscious of her charms, was pleasantly teasing them with coquetry and wit. There was one other of the party, however, who treated the attentions of all with indifference. She moved hither and thither, preoccupied in thought, and at last sought the veranda, where her father, Lord Cavendish, was smoking with the Colonel and other old people, discussing politics. Taking a footstool, she sat between the Colonel and her father, resting her head on the farmer's knee, looking at the cloudless sky. Josephine Cavendish was the great favorite of Claire and Lady Emma, but somewhat younger than either. She was timid in strange company, and, except when seated at her harp studying alone, was perfectly out of place. She was, in truth, a childlike contemplative who blushed at the rustle of her own dress. Hour passed hour, and so the party continued, and stragglers dropped in one by one, until, by 11 o'clock, the rooms were filled with dancers, card players, and persons promenading up and down the wide verandas, vine walks, orchard shades, or the long stone passages of the house. It seemed a family gathering. Everyone knew everyone, no introductions were necessary, all were at home, and everything proceeded harmoniously and pleasantly. The lights of the village had long flickered and died. The college chimes told the hour of midnight. The broad landscape of field and forest lay bathed in moonlight, and one by one the visitors dispersed. Some on horse, others on foot, and more in broughams and carriages. All had disappeared down the carriage drive into the forest path, and the receding sounds of their gaiety and ringing laughter fell faintly on the ear. The household had long retired to rest. All was still. Claire alone was awake. By her open chamber window, the pale-faced girl sat, gazing abroad upon the silvery landscape, deep in thought. Boughs of lofty chestnut trees, swaying in the breeze, swept against the house. Perfume from gardens and orchards filled the air. Time passed slowly on. Troubled with thoughts and misgivings that cankered her heart, she wept. Rousing from melancholy lethargy, she rose, and in part disrobed, as she gazed in the mirror upon her pale and thoughtful face, half concealed by heavy masses of raven tresses, loose about her shoulders. In dishabille as she was, she sat beside her snow-white bed. She rose and, deep in thought, with disheveled hair and flowing garments, clasped her hands and moved her lips as she gazed on the dark and lofty towers of the distant college. How long she sat communing thus alone, or the nature of her thoughts, none can know. But as the moon was dipping beyond the trees, her door noiselessly opened and closed again, and there flitted across the floor towards her a figure in white. It was Lady Bray. "1,000 pardons, dear Claire," she said, embracing her. "I could not sleep. You seem so changed of late. I fear you are unwell, and wish to conceal it from both your father and me. Oh, Claire, if you only knew how much I love you, how your father idolizes and everyone dotes upon you, I'm sure you would be more happy." No response. "Come, Claire, my dear cousin, tell me what it is." "There is nothing in the world that is too good for you. All that wealth and affection can do is already yours, and yet you, to whom the best and wealthiest have bowed and begged, you, my cousin, who are the idol of all, you who should be the happiest of all, you, dear Claire, seem unhappy. Sorrow is gnawing at your heart. Make me your confidante, darling, tell me all." Claire spoke not, but smiling at the downcast eyes of her cousin, kissed her on the forehead and soon retired to rest. "Tell me nothing," thought Lady Emma when in her own room, pondering. "Yet it cannot be, but if it should be so, oh, poor, poor Claire! Heaven forgive me. I would not thwart you, my cousin, for all the world." Lady Emma remained long awake, revolving all manner of schemes to enliven her cousin, but the same expression came repeatedly to her lips, if it should be. Poor cousin, poor Claire. And even her strong nature bent under some secret mental weight, and teardrops flowed freely upon her weary pillow. The dark and lofty college tower visited Claire in dreams. She once more strolled through its grand quadrangle and saw the students march with band and banner. She walked in its vineyards and orchards, amid fruit and flowers. And then her footsteps strayed into a grassy court, with fountains rising and falling and splashing in the quiet of a summer afternoon. And there saw, sitting at his window, a handsome, book-worn youth with desk and pen, absorbed in study. A faint smile for an instant lit up her marble features, and she sighed. Her lips murmured inarticulate sounds, and she moved restlessly, unconsciously throwing the spotless covering from her heaving bosom, on which reposed a tiny gem of jet, resting as if set in alabaster. But, while thus wrapped in sleep, there was an unhappy and restless one pacing, with measured step, in his lonely college chambers, whose mind was tossed with pain and constant thought. He had passed all examinations with honor, and now only awaited his degree to go forth into the world to strive for wealth and fame. His room was small and scantily furnished. No signs of luxury were there. Books and papers lay scattered about. A small study lamp shed its light upon a worm-eaten desk. An old oak chest stood open in the corner. A violin, pistols, belt, and sword hung from a rack in the wall. Pipes and slippers and papers were everywhere. And even as he paced the room, noiselessly and long, he puffed his pipe and looked forth into the courtyard beneath, where naught was heard but the cool and mossy spray-splashing fountains, sparkling in the moonlight, and throwing up jets of diamond and ruby-like spray. And now, he thought, the present is the most momentous moment of my life. How I have longed for it through long and tedious years of mental drudgery and toil. And yet, now I go forth to the world fatherless, friendless, and moneyless. I begin the battle of life alone. Why, that is my case exactly, said Ned thoughtfully as he read on. I wonder who this chap turns out to be. Surely not my father. If so, I have gone through all that sort of thing exactly as he did. He turned over a leaf of the manuscript and read on. He thought of the long, distant time when, as a boy, he played and rolled on the grass plats, forgetful of books and lessons, of scaling the walls and rambling in the forests. Yet year followed year, and he ripened into youth and passed the collegiate course, a credit to his tutors and himself. Fatherless and motherless he knew he was. But who had fed and clothed and educated him were questions he could not answer. He never wanted for aught that a gentleman required. Yet he felt a pang of pride to think he might be a charity student, for in answer to all inquiries the gray-haired president always smiled, took his arm, and said, "Edward, ask no questions, at least not yet. Finish your studies as creditably as you have begun, ask for anything you require. Know that you are a gentleman by birth and not a subject of charity, and when you have obtained your degree, put as many questions as you wish. They shall all be fitly answered, and to your satisfaction." "Why, this is my case to a dot," said Ned, as he still read on. Commencement day at the college was always a grand affair, and its many attractions were such that not only parents and friends, but strangers from all parts flocked thither to hear the orations, inspect the prizes, and see the troops reviewed. Such were the crowds that always came on that occasion, that hotels were crammed, and the college theater was far too small, so that the exercises were always held in the open air. The whole of the quadrangle was decorated with flags and banners, and tiers of raised seats, sheltered from the sun by awnings, while in the center arose the stage, formed like a Grecian temple, with columns of imitation marble, on which, in a semicircle, The faculty sat in solemn state to confer degrees, while round about the cadets formed a guard of honor, with bands and flags and brilliant uniforms. Graduates, one by one, had delivered their orations amid great applause. Gold and silver medals were bestowed for conduct, excellence, and diligence, while richly engrossed diplomas with triple seals were handed to the military graduates amid deafening cheers. Then followed a grand review, with its marching, counter-marching, volley firing, smoke, dust, and noise. After which a grand banquet took place in the college theater, at which 2,000 or more assisted. With its frescoed walls hung with tapestry and banners, the banqueting scene was imposing. The faculty, with invited guests, sat at the head of the long tables on a raised dais, while to the right hand and to the left were lords, ladies, divines, officers, lawyers, farmers, and others, who had sons in the college. Toast followed toast, and speech succeeded speech. Bottles popped, and glasses clinked in good fellowship and humor, while jest and joke and laughter almost drowned the music of the band, which in a side gallery discoursed very sweet music during the repast. Lawrence left the table early and retired to his room to write a letter and make arrangements for his departure. And as he stood reflectively before the mirror, in a dark blue uniform faced with red and gold, with sword by his side and French cap jauntily placed, he looked fresh and gay in the prime and vigor of youth. He gazed about him at the confusion of his room and smiled. His books and papers and numberless effects were untouched, and Livy, Sophocles, Blair, Dante, works on fortifications, tactics, and sea, lay strewn over his desk, just as he had flung them days before, when he had emerged triumphant from his final examination amid the shouts of his fellows. Nothing had been touched, and as he looked at the dusty aspect of everything, with a cat in the windowsill blinking in the sunlight, the silence of the quadrangle was only broken by the distant noise and cheers issuing from the banquet hall. A dainty note lay on his desk, which read, "The Willows, July, 4 p.m. Edward Lawrence Esq, M.A. Sir, Uncle desires the pleasure of your company this evening to meet some mutual friends and trusts that the fatigues of the day will not prevent you gratifying his wish. Your friend, Emma Bray. P.S. I forgot to add that Cousin Claire is unwell. She went to the commencement this morning and heard your oration and was much pleased, as indeed all of us were. The heat and dust, however, were too much for her, and she was obliged to return home. Call early in the afternoon if you can, for we are all excessively dull and moping. Colonel Henry wishes to see you, Mr. Lawrence, said a messenger, entering the room. He is walking on the vine terrace. Ah, Edward, said the president, shaking the young man heartily by the hand, allow me to congratulate you upon your really excellent graduating speech. But this is not the subject of which I wish to speak. It is of yourself. For the last 10 years past, with us within these walls, you have been lectured enough, daily and hourly, hence I shall not inflict an oration upon you today, which is the most important of your life. There is much ingenious, but there is more in courageous industry. You have done yourself credit while with us, and I doubt not your general conduct through life will be the same as that which has characterized you as a student. Of your worldly prospects I know but little. At 12 years you were placed in our hands by Lord Somers, who claims to be your uncle, with these words, "This boy I leave with you to be educated for the King's army. Every cost will be defrayed by me. If he acquits himself with honor, I will own him. If otherwise, he shall never know me. In every instance, let him be taught to depend upon himself, for he has no expectations other than those he may, perhaps, derive from me. It seems very unnatural that an uncle should never have seen you for so long," continued the president, "if he is your uncle. But he never let you want for anything, which speaks well. As to his injunction about us teaching you to depend upon yourself, without having dreams of wealth, and see, I fully endorse. For it is my experience that those who look forward to, or are sure of inheriting riches, make very indifferent students. It is the poor lad, who has little or not to expect, who sheds honor on his college and after life, for, having nothing but his own energy and talent to depend upon, He develops both at school, and the habits of industry and self-reliance thus generally attained increase with age, and brings success as its necessary and natural reward. Lawrence, with sword jingling by his side, took a field path to the willows, and as he gaily strode along, puffing a cigar, soon struck through the woods and came within sight of the house, from which a horseman had just then departed by another road. Colonel Temple met him at the door and heartily shook him by the hand. "Allow me to congratulate you, my boy. You have got through it at last, with honor, and no one feels more pleasure than myself, for you have striven nobly for it." "I received your note, Colonel, and—" "My note?" "Yes, uncle," said Lady Bray, opening the long window and stepping onto the veranda, laughing. "Your note, I wrote it. Don't you remember?" "You don't?" "Well then, I wrote it on my own responsibility. I knew what a favorite you were with uncle, and as he had no company, I thought I would entice you up to the house to enliven him." "Oh, you rogue. And as you were so naughty, Mr. Lawrence, as not to come and see us the other night when the other graduates came, I thought we must have offended you, and so wished to learn all about it before you left college. We all heard your speech this morning, didn't we, uncle? Oh, such a fine one, long sentences and big words. Oh, I couldn't comprehend it all. And then Claire was unwell, and I was dull, and I didn't know what to do, so as we have known you for years, and you have been such a bad, bad boy as not to come and see us for ever so long, I thought I'd ask you to call in Uncle's name, so that's all. And now Uncle'll forgive me and give me a kiss, I know he will." And the dashing Lady Emma, merry as ever, threw her arms around the old colonel and went back to the parlor singing and laughing. "Oh, that's a funny rogue, Lawrence." Lawrence met Claire in the entrance hall, and although her hand shook perceptibly in his, a blush tinged her cheek as she bade him welcome and opened the drawing-room door. "Now, Sir Truant," began Emma in mock heroics, "deliver up your arms. Let me unbuckle your sword, Sir Knight. That's it. I'm sure you don't want it clanking at your heels while with us. Now, Edward Lawrence, Esq., M.A., you are at our mercy, and if you don't ask pardon for your long absence and promise to be a better boy for the future, prepare for the block," she continued, flourishing the sword with both hands. "Claire shall be the parson and I the executioner. You will be better, eh? Then this time you are safe." "I was extremely sorry to hear of your indisposition," Claire remarked Lawrence with the air of one very intimately and long acquainted. "Even now you look fretted and thoughtful." "Do I? How complimentary." "I will reverse it by saying that you appear remarkably well, Edward, if a ferocious captain of cadets and a profound master of arts will allow me to call him by familiar names." "Oh, bless you, cousin, we must not be so familiar now, you know. No more blind man's buff and kiss in the ring as we used to. He's suddenly become very grand. Just consider being created a master of arts and a captain all in one day. Dear me, ain't we very grand?" "Come, come, girls," remarked the colonel, entering the room and seating himself on the sofa. "Don't badger the captain. 2-to-1 is not the thing, fair play. You'll be a graduate yourself next year and— oh, won't that be fine? In white satin and crowns of flowers and all that. Oh, how I envied Claire last year. She looked so pretty that—" Cousin," broke in Claire, blushing and hanging down her head. "Really, I never heard such non." "I dare say you haven't, but you did look nice. Everybody said so, the ladies said so, for I heard 'em, and the gentlemen too. One said, oh, how pale. Another, what a sweet voice, and a third, whose initials are E. L. said how modest." While they were engaged in music, Claire retired to superintend some domestic duty, and the colonel falling asleep, Emma and Lawrence were left alone, and proceeding towards the windows looking into the gardens, she stood nervously pulling the curtains and thus began, rather seriously. "You must not joke Claire today, Lawrence. I heard you, if I was making a noise at the piano. She was not well this morning. She has had unpleasant visitors, and it surprises me she is half so gay as she is. I don't know what it is, but I think it was an old beau that displeased her. He insisted upon escorting her home, and after he went away, she seemed very much vexed and annoyed. That is easily accounted for. Perhaps she is partial to him, and it is but natural she should feel annoyed at his hurried departure. Nonsense, Edward. You know she has no such liking, or I should have discovered it long ago. It was a Captain Regil, one of your old students, living now in Birmingham. You must know him well, and judging from his looks at parting, I'm sure his visit could not have proved very satisfactory or pleasant. What makes you look so solemn? Lawrence did remember Regil. He had occasion for never forgetting him, and remembering the past, he blushed scarlet. Nothing, Lady Bray. I was only thinking of a presentiment that has disturbed me all the morning, and which continually recurs, that some mischief will befall me ere midnight. What mischief can befall you here? Oh, how silly, Edward. If I had made such a speech, you'd have laughed at me. Why, even good cousin, with her wonderful ghost stories, would smile at you talking of presentiments. Still, such is the fact, Lady Bray, and, if it must be confessed, I am very much depressed at moments. Oh, what a fine fellow to be a captain of cadets! Why, if I were a man, I'd fear nothing. Oh, Claire, do come here. Here's Lawrence discoursing of presentiments, and is certain that something very horrible is about to happen to him. Well, think as you may, cousin, said Claire. I myself rose with forebodings of coming unpleasantness this morning, and it has come strictly true. Forebodings, Claire. Well, I know that a gentleman called today. I hope it was that. It couldn't have been so very unpleasant, judging from his animated appearance when escorting you home. But both of you appear to agree so well upon the subject of presentiments. I shall stroll in the garden and allow you to discuss its merits at full. But how extraordinary it is, said Claire, that so many great events should have befallen you on one day. To think that after so many years you should have discovered your relations, that on the same day you should have graduated and resolved to change your residence. But if I go, I shall still be near all my friends, replied Lawrence, for you always go to France for the winter months. True, but I can assure you it is greatly against my will. There is too much gaiety there, and as father has extensive acquaintance and relations, it throws me into much bustle and distraction I would willingly avoid. I love quietness and rusticity. You were always timid, Claire. I have known you long now, and think you are unnecessarily so. You are the only one at home now. Your father dotes upon you, and, with all due respect, let me add, there are few who are greater favorites with all, or who has had so many in supplication at your feet. You flatter me. I have never given any one reason to think that I ever encouraged their addresses, but, on the contrary, have ever taken the earliest opportunity to dispossess them of any such idea, when it became apparent. A coquette is abominable. One cannot have two hearts, and when that is already dedicated, all is staked. Visitors called, and this conversation ceased. Lady Bray was busy in welcoming them. Claire was superintending the household, and, left to his own thoughts, Lawrence mused long, walking up and down the garden walks thinking of the future. Some 20 persons sat down to supper, and during the meal a horse was heard galloping up the drive. The bell rang, and a note was handed to Miss Claire, which, being read, was passed to her father. It was an invitation from Lord Stoner to a ball for all then present, which each one willingly accepted, as Lord Stoner's mansion was but a short distance away. Claire did not go at the moment, and, as Lawrence was to escort her, she preferred the cool of evening and the lonely forest path with its birds and flowers to the heat and dust of the circuitous road. Lawrence paced the cool stone entrance hall, and Claire soon tripped lightly down from her room with her hat hanging on her arm. She had changed her customary silk tissue for a dark blue silk, and her mass of jet-black hair, looped up by simple white and blush roses, was in striking contrast to her large, sparkling eyes and pallid face. Her maid followed with a cashmere shawl, which Lawrence insisted on placing on her shoulders, which unexpected piece of gallantry and attention brought crimson to her cheeks. Well then, now I am ready, and sorry for keeping you so long, Edward. Molly, bring my cloak with you. Arm in arm they sallied forth through the orchard and across the fields, until they reached the wood. And as they walked through its shade, the perfume of flowers and song of birds were consonant with the thoughts and feelings of both. This is a very familiar walk to me, Claire. I often come hunting here in the winter when you are away in France, There are plenty of rabbits and pheasants. The cornfields abound in partridge, and, altogether, it affords fine sport. Yes, I often hear when we are away that you collegians destroy all Papa's game, but he only smiles and says, "Let him blaze away. There's plenty for everybody." From where they stood, they distinctly saw, twinkling in the cloudless twilight, numberless Chinese lanterns hanging in the trees round the house. Rockets of many colors were ascending and bursting in varied showers in the calm, breathless air, while strains of music broke upon the ear in delicious dreamy waltzes, and flags on the housetop lazily flapped with every passing gust. "How pretty!" both exclaimed, as they stood on the brook bridge gazing, while the osier banks were rippling with passing waters. "Yes, 'tis pretty and pleasant, Claire. I shall never forget this day, this pleasant walk, and all I regret is that I have not courage to present myself there this evening," he added, with difficult articulation. "You know that Lord Stoner has ever displayed antipathy to me." "Lord Stoner an antipathy to you? What can be the cause?" asked Claire. "I know not, Claire, but I cannot go. You will excuse me. I shall be here in waiting precisely at 12 o'clock, and I dare say the Colonel will take this path homewards." Miss Temple here became unusually animated, and color came and went as her companion occasionally looked in her face with pleasure. A hound, which had followed her footsteps, suddenly darted into the forest and growled. But no one was visible, and now they had passed through the wood and were at the edge of the meadowland which intervened between them and Lord Stoner's estate. While gaiety reigned at Lord Stoner's, and all thoughts of care were banished by old and young, a strange scene occurred within gunshot of the house. Lawrence had returned to Colonel Temple's and spent several hours there, and leisurely strolled back to the brook bridge to meet Lady Bray and Claire with her father. He stood upon the bridge, looking down into the moonlit water gurgling over its moss-covered rocks, heeding the gold-backed perch and trout disporting on the surface, and heard the church tower chime hour after hour. The sounds of merriment were clearly audible. The merry laugh and joyful shout fell upon his ear in the natural calmness of the spot. The moon in silver streams poured through openings in the forest, and the leaves rustled with every gust. He felt depressed and melancholy, and every unpleasant circumstance of his life came full upon him. Time passed, and still he pondered and thought of Josephine, who, in the whirling excitement of the dance, was oblivious of his existence. While he stood leaning on the handrail, gazing on the shiny surface of the deep, broad brook, hasty steps approached. He looked up. A stranger with shaded face stood gazing on his moonlit countenance. "Edward Lawrence, by my soul," he said, and after a long pause, hoarsely continued, "Give place. Move from my path, snake. You have thwarted me for years. Move, I say, or I'll send you into eternity. Philip Regel," said Lawrence in amazement, disbelieving his senses, adding in a scarcely audible voice, "Heaven help thee." "Help you, you hypocrite. Out of my way, I say, or I'll slaughter you where you stand. What have you done?" "Why, everything. You have robbed me of honors, position, place, love. By your pale-faced lies, you have come between me and one that was dearer than life. Yes, yes, don't be puzzled. Not have any pretensions there, you penniless impostor. You know you have. Didn't I see you this very day fawning to her in this wood? There, don't stand canting, but listen to me. I always hated you from the moment I first saw you. Lying tutors called you a model of living, now show yourself a model of dying. Dying. Yes, of dying. I have resolved to rid the world of you. You pale before me, eh? You will be paler still ere morning. Take that hand from your hilt, or I'll send a bullet whistling through your brain, you bastard." Lawrence listened with nervous, philosophic courage to all the enraged man had spoken, and he resolved not to draw arms whatever might befall him. But the last word exploded all his good resolutions. The slur on his unknown mother's honor maddened him. The saber leaped from its scabbard and flashed in the light. But instantly Regel drew back and fired. Lawrence fell upon the bridge covered with blood. The stranger gazed for a moment on his prostrate form and muttered, "I am satisfied. It was to be, it is done. Pale cadet in pretty uniform, You are now food for worms. Fitting end for a penniless cur. No one will ever miss you." And with main strength, he flung the body into the deepest part of the brook where the willows grew, and it disappeared beneath the eddying water. Carelessly lighting a cigar, he examined himself to see that no blood bespattered him, and coolly passed through the meadows and presented himself at Lord Stoner's. He was known and welcomed. Josephine was all gaiety and danced with him, but Lady Bray and Claire, by common instinct, avoided his company. "You are ever talking of Claire, Mr. Regil. How many times have I not told you that she is perpetually speaking of young Captain Lawrence?" "Is he here?" asked Regil with a smile. "No. I dare say he cannot come," he added with emphasis. "In truth, I'm glad he is not. I'm sure I didn't wish his company, however much some people may desire and seem to prize it. Oh, there's Claire passing into the grounds looking for her father, the colonel." Regil followed instantly and overtook her on the lawn. "Mr. Regil?" she said in surprise. "Yes, Miss Claire, pray be seated." "You will excuse me, Mr. Regil, I was looking for my father. It is time for us to go." "Only for a moment, 1 second only." "As you desire it, certainly." "Claire, listen. I am going away, I know not whither. I have known you long, and I have only known you to love you. Mr. Regil, do not cause me to give you humiliation. Twice before I have told you that your feelings are not reciprocated. They can never be. You will bear witness that I never gave the slightest cause for you to suppose that I liked you other than as a friend. No, I can assure you there have been none to counsel me. I follow the dictates of my heart. Your worldly station is fit for any lady, but it is not that. I cannot explain the cause. But, to speak frankly and for the last time, I am sorry if I have caused you an uneasy moment. It has been foreign to my thoughts. And I now say unreservedly that I do not and never can look upon you with feelings other than those of acquaintanceship. My heart is no longer mine. You can never share it, and I feel certain you are too honorable to ever trouble yourself or me again by referring to so distasteful a subject. Good evening." Shaking hands, she left him. My heart is no longer mine, eh? Oh, if the hound had 50 lives, one less would not have satisfied my revenge. Pass on, proud Claire. If love freezes into hate, you will have cause to remember and regret this hour. Moodily sauntering into the hall, he bowed to the host and hostess and departed. While this conversation was transpiring under the lamplit trees, the moon was bright and cloudless, and the osier, banked stream looked innocent and pure. It flowed on as usual with gurgling sound, but eddied near the willows. No signs of violence were visible, and ere long a man was heard approaching, whistling and carrying a lantern. Presently he shouted to someone still behind him in the wood, and both lingered on the bridge while a hound descended to the brink and began to drink. "This is the place for trout, Ike," said he with the lamp. "The colonel often says to me, Jack, says he, go and catch a few trouts. Miss Claire Allers has fish on Friday." "Hello, what's that, Jack? What is the dog howling about? Pink, Pink, come here. What's that?" said both, simultaneously, as they heard a faint moan and rolled their eyes in the moonlight. "Pink, Pink, Pink, come here," shouted Jack. But still the hound stood in the broad light, howling at something in the shade, and when a second moan, louder than the first, caught the rustic's ear, "By golly, Jack," said he, "it's nothing but a ghost. This youth is off, sure." And he hustled away from the bridge in a hurry. Ike, however, more courageous than his companion, went down to the brookside and discovered a student lying almost submerged, with his head saved from sinking by a cluster of willow stumps. Horrified at the discovery, he knew not what to do, but shouting at the top of his voice, induced his companion to return. After much difficulty, they dragged the inanimate form from among the willows, but mud had so disfigured him that they knew not who it was. Blood flowed freely from the left breast. One of them staunched the wound with a handkerchief, and both rustics carried the body towards the house in front, Pink having the lantern suspended from his neck. Had a thunderbolt crashed through the roof, it could not have caused a more sudden cessation of festivities than did the arrival of Lawrence, born as he was in the arms of the servants. The news spread rapidly. The company were electrified. Everyone was anxious to learn the particulars. But all was wrapped in mystery, which only heightened curiosity still more. The collegians rushed from the ballroom, and taking up the body, swiftly conveyed it to the house. "This way, gentlemen," said Lord Stoner, as he and Colonel Temple led the way upstairs. "Enter the first room you come to. There, that's it. Never mind to his wife if it is your daughter's room. There's no time to stand upon trifles. Place him upon the bed. That's it." And the wet and muddy youth was carefully laid on the spotless counterpane, and the doctor immediately began to ply his art. "Ike," said he, "fetch my instruments and gallop instantly into town and bring Doctor Newman with you. Tell him there mustn't be a moment's delay." "It is a desperate case, gentlemen," said he, addressing a few who were allowed to remain in the room. "'Tis not but life or death. Every moment is invaluable. Gentlemen, you will excuse me, I know, when I say it is necessary that you all retire." And the door closed on Lord Stoner, Colonel Temple, Harry Ashton, a collegian, and Sussy, the chambermaid. The sudden calamity had stunned all present, and one by one the visitors departed. Claire and Belle had heard the news, but neither spoke. They sat apart in silence, waiting for the colonel, who at last appeared, and the carriage drove off to the Willows. "Don't ask me any questions, girls," said the old man as they rode home. "I am full of passion, and might say things to offend your ear. But let me tell you, this is a dastardly outrage. It was not a fight, but deliberate assassination. And old as I am, I would walk 100 miles for the pleasure of putting a bullet into the precious scoundrel who did it. No, we can find no clue to the affair. The collegians have been down to the bridge, but there are no traces of the struggle, and the poor lad himself is insensible. I don't know how the case stands, but it looks an ugly wound, very, and the doctor shakes his head ominously. I would give £10,000 on the spot to string up the rascal who did it. Here we are, girls, home at last. I know you must be fatigued, both of you." And as he handed them from the carriage, he kissed them affectionately, and they immediately retired to their room. "Jack," said the colonel to a servant, seating himself on the moonlit veranda and lighting his pipe, "bring me a cup of wine, that's it. You acted well tonight, and I shan't forget it. It was Pink, you say, who first discovered him, eh? Lucky it was so, or he would have sunk for a certainty. Well, look here, Jack, you and Ike sit up tonight. I'm going to Lord Stoner's again, and if Miss Clare wants to see me in the morning, tell her I shall be back by breakfast." Calling the hound, Pink, the old man shouldered his double-barrel shotgun and went to Lord Stoner's by the forest path, lingering by the bridge for some time in deep thought. The breeze of early morning began to blow, and early cocks crew salutations that echoed far and near on the quiet landscape. Hour followed hour, and neither Clare nor Lady Bray could sleep. Clare had prayed longer than usual, and courted sleep, but it came not. Lady Bray, on the contrary, had sat in an armchair, thinking of all manner of things, and pacing her room to and fro. At last she went to Clare's door and tapped and entered. "Oh, Clare," she said, seating herself on the bedside, "I feel so miserable. I cannot tell why it is, but that poor youth is always before my eyes. Oh, I am glad you did not see the sight." Clare had done so. It was awful. All his clothes were wet and dirty and bloody, and his face like marble. Oh, what a horrible crime it was. I cannot sleep for thinking of it. Let me lie with you, Clare, and both cousins lay side by side. "What is the matter, Clare?" said Lady Bray, who felt teardrops falling on her hand. "You are weeping." Clare, who had not spoken, was struggling desperately to conceal her emotion, but nature was strong, and she burst out passionately in sobs. "Oh, cousin, forgive me. I cannot be a hypocrite longer. You, who tells me everything, would not guess how or what I have concealed. Oh, had it been heavens, well, I would died rather than this should have happened to him." Lady Bray passed her arm round the sobbing girl and drew still closer to her, listening breathlessly to all that flowed from her as she went on passionately and rapidly. "I never knew till now how much I could feel, but it is too much. I have concealed my thoughts from all. I have worn a mask, but now it falls from my face in an unexpected and unlooked-for moment." Lady Bray rose on her elbow and looked at the tear-moistened face of her pale, sobbing cousin, and after some time asked, with unnatural calmness, "Do you? Oh, "Cousin, do not torture me." And then, in a paroxysm of grief, added, "I have 4 years." Lady Bray's breast heaved with strong emotions. She conquered them after a quiet struggle, and, smiling with compassion on her cousin, drew her quivering form still closer to her, until poor childlike Claire, wearied with weeping, rested her head on her cousin's breast and went to sleep. Lady Bray lay awake hour after hour thinking and could not sleep. She prayed for it, but it came not. Racked with conflicting thoughts, she lived part of her life over again and resolved to forget all about it. "I thought so," she mused. "Claire could not disguise it from me. I saw it long ago, but it can never be. No, it can never be, even if he lives. What pain she must have suffered tonight. How strong is the heart beating in that pale, fragile frame. No, no, Claire. Sleep on, sweet cousin, but heaven guide your heart aright and prepare it for disappointments and trials, for they will surely come." And so passed the night until the sun began to gild the eastern clouds, and even then Lady Bray lay awake, watching the curtains moving in the breeze. The night had been an anxious one at Lord Stoner's. All had retired as usual and, save the lights in his daughter's room, with moving figures reflected on the blinds, all was still. Doctor Newman had arrived long ago, and after consulting, both medical gentlemen began operating on the scarcely breathing, inanimate student. After difficulty and much effusion of blood, the bullet was extracted, and the wound bandaged. Everything had been made as comfortable as possible, and the doctors had retired, leaving Ashton, the student, and Susan, the servant, to attend till morning. "How is he getting on, Ashton?" asked old Temple, noiselessly entering the room and whispering. "They didn't say anything of importance. I only caught 2 or 3 words at parting. Desperate, said one. Yes, but not mortal, I think," added the other. "He is very young, tough, and strong, and will recover, I think." "Good news," responded Temple. "Let's have a look at him." And he took the candle and looked at the sleeper, who seemed to breathe freely, with his long hair thrown from his forehead, which was as pale as snow. "Look you here, Ashton," went on the colonel, drawing his chair very close and speaking in whispers. "This was a foul piece of work, and there must have been some reason for it. You are his friend. You and he have associated for years. Can you guess the person or the cause of all this?" "It is a difficult matter to say. I have very good reasons to suppose it was premeditated, but by whom I cannot imagine. You seem to speak mysteriously. Why not talk plainly?" "Well then, Colonel, to speak plainly I cannot and must not if I would. My great surprise is that I was not also a victim." "You a victim? Why, you speak strangely, as if there existed some conspiracy. I cannot understand it." "No, I dare say not, at present perhaps, but you will ere many years," said Ashton, smiling. "Well, you may talk in riddles as much as you like, but if I knew the scamp who did this, he should have to pay dearly for it." "I feel certain of that. You may rest assured he will never die a natural death if he lives 100 years. Ashton spoke in parables to the old man, who did not comprehend, but there was so much earnestness and solemnity in his few words that Colonel Temple was curious to divine his meaning, but could not. "I do not understand you yet, sir," said the old colonel with a red face. "I know that there is a strong party growing up in the land against King Charles, but surely Captain Lawrence can have nothing to do with it. He is too young yet to be mixed up deeply in politics." "No, Colonel, he is not, but, on the contrary, is one of the finest writers of the day and has aided the king's cause not a little. Indeed. Yes. Do you know much of this Regil who was at Lord Stoner's ball tonight?" "Regil, yes. He is one of the loud-mouthed party who cry against the king, and that, for one reason, makes them enemies. But you do not mean to say, surely, that Regil did this horrid deed?" "All I mean to say, Colonel, is this," said Ashton. "There is a deadly hatred between them, for I believe Regil has offered his hand to your daughter Claire and been refused. Why, I'd rather have the devil for a son-in-law than him. But what makes your lip tremble, Ashton?" "Because I hold a great secret regarding Lawrence." "Indeed?" "Yes, but before I tell it to you, let me ask you one question. Name it. Would you ever object to Claire marrying the man of her choice?" "Marrying the man of her choice?" said the old colonel in surprise. Why, of course not. If he was a fit and proper person, you know. Well, if Lawrence here were to propose for your daughter, I mean. I should not, but still I can scarcely understand you, for, if he lives, I think he will aspire to one of rank and station. But if he did propose for Claire, I should have no objection in the world. But you must understand, Ashton, that I speak thus in all confidence, for I fancy he would never do so, for, until very lately, Claire has been most distant towards him, and why it is that she shows so much liking for his company now is a puzzle to me. Well then, Colonel, said Ashton, as you have been so open-minded to me in this matter, I will act likewise, and tell you all I know. Do you see any likeness in Lawrence to any great living personage? Asked Ashton in a serious mood. A likeness to any living personage, said the Colonel with an uncertain look. Why now I come to gaze on him the more, I think I do. And whom does he resemble, think you? Why, he is as much like what King Charles used to be when a young man as 2 peas in a pod, said the Colonel. I have often heard it remarked before. Yes, he is like the king, said Ashton, and I have remarked it also, but never named it to him. But certain circumstances have transpired today which make me think that there is more than a likeness between them. Indeed. How? Said the Colonel, astonished and interested. At the review, there were many distinguished people present, nobles among the number. I know it. But you do not know that the king was there. You are surely joking. I am not, Colonel, for after the review was all over, the king, disguised as an ordinary gentleman, went boldly up to the principal of the academy and had a long conversation with him about Lawrence. They did not perceive me, for I was sitting at my window reading, yet, as they walked to and fro, I could hear much of what they said. And what did they say? The king's disguise was discovered by the president, and the monarch did not deny it, but in the course of conversation confessed that he had always felt great interest in Lawrence's progress, for he was his own son. His own son, said the astonished Colonel. Yes, his own son, illegitimate, it is true, but nevertheless his own true offspring. And who was the mother? That I did not then learn. But when Lawrence first came among us as a mere boy to the academy, he wore a locket round his neck, which was unmistakably the portrait on ivory of the young and fascinating Duchess of Buckingham. From this, I gather that she must have been his mother. I am astonished, said the Colonel. And has not the king, then, provided for his after welfare? Without a doubt. I heard him say that some grand and vast estates in France had been passed over to him, and that a large sum in money would be his when he married. Then Lawrence is a false name. He is the king's bastard, said the Colonel. He is, said Ashton. Then he shall never marry my daughter, said Colonel Temple. No bastard shall ever enter my family. And so speaking, he left the apartment, with a flushed face, and Ashton remained alone by the bedside of his wounded comrade, who was sighing in his troubled dreams and moaning. Memories of years past flitted through his troubled brain, and the image of his adored one, Claire Temple, held supreme possession of all his faculties. He had seen and known her when but a child. She used to pass the college gardens on her way to school, with books and slate and dimity sunbonnet trimmed with blue. Years had passed. She grew into girlhood, and short frocks and sunbonnet gave place to a seminary uniform of blue gauze and white chip Quaker scoop, and her light and airy manner changed to that of a studious seminarian in her teens. He had spoken to her, but met with no response. He had anonymously written poems and tales in her honor, but all had passed unnoticed. She treated him with cold respect and met his timid overtures with blunt rebuffs. He had met her on the road and in the woods, but she passed him with a distant bow. Yet if in the greatest glee, his presence chilled her into unusual coldness, and although unconscious of the cause, she could neither sing nor play in his presence. Lawrence had often confessed that his case was hopeless. Many disliked him from some cause, and, following in their footsteps, Claire, he thought, treated him with marked indifference. It must be confessed, however, that although Claire had hitherto disclosed her secret thoughts to no one, yet when alone she often thought, "Everyone is loved but me. I am not pretty, I know, neither have I many accomplishments. I wish I were like Emma Bray, for everybody loves her. And then she would stealthily draw from her bosom a small gold locket which contained a ruby heart on which was cut a simple love motto. She knew not who had sent it. It came to her in a bouquet found on the dressing table on her birthday, and was the first present she had ever received from any admirer. She mused and pondered, but dared not give utterance to her thoughts. Yet as she passed the college gardens and saw Lawrence walking up and down, her cheeks flushed, and bending her head more lowly than ever, she passed the buildings rapidly and tried to stay her unnatural palpitations. Thus ran the wild fancies of the wounded student about his true love, when a loud knocking and rapping was heard at Lord Stoner's door. Who or what can that be? Thought Ashton. But still the knocking continued in the dead of night, and the dogs barked in all directions. When the hall porter opened the door, he perceived 2 white figures on horseback, with long, streaming hair. The old hall porter rushed away and hid himself, for he swore that 2 ghosts had arrived at the hall. When the truth was made known, it was discovered that the 2 arrivals were not ghosts at all. They were 2 handsome females. They were none other than Lady Bray and Claire Temple. "Where is my father?" asked Claire in great haste and fright as she dismounted from her foaming horse. "Where is my uncle, the colonel?" gasped Lady Bray. "What is the matter, ladies?" asked Lord Stoner in great alarm. "Why, heaven help us! The 2 ladies have scarcely anything on but their night dresses. What is the matter? Explain, I beg, ladies, explain." "Arm yourself and your household," gasped Claire. "Arm them quickly. What means this? Arm yourselves, all of you at once, or you are all dead men. Explain," said the colonel to his daughter. "You know Regil, who has proposed for my hand?" "Yes. I refused him thrice." "I know it. What of that?" "He has joined a band of ruffians who have assumed the singular and horrible disguise of skeleton men. Emma and I were sitting at our bedroom window and could not sleep. We espied 2 men dressed in skeleton garb hiding in the shrubbery. We heard them conversing together and learnt that they intended to carry Emma and myself away and to murder all who opposed them. I did not stop an instant, for I and cousin crept from our room, saddled 2 horses, and galloped hither for protection. But just as we were crossing the hilltop, I espied a large troop of these demon-like horsemen approaching, and could hear them singing a song, in which they praised Regil, their leader and chief, and swore to have the life's blood of someone they called the king's bastard. But what it meant I knew not. "Enough, daughter," said the old man, drawing his sword. "Ere these bloodthirsty fiends can arrive, we will fly with the wounded youth." In a short time a carriage and 4 was provided. Lawrence was placed in it. With a strong guard of mounted men around, in front and behind it, the carriage drove off towards the sea-coast, Claire and Lady Bray being inside, acting as nurses to the wounded youth. WILDFIRE Ned had read this much of his father's exciting history when a side door was suddenly opened. Before he could say a word, Captain Jack stood before him, laughing. Chapter 44. Captain Jack pays Ned Warbeck an unexpected visit, the revelation. "Who the devil are you?" said Ned, rising hastily and drawing a pistol. "Who the devil are you? What do you want, and where do you come from? Answer instantly, or a bullet shall whistle through your head." "Put down your pistol, my brave lad," said Captain Jack, smiling. "My name is Captain Jack. I am one of the Crown officers, in other words, a detective, and am just come from one of the strongest prisons in the kingdom." "Indeed? And what has all that to do with me?" "A great deal, as you will quickly hear." "And how gained you admittance into this library?" "By a secret door, as you perceive." "I never knew that one existed." "No, but I did," said Captain Jack, smiling. "I know all about this house, as well as I do about the inns and out of Darlington Hall." "Indeed?" "Yes, a friend of yours informed me." "A friend of mine?" "Nay, he must have been an enemy." "Well, enemy then, if you like. I dare say you remember his name." "I cannot guess." "Philip Regil, the wretch?" "Yes, he's all that and more, but I think his career of crime is well nigh ended. He is in jail." "I need not ask for what, perhaps." "Murder, Ned Warbeck. Murder is his crime. And how came you to ferret out all his villainy?" "I have had my eye on him for a long time. When the fruit was ripe, we plucked it." Ha, ha, he is safe enough now. And what are the number of charges against him? A dozen or more. And how did you manage to capture him at last? For I have heard you were a long time in finding him out. Some months, for he lived from time to time in all sorts of holes and corners, and under all imaginable names. He treated his wife, Fanny, in the most shameful manner, and led her also into vice and crime. But as long as she supplied him with money from time to time, he seldom went home, and did not care how or whence the money came. I heard all the facts from a spy whom I employed, and who, for the last 3 days before his capture, followed Philip Regil about like a shadow. Like an evil genius, said Ned, smiling. Just so, said Captain Jack, smoking a cigar. Being extremely hard-pressed for money, Philip thought he would visit his home. The first time he had done so, it must be confessed, for several weeks, and see what could be realized there. He was not surprised to see much company present, for that he knew was of frequent occurrence and had originated with himself. But feeling supremely miserable, he was stung to the quick to see his wife in such exuberant spirits, presiding at a sumptuous supper, which he very well knew she was not able to afford. Around the table were seated many young men of gay celebrity, drinking wine and joking. Madame was decked out in all the fashions of the season, and when her husband arrived she rose very quietly, handed him a chair, and whispered very lovingly, "A few of your friends, dear." When the company had dispersed, Regil, who was now intoxicated with wine and passion, broke forth into one of his habitual fits of furious brutality and threatened to kill his wife. He tossed over the supper table. He struck Fanny a severe blow with a decanter, and then fell upon the floor helplessly intoxicated among the ruins of the feast, eatables, drinkables, plate, glass, and costly etceteras. When the moon peeped above the houses and threw a faint light into the apartment, he awoke in a maudlin state and staggered up to bed. Everything seemed in confusion. The drawers and chests were rifled, and their contents strewn about the floor. The bed had no occupant, and by the lighted lamp which stood upon the dressing table, he perceived a note addressed to him in Fanny's handwriting. He opened it and read its contents, which ran something like this: "You have struck me for the last time. Love has long departed from my heart. I, whom you have so cruelly deceived without regrets, bid you farewell." "Oh, that's it, eh?" said Philip, hiccuping. "Gone. Farewell? And all that kind of style, eh? Well, all right, it's just the thing, it couldn't be better. I'll sell off all the things and make some ready money. I'll do it this very day. Just what I wanted." Philip pulled off his boots with much difficulty and fell upon the bed and was soon fast asleep. The blinds were not drawn. The pale moon shed its holy rays upon the disordered apartment, and as morning dawned, the lamplight flickered and died. The moonlight lit his haggard face, as he lay half scowling in his sleep, and with fists tightly clenched and hair disordered, he ground his teeth in dreams. The vision of his life passed before him. His mother's face and form appeared as in his childhood, and looked with sadness upon him. His schoolboy days and boyish loves caused him to sigh and smile in unconscious sleep. His false and early love for one sinless maiden he had ruined came next in view. Following in the train of chiding phantoms wept his injured wife. He ground his teeth most horribly, but laughed with demoniacal scorn. The moon still lit his features. Even in sleep, the spy has told me, his face assumed a look of intense horror and surprise. He clutched the clothes convulsively and shrieked out aloud, my father," and jumped from the bed in fright. "Where am I? Tell me. Fanny, my wife? No, I didn't do it. It cannot be." And he fell, gasping, upon the floor. "What a fool I am," said Philip with a laugh when he had recovered his senses. "What a fool I am to think of such things, such childish, silly fancies as dreams. Yet that cursed figure haunts me, yes, everywhere, and I suffer all the torments of the damned. Where's the brandy? That's the thing." Thus he raved, but he little thought one of my men was concealed in the chamber and saw and heard all. Having found a bottle partly full, he readily emptied its contents, and Philip went from the house to negotiate for the immediate sale of all its effects. He was followed by my spy. Whither his wife had fled was of little moment to Philip. His whole thoughts were directed to the sale of his goods and chattels. He owed money, it was true, but this he never intended to pay. So that when he had negotiated the sale with a broker and received a large sum of money therefore, he felt supremely happy and went to his old haunts and spent money so grandly and lavishly that many winked and could not comprehend it. The furniture, and see, had scarcely been removed from the premises, together with numberless etc., when the landlord arrived upon the scene, but, unfortunately, too late. Numerous creditors were advised of the event, and were not slow in preparing very long bills for settlement, but when they reached the house, they simply found the place empty, with several other gentlemen, interested like themselves, standing round the door with long and very serious faces. They had been sold, they said, but whether this remark applied to the furniture or themselves is doubtful, although from their very blank countenances it is certain they would not have brought much at public auction. When Mr. Philip Regel was inquired for, he was found at the Royal Racquet Court, elegantly stretching himself in a new suit of clothes, imbibing brandy and water with much apparent satisfaction. There was no compunction of conscience in him, and therefore he deported himself very majestically to the crowd of creditors who surrounded him and lustily demanded the payment of their debts. These he laughed at, but in a day or two, when he was wanted, I easily tracked him out and laid my hands on him for the murder of old Farmer Bertram. Good heavens, you don't mean that. I do, though. I always thought it. I always knew it, said Captain Jack, laughing. But come with me. I want you, Ned Warbeck, on particular business. Come this way, and you shall know all. WILDFIRE, Ned, and Captain Jack left the library together and went towards Philip Regel's prison. Chapter 45. In which something is said of Philip Regel, old Sir Andrew, and in which one of Philip's victims is made a happy man and a father. Upon the elegant house, and its fashionably dressed inmates in Minerva Street, of which Philip had heard many strange rumors, Mr. Regel never bestowed a single thought, although he had more than crude suspicions of who the much-talked-of Madame Fanny sent. Claire, might be. Old Sir Andrew had never thought of asking Philip anything regarding his daughter. She had separated from her husband, he full well knew, but as Philip never broached the subject, Sir Andrew, for purposes of avarice and greed, refrained from doing so. She has made her own nest, he would sometimes say to his old and asthmatic wife, propped up in her armchair beside the fire. Therefore let her lie in it. I don't know nor care where she is. Don't bother me with your questions and nonsense, woman. I have something else to think about. I don't care what has become of her. There. Don't sit there sniveling, you old fool, or I'll leave the place altogether. In a few weeks, I hope, I shall be doing business in the city, and not in this miserable hole, with a crabbed old woman coughing all day and night. What'll folks think then of old Sir Andy, as they call me, when I appear on 'Change again, and with a large banker's account at my back? What'll they say then to the old president of the Phoenix Insurance Company, whom they refuse to speak to, or even recognize now, eh? I'll show 'em all what money can do. I'm just as honest as any of 'em. It's all speculation in this world. So long as you've got the cash, you needn't care a snap of your finger for any of 'em. Don't sit there prating, you old hag. If you open your lips again, I'll squeeze the life out of you. I will, you miserable old thing. I hate the sight of you. And, from the number of times that old Sir Andrew raised his chair in anger, it seemed probable that at some time, in moments of fury, he really would send the aged and afflicted woman unexpectedly into eternity. Augustus Fumbleton-esque. It must be confessed, was not at all troubled with matrimonial jars or grievances. He was not a married man, but, as he often expressed it, soon would be. In a month or two, all this business of Philip's will be over, and then I'll settle down, he thought. Turn over a new leaf, and have his wife for my mistress. What a head old Sir Andrew, her father, has got, to be sure. He attends church regularly, I hear, and is looked upon out in the country as a perfect saint. Ah, church-going folks ain't always the best. There's many a man sits with a prayer book in his hand who's thinking of something else. Never mind, we'll do this little trick and then I'll cry quits. If Messrs. Regil, Sir Andrew and Fumbleton were situated as we have described. Charlie Warbeck, Ned's brother, was in the greatest sorrow and concern for the safety of his young wife, and very despondent in spirits. Her health had been very precarious for several weeks, and the anxious young husband was troubled exceedingly for her safety. For the doctors in attendance in consultation looked very serious and gloomy, and held out but little hope of her recovery. Dame Worthington and Mistress Haylark were almost in constant attendance both day and night. But the latter was so much given to long naps in her armchair, and so fretful during her occasional attendance, that Dame Worthington thought it advisable to stay up at night herself, now that she had somewhat recovered from the poison Sir Andrew had given her. Instead of frightening the poor girl with stories and hobgoblin notions regarding her particularly critical position, the good, kind, old lady cheered her with all the funny anecdotes she could remember, and often made her laugh heartily and forget all about her sickness. Oftentimes, when Clara was asleep, this ever-watchful old lady would lean across the bed and kiss her, and then turn away with tears in her eyes. Night after night, she watched beside the poor suffering girl, and her delicate patient could not disturb a single curl upon her pillow without she arose, readjusted the bedclothes, and dampened her fevered brow. The parting of Charlie with his wife every morning ere he went to business was of the most tender description. He thought, and with sufficient reason, that perhaps he might never see her alive again. And, it must be confessed, as he leaned over her to say good morning, his eyes were moist as she passionately kissed him. "Don't weep, Charlie dear," poor Clara would say, as she passed her thin, white, delicate arms around his neck in unaffected simplicity and affection. "There, don't weep, my good, good boy, or you will make me worse, darling. There, smile. Oh, how different you look, pet. What a shame it is that you look so solemn. There, go away smiling, and it will make me happy all the day," she would laughingly add as he bestowed a parting embrace and departed. While Charlie was full of business one morning at the office, but, it must be confessed, in a very disturbed state of mind, a messenger arrived saying he was wanted at home immediately. His wife was dying. If a shot had struck him, he could not have felt more pain and alarm. He seized his hat and ran down to the ferry boat like a maniac. He had to wait 15 minutes before the boat started. It was unearthly torture to him. He could plainly see his house on the south side of the river, which appeared to be no more than a few hundred yards distant. He sought for a rowboat, but none was at hand. He felt as if he could have jumped across the river and paced up and down like one demented. Just as the regular boat was about to leave the ferry wharf, old Sir Richard appeared, and in company with one of the best physicians of the city. He had been informed by the same messenger of the critical nature of the case, had left the India House on the instant, and had forced his old friend, Dr. Stevens, to accompany him. "Never mind your engagements, doctor. This is a case of life or death. I would not have her die for thousands." Within a few moments, the boat started, and the three gentlemen were soon landed on the other side. 2 minutes' walk sufficed to bring them to Charlie's residence. Charlie rushed upstairs and would have entered his wife's apartment. Mistress Haylark, looking double her ordinary size, stood outside the door, blocking up the door, and denied him entrance. "Go in there, sir," she said, pointing majestically to a back room with her right hand, holding a basin of gruel in the left. "Go in there, sir," she repeated, with awful solemnity of voice and manner, "and stay until you're called, and don't dare come in the room." Charlie, the young and anxious husband, was stupefied, but mechanically obeyed. He had not remained long in suspense when the connecting door between the back and front bedrooms opened, and Dame Worthington, all smiles and tears, appeared with something in her arms, which, rolled up in flannels and shawls, appeared to be an armful of newly made muffins. "Look at that, my dear. Look at your own dear boy and kiss him." Old Sir Richard, Charlie, and Dr. Stevens gazed upon the tiny face of the babe, who, with its little fists tightly closed, half opened its eyes and began to cry right lustily. Dame Worthington gave old Sir Richard a peculiar look, and that respectable old gentleman smiled, shook Charlie by the hand, took a pinch of snuff, and turned aside. Doctor. Stevens pronounced it an extraordinary infant and said it must have weighed 10 pounds. While Charlie, overjoyed to hear of Clara's safety, took his firstborn from the good old lady's arms, kissed it, and, going into the front room, placed it beside its mother. Poor Clara, weak, faint, pale, and suffering, languidly opened her eyes, faintly smiled, and sighed. Charlie kissed her, of course, very fondly, and would have remained by her side. But the merry, laughing old dame and the august, solemn-spoken mother-in-law bade her daughter dry up her tears, and remember she was one of the Haylarks, and quickly hustled poor Charlie out of the room. Full of excitement, he knew not what to do. For the first time in his life, he determined to pay court to Bacchus, and old Sir Richard, apparently appearing nothing loth. They both sat down to a substantial meal, and beguiled the rest of the evening by paying exclusive attention to a box of Havanas and some excellent cognac. In his merriment and good humor, he kissed everybody, even his mother-in-law, whom he discovered coming upstairs with medicines and gruel. But that majestic lady, in her cap well stocked with flaming ribbons, frowned, and said he ought to be ashamed of himself and should have more dignity. A quality he would have doubtless possessed in superabundance, only he was unfortunately not one of the Haylarks. Mr. Warbeck had no sooner become a father than he began to look and act like a much different man. He was gay and lively as ever, it is true, and, if anything, far more so. But he began to assume the air and bearing of one upon whose shoulders rested serious responsibilities. He went to the office every morning with cheerfulness and alacrity, and there his chief thought during the day was for the approach of evening, when he might hurry homewards to enjoy the quiet delights of his own fireside, in the company of his wife and child. Clara, it must be confessed, soon recovered from her illness and moved about the house with great grace and amiability, looking more comely and captivating than ever. With baby in her arms, she would walk up and down the parlor singing all manner of pretty ditties to solace the child to sleep, and it had scarcely closed its little eyes ere she would commence to kiss and hug it, and to talk to it in baby prattle and wake it again, and then begin to scold some imaginary being for having disturbed its slumbers. When the day of christening arrived, there was much controversy as to the name it should bear. Charles proposed that it should be named Charles Warbeck. But to this proposition, the mother-in-law made vehement resistance. It was one of the Haylarks, she said, and should be so named, so that to quiet the old lady and to prevent any more quarrelings and historical lectures regarding her illustrious relatives, both father and mother agreed it should be named Charles Edward Worthington Haylark Warbeck. Chapter 46. Diamond cut diamond, Captain Jack's adventures. When Philip Regel found himself safely locked in his prison cell, deep, dark remorse took possession of his wicked heart. He could not sleep, he could not eat. All he could do was to walk about the stone chamber and curse everything and everybody. He called the jailer and spoke to him. "They accuse me of fearful crimes," said Philip, faintly attempting to smile. "But mere accusation will not avail much. They must prove all they say." "There can't be much difficulty about doing that," said the old jailer, "when such men as Colonel Blood and Captain Jack take the affair in hand, for Captain Jack can prove anything if he likes." "Yes, and perhaps can disprove anything also if he thinks proper, eh?" "I don't know what you mean," said the turnkey with a knowing grin. "Perhaps not," said Philip with a sad smile, "but I dare say you might give a rough guess." "No one has any right to guess about such things," said the turnkey. "And, besides, you must know he is our superior officer, and I have no right to speak about what he does." "Well, you need not fall out with me," said Philip. "I have no friends here, but I think I could make one of you." "How do you mean?" "Would you take a note to the post office for me?" "I dare not. Not for a guinea. I must not. Not for 3 guineas. Don't tempt me." "Yes, do. Give me pen, ink, and paper, and I will give you 10 guineas. My life is at stake. I should be implicated as an accomplice." "Nonsense. Do as I wish, and I will give you 20 guineas." The turnkey left the cell, but he soon returned. "Let me see the color of your money," said he, "and I will deliver your note." "Agreed," said Philip, and as he spoke he drew out of the lining of his coat a 20-guinea note and gave it to the jailer. In less than 2 minutes, Philip wrote a very hurried note and gave it to the jailer to post. He had scarcely done so, and the frightened jailer had barely time to put the pen and ink into his pocket when heavy footsteps were heard approaching. The turnkey turned deadly pale as he whispered to Philip, "It is Captain Jack, and half drunk as usual." "Hillo," said the captain to the jailer, "what brings you here?" "The prisoner wished me to lend him a Bible and prayer book, that's all." "Ha, ha," laughed Captain Jack. "So Mr. Regil has turned religious all at once, eh? Very good. Ha, ha, it's time he did something of the kind. Get you gone, and don't let me catch you talking to the prisoner any more. Do you understand me? If you do, you shall be dismissed." "But, Captain, I have done no wrong. No offense was meant. You know I have been jailer here more than 20 years, and a steadier, a soberer, or a honester man never was than myself, though I say it." "I dare say," Captain Jack replied with a grin. "All men are honest till they're found out. I'm a real saint myself." "Ha, ha, then leave us. I wish to speak to the prisoner alone. Get you gone, turnkey." The jailer left. Captain Jack and Philip Regil were now alone. The captain took a seat on the edge of the table and looked at Philip much like a wild beast who has got his prey firmly in its clutches. Neither spoke for some time. Philip's eyes glowed with rage, but he spoke not a syllable for some time. Captain Jack amused himself with whistling and playing with a pistol. "May I ask what you want with me?" Philip began at length, endeavoring to suppress the rage he felt. "Me want with you," said Jack. "Oh, I really beg pardon for intruding, ha, ha. But I thought you might want to see me, that's all." As he spoke he smiled like a demon. "You have acted the knave towards me, Captain Jack." "Have I, though? How complimentary you are." "Yes, you have, Captain Jack. You have acted like a black-hearted scoundrel." Go on, I am listening. You can't hurt anybody with your tongue. You are bound too fast to the stone floor to do much harm." "Am I?" "Yes, of course you are, but go on. I want to hear all you've got to say." "Why did you take my money and then arrest me?" "Because I wanted the cash, and, in the next place, I wished to save my own neck. Colonel Blood swore to hang one or the other, so I thought you might do better than myself, you perceive. But suppose I were to tell Colonel Blood what I have done for you? He wouldn't believe you, that's all." "I don't know that. But I do, though. If I had not thought and known so, I shouldn't have captured you alive." "What then?" "Why, would have so arranged it that you would have been a dead man, that's all." "And did you mean that all along?" "Of course I did." For some time neither spoke, but looked at each other occasionally with an expression of fierce brutality in their eyes. At last, Philip said, "Suppose I disprove all your charges and accusations, what then?" "Oh, but you can't." "Can't? No, impossible." "But if I get witnesses to swear to my innocence?" "Why then, I'll so manage it as to have 2 witnesses to your one to swear quite the contrary." "You are a villain, Captain Jack. Lord bless you. Didn't you know it before? I'm called that name every day. I'm quite used to it now." "Tell the truth, Captain Jack. What did you come here for?" "Have you any money? Answer me that first." "Not a penny piece." "Then you will as surely die as eggs are eggs, that's all." "What do you mean? Couldn't you manage to get some money by fair means or foul?" "Why?" "Oh, nothing. But it's possible you might only be transported if you could raise £1,000 to pay lawyers to defend you and— "Ah, and what?" "Why, Palm, Colonel Blood, and myself, that's all. The affidavits are not made out yet. I have only taken you on suspicion, you know." "I understand. But then the suspicion is very strong, you know, very, very strong indeed. It almost amounts to a dead certainty, since we've got the identical suit of clothes a certain party exchanged, on the night of the murder, with young Bob Bertram." Captain Jack smiled as he said this. Philip bit his lip. "How did you procure the clothes?" "Ned Warbeck gave the suit to me this very morning, for Bob had kept them by him, and young Warbeck says he could swear they belong to— D.N. Ned Warbeck," said Philip Regil in a terrible rage. "D.N. him. He is always crossing my path. I wish he were dead. Yes, buried at the bottom of the ocean he loves so much." "Aye, but there's no killing a lad like him," said Captain Jack. "He's got more lives than a cat, and as to drowning, it's out of the question, for he swims like a duck and can float like a cork. Then what do you propose? I can't propose anything if you can't raise the wind. If you will be hanged, it's your fault, not mine. It would suit me to know you were in a penal settlement quite as well as to know you were buried. You are quite disinterested, Captain Jack, and very polite. I always was. But suppose I do not give you money, that I do not hang or be transported. What then? Oh, that's impossible. Out of the question entirely. You must do one thing or the other. Do you refuse to raise the money? No, I do not. Well then, I have got pens, ink, and paper in my pocket. Write a note, and I will take it to any place you like. You are a cunning rascal, Captain Jack. No matter, time is flying, there is no use of wasting compliments. Can you raise the amount by writing for it? In a case of life or death, I think I could. Well, that's sensible. Here is the pen. But suppose I refuse. Well then, you are a doomed man, that's all, and there's an end of it. Good day. Stay, do not go yet. Upon second thought, I think I will write a note. Will you wait for an answer? Of course, if the money is likely to be forthcoming. But it's contrary to the rules of the prison to write letters unknown to the governor, you know. Oh, the governor BD. What matters? He'll not know a syllable about it. Here you are, scribble away. Philip Regil took the pen and paper. Go out for a minute, Captain Jack, and stretch your legs. By the time you return, I shall have the note written. Captain Jack strolled out of the cell carelessly. Directly he had gone, Philip Regil pulled out his pocket knife and made a small wound in his arm. The blood gently flowed. With the liquid, he wrote a note in a strange hand, and in a still stranger character, which ran thus: D.W.G. By our solemn oath, help me. My former note will explain all. This night decides my fate. Philip Regil. When Captain Jack returned, the prisoner had finished his note and directed it with ink to Captain Jingles, Blue Boar City, strictly private and confidential. Captain Jingles, eh? Is that the name of your friend? Yes. It's a queer one, anyway, said Captain Jack, taking the note and balancing it between his fingers in a musing manner. He's got plenty of cash, I suppose. Yes, lots of money, that's why he's called Jingles, for he's always got his pockets well filled and is fond of jingling it about. I see, but what time have I to present it? Don't go there before 12 o'clock tonight, for he always likes to have his wine undisturbed. You must catch him when he is coming out. Very good. And when shall I see or hear from you, Captain Jack? Directly I get the money, tonight perhaps, or tomorrow morning early. That's satisfactory. Give my respects to Jingles, Captain Jack. I shan't fail. Keep up your courage. You will only be transported if we get the coin. So speaking, he left the prisoner, who, strange to say, now began to smile and look quite elated. It is my last card, said Philip to himself, and I have played it. Deathwing will surely not prove a craven to one who has so much and so often befriended him. If all goes well, I may yet escape out of the clutches of this stony-hearted Captain Jack, and if I do, he said, clenching his fist and striking it heavily on the table, and if I do, I'll have revenge on him first. Captain Jack went his way with the note in his pocket, and as he was about to leave the prison, he met the turnkey who had been speaking with Philip. Hello. Who gave you liberty to leave the prison, eh? I only went across the road to have a drop of ale. Oh, that's nothing, eh, you rascal. Don't you know that your prisoner is one of the most determined villains that ever lived? Keep inside and mind your duties, and if I catch you having any chat with Regil or up to any nonsense with him, such as taking letters and the like, I'll have you publicly horsewhipped, mind ye. Letters? Me take letters, Captain Jack? I'd never dare to do such a thing. I wouldn't trust you further than I could see you, was the reply. Now go and doubly lock the prisoner's door. If he escapes, I will hang you instead, mark me. With these words capped, Jack went his way, and he had not gone far when he entered a wine shop. I wonder what this Regil has said in his note. There's no harm in opening it. I can soon seal it up again. So thinking, he opened the note. Hillo, he's written it in red ink. How the devil did that happen? My ink was black. No matter, it seems he's cleverer than we thought. He's got some things concealed on his person yet, I fancy, although we searched him twice. No matter, let's see what he says. What does this DWG mean? Thought Capt. Jack as he puzzled himself over the note. There is some mystery here, or why say by our solemn oath? Perhaps he belongs to some secret band, who knows? It was well I opened it, or perhaps I might have fallen into a trap. My former note explains all, does it? What other note has he written then, I wonder? How could he write unknown to the prison officers, eh? Ha ha, Mr. Philip Regil, I begin to smell a rat, thought Capt. Jack. He has made friends with someone in the prison, no doubt. That cross-eyed turnkey, I shouldn't wonder. Oh, if I catch the rascals up to any kind of tricks to thwart me in my plans, I'll have them all hung, that I will. This night decides my fate, eh? Quite right there, Mr. Philip, quite correct and no mistake. But I must be careful, yes, Capt. Jack, you must be very careful of yourself in dealing with this tricky customer, for it strikes me that this Capt. Jingles may be some powerful friend of his and an enemy to me. What shall I do? Shall I take the note myself, or let one of the dozen do it? No, I must take it myself, for if this Jingles gives the money, 10 to 1 my men would bolt off with it. For several hours, Capt. Jack didn't know how to act in the matter. He didn't want to trust any of his men with such a large sum as £1,000. For if he had done so, and they for a miracle proved honest, he would have had to divide the spoil with them all. This was a consideration that Capt. Jack did not at all relish. No, no, said he. I must stick to this little sum myself, and if I get it, why, Philip Regil may be assisted to escape without trial at all, and the trial will be sure to fall on the sleepy jailers, for we must hang somebody. Time was flying, however, and something must be done in the matter. It was now 10 o'clock, and yet he was undecided how to act. He was sauntering along the dark streets when he accidentally came across one of his own men. "Hello, Captain. Is that you?" "Why, Ben, my lad, how are you? I've not seen you for 3 or 4 days. You seem rather mellow." "Yes, Captain, mellow is the word. I am rather mellow, if it comes to that, and I like it. So it seems. You seem to be pretty well off for money, Ben." "Yes, Captain, I've made a little this last day or two." "How was that?" "Why, seeing that the dozen haven't had anything to do, not a single job on hand for this last month, I thought I'd do a little bit of business for myself on the extreme quiet, for our trade has been as flat as ditch water of late." "True, Ben, and money is very tight." "So I thought, but, as I've got a few pounds to spare, you are welcome to them, Captain." "No, thank you, Ben, but where did you pick up the money?" "At the Old Bull and Mouth." "Indeed?" "Yes, the old house is full of people, and their card-playing is going on both night and day. There's one chap there as must have won over £1,000 these last few days." "What's his name?" "Jingles, Captain Jingles, I think they call him." "Ah, you don't say so. What sort of a fellow is he?" "Well, he's rather tall and strong-looking, but he's got a grey head and long hair and wears spectacles and stoops like a very old man. Not much good in a quarrel or a fight, I suppose, him?" "Bless your heart, no, he's as gentle as a child and, I warrant me, as weak as a cat." This description of the person to whom Regil addressed his note so pleased Captain Jack that he altered his mind again for the 100th time, and resolved to take and present the note himself, and thus pocket the large sum bargained for. He soon got rid of Ben, and, with a light heart, bent his steps towards the well-known inn. He was muffled up to the eyes, and when he had ordered a bottle of wine and other luxuries, he entered the card-room and seated himself in a quiet corner. He cast a quick glance around him, and instantly perceived old Jingles, who had at his elbow a large sum in gold. Card-playing was now at its height, and so tempting did it appear to Captain Jack that after a time he joined them, and for the first hour won a good stake. Heated with wine, and flushed with his unexpected success, he made a very heavy bet with old Jingles, and, to the astonishment of all present, lost it. Jingles raked the heap of shining gold into his old hat, and put it into his pocket with a wicked grin which almost drove Captain Jack mad. Captain Jack lost every farthing he had, and was so aggravated that he could have danced around the room with passion, and felt as if he could have shot old Jingles, who, calm, quiet, and unruffled, played on, and still continued to win with astonishing good fortune. "No matter," thought Captain Jack. He will have to pay me £1,000 for his friend, which will make me all right again. I wish they'd stop playing. I want to present this note and learn what he'll do in the matter. If he refuses, I'll get one or two of my lads to waylay the old rascal and rob him. I'll have his money, by fair means or by foul. Midnight had long chimed, and still the play continued. The noble captain felt very sore about his losses at cards and chewed the end of his cigar in a terrible temper. I should like to get up a game to beat old Jingles, thought he, but ere he had sat long in meditation a great cheer rose from the card table. Jingles won it. No, he didn't. I say he did. I'll swear he didn't. You lie, old Jingles, said the other, who was called Alec and a notorious card sharper. As he spoke, he struck the table violently. I tell you I did win the game. The money is mine. Lay a hand on that gold and I'll knock you down, you cheating old scamp, said Alec in a terrible rage. The money is mine. It is not. I'll leave it to any gentleman in the room. Alec won it fairly, said a chorus of voices. No, old Jingles is entitled to the money. He could beat Alec all night. Could he? Yes, he could, said several, and I don't mind wagering 100 guineas on another game. So would I. And I. Well then, gentlemen, since there is a dispute about the game, I am willing that we increase the stakes fourfold and play it again. Hear, hear, cried several voices. I don't mind, said old Jingles, but not till I've had some supper and a walk in the cool air to freshen me up a bit. Well then, it's decided. Put down your money. Gentlemen, in half an hour the game begins again. Agreed, agreed, shouted everyone. The money was put down for the contested game of cards, and great enthusiasm prevailed amongst the audience, all of whom seemed to have plenty of money. Captain Jack was pleased that old Jingles did not win the last stake, and mixed among the company, who were almost unanimous in their opinion that Alec would be sure to play his very best. And win? For, said several, of all men on earth he hates most, it is old Jingles. I am sure to win, said Alec triumphantly, and will lay 2 to 1 on it. Hear, hear, so will I, and so will I, said Captain Jack, whose brain now began to get muddled with wine and excitement. Where's your money? Oh, I shall have some presently, said Jack. As much as anyone in the room. At that moment he saw old Jingles leave the room. He followed him. In a few moments he overtook the old man and presented Regel's note. In difficulties, said the old man, eyeing Captain Jack like a hawk, but he has not stated the amount he wants. Oh, he left that to me. Indeed. Can I trust to your honesty? Oh, honor bright. Then who are you? Well, they call me Captain Jack, and I am one of the Crown officers. Oh. Yes, I think I have heard your name mentioned before in very flattering terms in your endeavors to suppress or destroy the famous skeleton crew. Exactly, said Captain Jack, bowing in mock humility. And what is the sum you need, my noble captain? Well, I think £1,500 will get him out of trouble. Quite a modest sum, certainly. But then, you know, Mr. Jingles, you are very rich, and there are a great number of persons to be paid out of it. I see, but how much do you intend to keep for yourself? Asked the old man, fumbling in his pockets. Me, my dear sir, I do not intend to keep a farthing. It is out of pure friendship for the poor young man that I do this. How very kind of you. Well, Captain, all I can say is that if I give you this amount, I hope you will use it properly, for I must help young Regil out of this difficulty. I have sworn it on my oath, and my oath must be fulfilled. How much was the sum you named? £2,000. Why, just now you said £1,500. But I made a great mistake. Never mind. £500 more or less isn't much in a case of life or death. So saying, the old man pulled a large wallet of banknotes and paid Captain Jack the large sum demanded. One would have thought that Captain Jack might have been satisfied with this large amount, and would have gone homewards and fulfilled his engagement with Philip Regil. But he did not. The more money he had, the more he wanted. Besides this, he had suddenly entertained a deep and deadly hatred against old Jingles for winning his money at cards. He therefore retraced his steps towards the Bull and Mouth, and when near the door, who should he espy coming out but Alec, the well-known card sharp. Ah, my noble captain, how are you? I was glad to see you had so much spirit in the card room as to offer to back me in this game, and as I rather like you, I'll let you into the secret." "Secret? What is it?" asked Captain Jack, with his ears all cocked ready to receive it. "Well, you see," said Alec, taking the noble captain's arm. "But come away from the doorway first, there may be listeners. You see, this old Jingles is very rich and passionately fond of cards. He has cartloads of money. Where he gets it, nobody knows. But, at all events, during the past week, he has won enormous sums at the card table, and how he does it nobody can find out." "You don't mean that?" "I do, though. There is a secret about it, and I have found it out." "What is it?" "All the cards have private marks on the back, which cannot be seen by the naked eye, but his spectacles magnify, I have found out, and, therefore, when he looks across the table he can see what cards I hold in my hand." "Oh. The cunning old devil. Yes, isn't he? But in this game we are going to play tonight I have made a promise that he shan't be allowed to wear his spectacles." "Then you are certain to win. What a capital idea." "Yes, isn't it? Those gentlemen brought me there tonight to fleece old Jingles. But he won from you all the time." "Yes, true," said Alec, grinning, "but that was the dodge in order to give him courage. I see it all plainly enough now." "Very well, and now that I have told you this important secret, will you give me shares in your winnings?" "Yes, half. Agreed. How much have you?" £2,000. "Well, I will so play that the odds which are on me now shall change on him, and when you think he is winning, do you take up all the odds laid against me?" "I will, and be glad to do it." "Certainly. Why shouldn't you win 1,000 or two as well as he?" "Why not, indeed?" "And I will, you'll see." "I know you will if you follow my advice." "I will to the letter. You see through it, don't you? Nice dodge, ain't it, Captain?" said he, half reeling with wine. "You'll make a clean £4,000 by the job, and hazard nothing, you know, while I win the stake and make twice as much by outsiders, friends who, with unlimited cash, will bet on me. Can you see through it, my boy?" The noble captain saw through it clearly enough, and, although half tipsy, gave Alec an ominous but eloquent wink and squeezed his hand in token of friendship. "Come along, my boy," said Alec, taking the captain's arm. "Come along, old boy. Don't let's pass a public without a drop or two. They keep the best old wines in the whole kingdom up this street. Come on, now, only one more, Captain, and then we'll return. I'm sure to win this match. It is for a large sum, you know. But are you fly to a thing or two?" "Well then, listen to me, mister." Alec, half laughing and half hiccuping, explained the little game again. "Old Jingles knows I can beat him now, Lord bless you. I have improved wonderfully of late, but the gentleman won't believe it and will back Jingles to any amount. I shall beat him by long odds. I heard him confess it himself. He told me so tonight on the sly and wouldn't play the game at all, only some gentleman agreed to stand most of the money for him. Pretty dodge, ain't it? Well, I'll play the match if I have to pawn the rags off my back. This night's work will supply me with small change, my boy, and then I shall say goodbye to the card table, quit London, begin to lead a new life, and be a good boy for the future. Half the world is made up of knaves, Alec, my boy, the other half are fools," said the captain, hiccuping and with a great air of wisdom. When Alec returned to the card room, he looked as calm and sober as a judge. Old Jingles, however, appeared nervous and unwilling to play. But the gentleman present insisted on his doing so. But when Alec demanded that he should play without spectacles, the old man got into a terrible rage and refused to do so. However, after a stormy discussion, in which it was insinuated that old Jingles had some dishonest motive in wearing them, he threw them upon the floor and smashed the spectacles all to pieces. The game commenced, and heavy wagers were laid on Alec's winning it. Old Jingles, however, so turned the odds against Alec that many began to murmur at the extraordinary change in the play. "Now's your time," said Alec to the noble captain. "The odds are 2-1 against me. Take all you can get at that price. I am sure to win." The noble captain, having received the tip from his friend Alec, took all the odds laid against him until his £2,000 was exhausted. The game progressed and was very, nay, intensely exciting. Now old Jingles was a point or two in advance, but in a few moments Alec was level again, and great applause was the consequence. The two players now stood game and game. The third game, or the rubber, was to decide it. It began and was quickly played, but by the merest chance of bad luck, Alec lost it by a single point. "Lost it?" gasped Captain Jack. "Yes," said Alec, "by the merest chance in the world." The friends of old Jingles were in ecstasies, and carried him out of the room in triumph, but not before the old man had well-nigh filled his large pockets with his winnings. Captain Jack was like a madman. He raved and cursed and swore in the most frightful manner. He called everyone the hardest and the worst names he could think of, and wanted to fight anybody or everybody. Alec was just as noisy. He swore that he had been cheated, swindled, robbed, and whatever else his imagination could conjure up. So noisy and turbulent was he, and the noble captain, that the gentleman at last bundled them both out into the street. There they stood out in the cold with drawn swords, and using the most dreadful language. "Never mind," said Alec, "we will best old Jingles yet." "What do you mean?" "I know where he lives." "Well, let us hasten to his house, and, as he returns home, let us set upon him and fleece him of everything." "Not a bad idea. I can quickly wake up a dozen lads who will do the trick in no time." "Never mind calling in assistance. Surely 2 strapping fellows like us can easily settle the old man, and the money will be our own." "Agreed," said Captain Jack. "I've got a black mask in my pocket." "So have I." "Then when we assail him, let us wear them, and speak not a word." This plan was agreed to, and the 2 intended robbers set out on their journey. They had a mile or 2 to go, but by quick walking they soon arrived at the residence of old Jingles. "It don't look like a gentleman's house," said Captain Jack. "Why, it stands by the riverside, like a huge warehouse for goods." "So it does," said Alec, "and I've often heard it whispered that he is engaged in secret with smugglers, robbers, and the like, or why is he so wealthy?" "I think as you do from the looks of the place," said Captain Jack. "But I wonder if he has returned yet." "What time is it?" "Why, 4 o'clock, said Captain Jack, who thought for an instant of his engagement with the prisoner, Philip Regil. "Then he must have returned." "Hang the luck. Who is that, though, whose shadow just now passed across the blinds?" "There it is again." "Why, that is the old rascal for £100, said Alec in a tone of great disappointment. "What shall we do?" "Do? Why, we'll knock and demand admittance in the name of the Crown and search his premises for stolen goods." "An excellent idea," said Alec, rubbing his hands. "And as he lives alone, why, we can rob him of every farthing he's got in cash." "So we will, but are you sure that he lives alone?" "I am. There is but one old servant in the whole place, and he is over 60 years of age." Firmly bent on revenge for what he had lost, and caring not a jot for Philip Regil's escape, Captain Jack knocked at the door. "House, ho! House! Open to officers of the Crown," said Captain Jack in a very brave tone. In a moment the window was raised, and old Jingles appeared at it in his nightcap and dressing-gown. "Who calls so lustily at such an unseemly hour?" asked the old man. "I do," said Captain Jack. "Open, or I'll break in the door." "Call tomorrow." "Open, I say." "Come some other time, madcaps." "Open, or I'll break it open." "Go to the devil," said the old man, and he slammed down the window again with great violence. Alec could not but laugh secretly as Captain Jack walked up and down, cursing and swearing. "Have you any keys?" said Alec. "Yes, I never thought of that. I've got several skeleton keys in my pocket. Let us stop a little while until the old man goes to bed, and then we can let ourselves in without making any disturbance. The night is dark. No one will perceive us." After a time, Captain Jack and his friend Alec tried the keys in the door and were very happy to find that they could open it. "Now the old rascal must look out for squalls," said Jack. "We have got him at last. Won't he be surprised, though?" "Yes, and no mistake, particularly when he finds out that I am an officer of the Crown." The door was gently opened, and the 2 intruders entered very quietly. They crept upstairs. When they arrived at the top of the landing on the first floor, Captain Jack peeped into the front room. No one was there. The room was dimly lighted by a small, solitary light. Yet dark as it was, Captain Jack could see that a large dining table was laid out, as if for the supper of a dozen or more. "Hullo, what does all this mean?" said the noble captain in a whisper. "Rather strange, ain't it?" echoed Alec in a whisper. Before they could make any other observation, old Jingles appeared upon the scene and came from a secret closet so suddenly and noiselessly that neither of the intruders heard or perceived him until he said, abruptly in their ear, "Well, and who are you? What do you want, and where do you come from?" This was so unexpected by Jack and Alec that the former, for a moment, could not answer, and the latter began to titter in the background. "Did you come to rob me?" the old man asked in a determined voice. "No, that is to say, not that exactly, but—" "Well, no buts for me. What do you want?" said the old man, advancing towards Captain Jack. In an instant the nightcap and dressing gown, the false wig, mustache, and stooping gait disappeared like magic, and, to Captain Jack's horror, he stood before no less a person than the terrible Deathwing. "Deathwing?" gasped Captain Jack, staggering back. "Yes, Deathwing, no one else," repeated a dozen voices behind him. On turning round, Captain Jack perceived that he was surrounded by no less than a dozen of the skeleton crew. Before he could say a word, two of the grim gentlemen took the astonished officer by the scruff of the neck and held him out at arm's length. "Where is Alec?" gasped Captain Jack. "Here I am, you scoundrel," said that worthy, who now re-entered the room attired like one of the crew. "What, was it all a trap, then?" "It was," said Alec. "It was diamond cut diamond, Captain Jack, and you have lost the game." "Do you know that your life is forfeit, fool?" said Deathwing. "You cannot mean that." "I do, though, except on one condition." "Name it, then, most worthy Deathwing." "Have you liberated Philip Regil with the money I gave you for that purpose, or have you squandered it tonight in card-playing?" "Oh, no. Upon the honor of a gentleman, I assure you I procured his release." "Indeed?" "Yes, you did it, say you?" "I did." "And how?" "Well then, most worthy Deathwing and gentlemen," said Captain Jack, turning to the crew around him, "I'll unburden my heart and tell you the truth." "For once in his life," said Alec with a boisterous laugh. "Go on, I am listening." "In the first place," said Captain Jack, beginning to invent a string of lies, "in the first place I took the £1,500. £2,000 was the sum I gave you." Beg pardon, so it was. I forgot all about it at the moment." "Well, I took the £2,000 directly you gave it to me and mounted my horse, so as to make all the haste I could in order to return and see the famous game between old Jingles." "Sir." "I beg pardon. I should have said Captain Deathwing and his friend Alec." "Well." "I paid Colonel Blood £1,000 for his share." "Did he give you a receipt?" "Why, no. I was in such a hurry I forgot to ask for one. And yet you promised to produce receipts for all your expenses." "So I did, most august Deathwing, but, as I said, I was so much interested in your game of cards, I forgot to take note of my promise." "Well, go on. What did you do with the other 1,000? "I gave £250 to each of the 3 jailers and—" "Why, you told me there were but 2 jailers." "Did I?" "Ah, I forgot. I meant to have said 3. "Well, and how did you lay out the other £250? "I gave it to the prisoner to help him along with in order to escape." "Very kind of you indeed," said several. "Yes, wasn't it?" said Captain Jack, who was now much pleased with the effect his lies had upon his grim hearers. "You are sure you did not keep it for yourself?" asked Deathwing in a savage tone. "Keep it for myself." "Impossible. I could not think of such a thing." "Of course not, as an honorable man." "As an honorable man, not having the least personal interest in such a matter, I could not think of—" "Certainly not, certainly not. The noble captain of the baker's dozen is too high-minded and honest to resort to such a trick." Captain Jack bowed very humbly to this compliment, but it must be confessed his knees began to tremble under him from fear. "And did the prisoner escape?" "He did." "Are you sure?" "Positive of it. I saw him do it." "And how did it happen, then?" "As soon as I gave the money to the jailers, they entered his cell, unfastened his irons, loaned him some of their clothes, and I having procured a horse for the fugitive, he galloped away at full speed. After that I returned to see the match between you and Alec, and I came here with him to tell you all about it." "Very obliging of you," said Deathwing. "Very obliging, certainly, but it strikes me very forcibly you came here, expecting to find me alone with the intent of robbing me." "Robbing you? Oh, you cannot think that. I am incapable of conceiving such a thing." "That may be, but who have you got to prove all you have said about the prisoner's escape?" "I did not think it necessary to bring the jailers with me to witness all I have said, but it is true, nevertheless, every word." "That may be. We shall quickly see." So speaking, Deathwing stamped his foot thrice heavily upon the floor. A stranger answered the summons by entering the room. He walked up towards Captain Jack and confronted that officer boldly. He looked pale, haggard, and worn. It was Philip Regil himself. Captain Jack could have sunk through the floor. "Do you know this person?" said Deathwing, speaking to Philip. "I do, well, too well for my own comfort. Did you hear his story about your escape?" "I did, every word of it." "Was it true?" "No, every word he uttered was a lie." "Did he not bargain not to arrest you for a certain sum?" "He did." "On his promise, as a man of honor and a gentleman, you believed him?" "I did. You paid the price he demanded?" "Yes, and no sooner did he receive it than he had me arrested." "Who assisted you to escape?" "I know not, or how or when it was, Captain Deathwing. All I know is that I fell into a deep sleep, and when I awoke to consciousness, I was liberated from prison and safe and well here in this house, surrounded by several armed men of the skeleton crew." "Do you hear that, Captain Jack?" Alec asked with a sneer. "I do hear it." "All this was done," said Deathwing, "while this gentleman here was betting at cards. Instead of paying the sum he spoke of, he lost every note in betting against me. In proof of it, I had every banknote marked, and here they are," said he, presenting before Captain Jack's own eyes the very notes he had lost in bets. "He is a rogue," said one. "An infamous liar," growled several. "He is not worthy of life. What shall we do with him?" "Kill him! Kill him!" Captain Jack now felt cold perspiration oozing from every part of his body, and he trembled in every limb. "You have boasted in your time of having done great things against the skeleton crew," said Deathwing, with a grim smile. "But your tales are all lies. For a greater coward than you are never carried a sword, Captain Jack. He is not fit to live." "I know he is not," said Deathwing, "and he shall die unless he promises to fulfill all we ask of him." "Name it, name anything you like, and I will do it," said Captain Jack, trembling. "In the first place, you received several £1,000 from Philip Regil." "Yes, I did, worse luck." "Will you return it?" "How can I do so?" "That remains with yourself to think of." "If you do not in less than a week, your life is not worth a farthing. But I have no money." "Are you not captain of the baker's dozen, as your men are called?" "I am." "Well then, get it how you can, but if you fail in doing so in less than a week, you die. Do you hear?" "I do." "You will be watched and dogged both night and day, remember. There is not the least chance of your escaping me or my band." "Well, and what next?" "You told Colonel Blood that Philip Regil did the murder?" "I did." "And what proof have you?" "The clothes which Regil exchanged with Bob Bertram were given up to me by young Ned Warbeck. The proof is clear against Philip Regil. You think so?" "I know so." "But you must not know so, if you value your life, Captain Jack," said Deathwing with an oath. "Don't be so fast with your tongue, but listen to me." "I will. You know Ned Warbeck, WILDFIRE Ned, as he is called." "I do, well, he is one of the bravest—" "Stop," said Deathwing with a fierce oath. "Would you thus speak of my deadliest enemy?" "Your enemy?" "Yes, and that of all the band. I believe the young brat was born to bring disgrace and ruin on the skeleton crew, for ever since he was born misfortune has followed us." Captain Jack listened, but said not a word. In his heart, he loved Ned Warbeck, and hated both Regil and his grim friends with his bitterest hate. "Now, I tell you, Captain Jack, that this youth must die, by any means in your power or mine. Could you not, in some manner, fasten Farmer Bertram's murder upon Ned Warbeck?" "It is possible, but—" "No buts with us. You must do one thing or the other. You must die here where you now stand, or take a most solemn oath to arrest Ned Warbeck and charge him with murder." "But where are the witnesses to carry out the charge of murder?" You can do that easily enough. Once he is in prison, there will be no difficulty in bringing up men to swear to anything we ask of them. Some of your own band, Captain Jack, could do that. Yes, if they were well paid for it, and so they shall be. But where is the money to come from? Oh, you must find that. Me. Yes, you. Rob Colonel Blood or whoever you choose. I care not what you do, so you obey my commands. I will do as you wish, said Captain Jack, who was over-anxious to get away from such horrible-looking people. Let me go, and I'll fulfill any commands you like. So be it. Remember your oath. I will. And also remember, said Deathwing, that every step you take and every action you do will be closely watched by someone or other of the skeleton crew. I will not forget. Then, on your bended knees before all assembled, swear on this sword to fulfill my commands. I will. Captain Jack fell upon his knees, and then, in the midst of all assembled, swore to apprehend Ned Warbeck on the charge of murder, and to procure witnesses at any cost to support the charge. In a few moments thereafter, Captain Jack was in the open air again and free. He knew not why or wherefore, but directly he got into the streets again, he ran from the house with great fleetness, like a hare which has escaped from a deadly snare. Chapter 47. The oath. Ned Warbeck is arrested for murder. When Captain Jack had run himself out of breath and had come to a dead standstill from sheer exhaustion, he leaned against a lamp-post and, puffing and blowing, began to think what he had better do. What the devil must I do? He mused. I know not which way to go or what to be up to. If I attempt to rob Colonel Blood to get money, the chances are 10 to 1 I shall get a pistol ball in my head or a sword through my side. If I do not get the money, why then, those grim devils will skin me alive. Then I have to arrest Ned Warbeck, not an easy matter, for he has hosts of friends who would fight to the last for him. Yet something must be done, and quickly, he thought. For though I have run away from that cursed house as fast as my legs would let me, I have no doubt that I am watched already and followed about like a shadow. While he thus thought, a drunken man knocked against him. Halloa, where are you going to? Said Captain Jack, feeling desirous of drawing his sword and taking revenge upon somebody for the sad adventures of the night. Halloa, where are you going to? Where are you going to? Was the reply. Don't you know a gentleman when you see one? I do, but you are not one. You seem to know me then. I do, it's Black Ben. Right you are, and you are the noble Captain Jack. I am, I thought so, and if it's a fair question, what are you up to so early in the morning? I am on the road to the devil, Ben. I don't understand, Captain. I am on my way to old Sir Richard Warbeck's house. What for? You would never guess. Perhaps not what for then? To arrest young Ned Warbeck on the charge of murder. You don't mean that? I do, though. He is innocent of the charge, it is true, Ben, but still he must suffer for old Bertram's murder. Why, you have arrested 2 on the charge before. True, but old Reggil's clerk, Mr. Bolton, is innocent. He is out of prison, and Philip Reggil has broken jail. Broken jail. It's the first I have heard about it. That may be, but it is true for all that. I have been in the hands of Deathwing and his band all night, and have sworn on my life to have Ned Warbeck hung in order to save myself, for old Jingles you spoke of turned out to be no other than Deathwing. I lost all my money at cards, and was afterwards entrapped into their den and swore a solemn oath to do this, or would have been killed on the spot. But you will not keep your promise now that you are free. I must. Remember your oath, said a distant voice. Chapter 48. In which Captain Jack finds enemies among his own men. The tables are turned. It was now very plain, from the progress of our story, that Colonel Blood had fully got Captain Jack and his gang under his thumb, and that their very lives depended on his will and pleasure. It was also known that he was a great favorite of the king, and that whatever he might say or do was law. Old Tom Bates, he with the long nose, off which Colonel Blood had not long ago knocked a large pimple, was in exceeding great wrath, and secretly vowed vengeance against Colonel Blood. If the truth must be told, old Bates had not long before that had a long conference with Captain Jack about this Colonel Know-all, as Bates termed him. He and Captain Jack met by accident one evening, and entering a wine shop began to drink very heavily. "I tell yer what it is, Captain," said old Bates, tossing off a bumper and winking very cunningly. "I'll tell yer what it is, Captain." "Well, what is it?" said Captain Jack, adjusting the black patch over his eye and winking with the other. "Well, what I means to say is this air, Captain Jack. If things in our line don't get a little brisker than they has been o' late, why, I shall leave the dozen and start on my own individual account." "Leave the dozen, Bates?" "Aye, why not?" "But you can't." "Aye, but I will, I tell yer, and you nor none on 'em can stop me. What's the good o' having a captain at the head on us who don't do something in the way o' trade? Why, since that affair of old Bertram's murder, we've had nothing at all to do, and you must recollect, Captain, that a man of my mettle can't stand that sort o' game any longer. Give me plenty o' money and little work, that's my style." "Well, I'm listening," said Captain Jack, laughing. "Go on, I'm all attention." "You may laugh as much as you've a mind to," said old Bates in an angry tone, "but that don't suit me. I want money, and money I'll have by fair means or foul." "Well then, get it. It's none o' my business," said Captain Jack in a surly tone. "I'm just as short as anyone." "And how comes it we are all so hard up then?" "I don't know. Business is dull. I suppose that's it." "No, it ain't," said old Bates sneeringly. "Business is as good as ever it was, but you are growing as timid as a girl, Captain Jack." "Me?" "Yes, you. You needn't foam and sweat and swear. I knows all about it." "About what?" "Why, that affair with you and Colonel Blood. You are under his thumb, my man." "Well, suppose I am. What then? Didn't he threaten to hang every one of the dozen on the crossroads if we didn't find out the murderer of old Farmer Bertram?" "Well, and so we have. Haven't you got young Regil in prison for it?" "Yes," said Captain Jack, but at the same time he knew he was telling a lie and tried to whistle. "Now you've got the right party. What more claim has the colonel got against us?" "Young Regil ain't hung yet. The bargain holds good, so the colonel says, until that's accomplished." "Why, that's another condition," said old Bates with an oath. "First it was capture him, now it's stop till he's hanged. There seems to be some mystery about this whole affair, Captain Jack. There has been some bargain or other between you and this young Regil." "Bargain?" said Captain Jack indignantly. "Bargain? What do you mean?" "Why, I mean this, Captain Jack, that you've been doing a shuffling business with all of us." "Do you mean to insult me?" said Jack, placing his hand upon his sword and looking very ferocious. "I don't care whether you take it as an insult or not. One man's word is as good as another, and young Regil told the jailers that you have had thousands from him one time and another." "Thousands?" said Captain Jack, indignantly. "Why, the fellow must be mad to talk in that way. Why, he never had thousands in all his life. Not by fair means, I dare say, Jack, but there ain't a doubt but what he has paid you well enough." "Now, look here, Bates," said Captain Jack. "You must be either dreaming or mad. I only received what he owed me of borrowed money." "Borrowed money," said old Bates, laughing out lustily. "Borrowed money, eh? Why, you must take me for a perfect fool, Captain Jack." "Well, and suppose I do?" "Why, all I can say then, you are nably mistaken." "Hullo, Bates, hullo. What does all this mean, eh? You get me to crack a bottle of wine with you, and then you turn round and abuse me." "No, I don't. It's you that abuses me." "Do you think for a moment you could have thousands of pounds to lend to a young rascal like that?" "No, no, Captain Jack. If you do think me a fool, I tell you again you are nably mistaken, that's all." "Come, come, old man, let's have no noisy words from you. You know you'd have been hung long ago, except for me." "Would I? And ain't you as thick in the mud as I am in the mire? Listen to me." As he spoke, he leaned across the table and whispered, "How about that money you lost at cards t'other other night?" "What do you mean?" said Jack, reddening. "I suppose you don't know that Philip Regil has escaped from prison, do you?" "You are a liar," said Captain Jack with an oath, trying to look firm and desperate. "You are a liar, Bates, and if you were not so old and a faithful pal, I'd—" "Oh, no, you wouldn't," said Bates. "I am captain now. What's that you say?" "Nay, you needn't curse and swear, Jack. I'm telling you the truth." "But that ain't the truth." "Yes, it is." "No, it ain't, you old liar." "Look at this, then," said old Bates, pulling out 12 warrants cancelled. "Do you know what these mean?" "Why, those are the death warrants that Colonel Blood had when he went down to Darlington." "I know it. But he had 13, not 12. I know he had, but Colonel Blood holds the odd one. Indeed, and whose is it? Why, yours, Jack. Mine. Yes, and no mistake. And do you mean to say that Colonel Blood has given the 12 to you and not the odd one also? I do mean it, and for a special reason. Old Bates was so triumphant in his manner that Captain Jack looked staggered and amazed. Why, you take all the breath out of my body, Bates, said Jack. The breath soon will be taken out of your body, if you don't mind. There's a nice new gibbet waiting for you, so Colonel Bland says. Why, what is all this for? It has come to the Colonel's ears that you have been playing false to him, and you know he never forgives an enemy. The devil, said Jack. Do you mean to say, then, that he knows all about Regil? He does, and since he has escaped, he has made up his mind to have revenge on you. Old Bates smiled like an old ogre as he pulled out of his capacious pocket a sealed document. Do you know what this is? Said Bates. It looks like a warrant. And so it is. You are not mistaken. It is for your own apprehension. You are joking. I was never more serious in all my life. And do you mean to arrest me? That depends, said Bates. The dozen and I have had several meetings, and it was resolved to throw you out of the captaincy and put me in. Well, I begged for your life hard, very hard, Jack, for all the lads swore you had played foully with them and deserved to die. But I haven't, Tom. You have, Jack. You have been flashing about town for a long time like a lord, and spending lots of money which ought to have been divided among us, for we've been as poor for the last few months as church mice. What do you propose to do, then? Said Jack, drinking his wine. What do the lads intend to do? Surely you cannot think I'd let myself be taken by any of my old pals while I carry a sword by my side. Your sword would do very little good for you, Jack, for I could call upon the citizens here in this place and carry you off by fair means or foul if I liked. Here's my warrant, as you see, arrest him, dead or alive. Those are the Colonel's words. The Colonel is a scoundrel, said Jack, striking the table, and if I ever come across him I'd— Hush, said old Bates. Don't talk so loudly, you might be heard by somebody. Well, go on, let's hear the very worst. I know you've got me in a very tight corner. Yes, Jack, and one from which you cannot possibly escape if I only say so. Well, no matter, a short life and a merry one, said Jack. Here, landlord, bring me another bottle. You have not paid for the last one yet, sir, said the landlord. What? Said Jack indignantly. Not paid? What mean ye, sirrah? I don't mean anything in particular, said the landlord, but I know your face well. What of that? In fact, I know it too well. Explain yourself. Do you wish to insult a gentleman like me, eh, knave? Nay, sir, I do not. But the last time you called here, you had a party of friends with you. You had the best supper I could provide, and dozens of my best wine, and not a single farthing was paid for anything. Zounds, villain, would you insult me? Said Jack, attempting to draw his sword. Zounds, knave, have I lost all spirit that I must be insulted thus by such a pot cleaner as thou? Out on the man, for a groat I would run thee through and through thy fat carcase. Silence, Jack, silence. Said Bates, if you make any disturbance the officers will be called in, and then it will be all up with you. Put up your sword, I say. Jack thrust his blade back into its scabbard and growled out a fierce oath of vengeance. Bates waved off the landlord with a promise to pay all arrears, and then he said to Jack calmly, and in a whisper, Never mind the pot-bellied publican's account. I will make that all right. Time is precious. I haven't many minutes to stop here. Well, what do you intend to do? Are you going to blow the gaff on an old pal like me? That depends. On what? Why this? None of us like Colonel Blood. I know that well enough. Well, one or t'other must die. How do you mean? I or the Colonel? Just so, we've come to that agreement. Now it depends upon you which it is. Why, then, the Colonel, of course, said Jack, laughing and half-drunk. The Colonel, of course. I wouldn't think of having the honor myself jet a while, you know, Bates. That's what all of us thought. And the lads were right. I hate Blood. Yes, I hate him worse than the devil himself. And what do you intend to do? Why, waylay him and give him a sly poke in the ribs, for if he's not put out of the way soon, all of us will be hung, one by one, when he's served his turn with each. That's my idea, and also the opinion of every man in the dozen. Look you here, said Jack, suddenly brightening up. If the colonel has made up his mind to act in such a rascally manner towards me, I can do so towards him." "What do you mean?" said old Bates, pricking up his ears. "Why, I mean that there is a secret about him he little dreams I know anything about." "Ah, indeed. What is it, then?" "It's worth a great deal of money," said Jack, winking. "How much?" "Why, £500. I don't understand." "Of course you don't, but I do." "Then out with it." "Secrecy and honor," said Jack. "Yes, of course." "Well, then, read this," said Jack, pulling out of his pocket a printed proclamation which he placed before the wondering eyes of Tom Bates. "You read it, there it is. See, Crown R, attempted murder, £300 reward. Murder. Whereas an atrocious attempt at murder has been made upon the accepted suitor of one Ellen Harmer, the daughter of the miller at Darlington. And whereas, by a most miraculous chance, the body of the unfortunate youth, Andrew, was timely discovered in the river and resuscitated. Therefore, the above reward of £300 will be paid to any person or persons who shall give such information as shall lead to the discovery or apprehension of the offender or offenders. The unfortunate young man was severely wounded, and the shock has been so great that his reason is for the time being lost to him. The village authorities of Darlington, on the night of the attempted murder, noticed the arrival in the neighborhood of a carriage and four. The person suspected had a servant attending him during the 3 hours he remained in the village. His master, the supposed culprit, was traced to London, and from all accounts bears the following description. About 35 years of age, 5 feet 8 or 9 inches in height, thick-set and powerfully made, black mustache, whiskers supposed to be false, close-cut hair, wore a cloak, and had the appearance of a military man. "Why, that description," said Bates, looking at Jack in surprise, "corresponds to blood." Said Jack, in a hoarse whisper, "You surprise me." "Does it? But wait, I'm not done yet," said Jack. "Since he has commenced his games with me, he'll find a tougher fellow to deal with than he expects. Look at this." "Another proclamation," said Bates in wonder. "Yes, read it, and then you'll find out that I have got my enemy fairly on the hip." Bates unfolded the printed paper and read, "See, Crown R, abduction, £200 reward. Whereas Ellen Harmer, the daughter of old Harmer, the miller of Darlington, was forcibly abducted from her father's home by some person or persons unknown, on the night of the attempted murder of young Andrew, her acknowledged suitor. And whereas it has come to the knowledge of Sir Richard Warbeck, the chief magistrate of Darlington, that 2 suspicious persons, with a carriage in attendance, were seen prowling about the village on the night in question. Therefore the above reward will be paid to anyone who shall give such information as shall lead to the apprehension of the offender or offenders, and enable the young maiden to be restored to the arms of her disconsolate father. The following particulars regarding the supposed unknown abductor may, perhaps, lead to his apprehension. About 35 years of age, 5 feet 8 or 9 inches in height, thick-set and powerfully made, black mustache, whiskers, supposed to be false, close-cut hair, wore a cloak, and had the appearance of a military man. For a moment or two old Bates could scarcely recover from his astonishment. At last he gasped out, and in a suppressed tone, "Why, they must relate to one and the same person, Jack. I know they do. But I never saw these proclamations on the walls about London yet. I dare say not, and for a very good reason why." "What reason?" "Why, they were given to me to distribute them, and you didn't, I suppose." "Yes, I did, but only in such out-of-the-way places where they would do no earthly good." For some time both men kept silent. "I understand it all," said Bates at last. "This person who is unknown, you know?" "Yes." "This gentleman none of us can guess at. You twig, I perceive." "Yes, rather. He goes down, half-murders the lover, and then throws him in the river, and, thinking he's dead, runs off with the girl." "Exactly. But she wasn't rich." "No, but she is very handsome, a perfect Venus." "And what could have been his object? To gratify the king." "I see, just so. And has he acted a friend to you?" "No, not to me in particular. But as he promised to befriend all of us, I kept the thing secret from the Londoners, for £500 isn't to be sneezed at, you know." "And do you mean to say that all this is true?" Then he's a villain of the worst sort. On my oath, Bates. I know he is now, and more than that, I always suspected him, but never expected to find he'd prove such a cool, calculating scoundrel. But I'll be even with him, trust me. And this girl, what of her? Said Bates. We are all pretty hard up at this moment. 200 pounds would be a fine windfall for us. So it would. And more than that, I know all about her and where she is. The devil. And it would be the easiest thing in the world to rescue her, for she's pining away, and is strictly guarded both night and day by a deaf and dumb Nubian slave. A eunuch, in fact, a fierce, tall, ugly-looking devil. Never mind. If we can only once get into the apartment, we shan't have much difficulty in getting clear off with the girl, said Bates. The colonel is not supposed to know that you or I have any hand in this affair. If what you say proves true, Jack, we can easily put the colonel out of the way, and we shall be all right again. What do you say? Shall we try it tonight? I'm willing. I'm dying to have revenge on the deceitful rascal. Then tonight let it be. Come with me. The dozen are assembled in a quiet place, waiting for me. I will settle with the old landlord. And so will I, thought Captain Jack to himself, and sooner than he expects. We will have to wear masks, said Bates. Yes, and keep dead silence. If we meet with any opposition, you know. Oh, as to that, said Jack, we won't stand nice on trifles. It's a case of life or death with me. So speaking, Bates and Captain Jack strolled towards the quiet place spoken of, and in less than half an hour Jack, half-drunk, rolled in among the dozen who were already assembled. They looked daggers at him, and would, perhaps, have resorted to violence, but Bates whispered something to them which cooled their anger. Captain Jack reeled into a chair and was soon fast asleep and snoring. Keep an eye on him, my men, said Bates in a whisper. I am going out on very important business, which I will explain on my return. Jack's all right. Don't have any rows or quarrels with him. Let him have all the drink he wants, but don't let him go out on any account. So speaking, Tom Bates buttoned up his coat, looked to his sword and pistols, and went forth alone into the darkness and blinding storm of sleet and rain. Chapter 49. Colonel Blood Meets a Tartar, the Release of Ellen Harmer, the Murder in the Wood. Tom Bates had not gone very far from the rendezvous of the dozen, and was trudging along through the wind and rain, forming plans for that night's operations, when someone in a dark street laid his hand roughly on his shoulder. Tom stopped as if by instinct. That you, Colonel? He asked. That you, Bates? Yes, sir. Come this way out of the rain, said he, and he led the way up a dark, narrow alley which was lighted by a single lamp. Well, and what news, Bates? Have you secured that reprobate Captain Jack yet? No, Colonel, it is a more difficult matter than might be supposed. Where is he, then? I know not, Colonel, but imagine that now we are after him, he is hiding away in some of the back slums in or around London. But how could he have got any information about my wishes or intentions? That I know not, sir, but certain it is that we have been seeking for him both high and low in every hole and quarter, but I fear me he has left London. Left London, and for what, pray? Some 2 weeks ago, Colonel. I heard him say that there were 2 proclamations out about an attempted murder and a forcible abduction case, which took place in the village of Darlington not long since. One and the same person is concerned in both transactions, and altogether a reward of £500 is offered. Impossible, said Colonel Blood, biting his lip. I have never seen any of these proclamations. Perhaps not, sir. But Captain Jack said, the last time I saw him, that he had particular reasons for not having them posted up earlier. As Bates spoke, Colonel Blood looked straight into his eyes, but so well did Bates play the hypocrite that Colonel Blood had not the slightest notion that he was aware of the real facts of the case. And where are these 2 proclamations, Bates? Have you one with you? Yes, Colonel, said Bates, displaying both at once. Strange affair, said Blood, biting his lips in anger. I never heard of all this before. Old Bates said not a word, but he could not help but remark how Colonel Blood's eyes flashed with anger, and, in his sleeve, he laughed. And so these are the 2 proclamations you speak of, eh? Said the Colonel, unfolding and reading them. How did you get them? Captain Jack gave them to me. Damn Captain Jack, said Blood, stamping his foot in anger. And so he has gone down to Darlington to investigate these affairs, eh? Yes, that was his intention. He said he made sure of finding out who it was who not only attempted to murder Andrew, but who abducted the girl also. Ha! Then he is very clever, said the colonel. After a pause, he added, important business obliges me to leave town tonight. I must run down to Darlington and arrest this troublesome fellow. Captain Jack is no longer to be trusted. He is not now an officer of the Crown and, therefore, has no business to trouble himself about what does not concern him. Leave town tonight, Colonel, said Bates, as if surprised. Yes, tonight. It is a dangerous journey. Oh, as to that, I have no fears, said the Colonel. No one will ever dare to attack me. But what are we to do in the meantime? Said cunning old Bates. Are we to give any attention to these 2 proclamations? No, I think not, said Blood. At least not at present, not until I return to town again. You could never discover the girl's place of concealment. But one of my men says, Colonel, that he does already know where she is. Indeed, said Blood anxiously. Know where Ellen Harmer is, eh? Then he must be a very clever fellow, for I don't. Oh, then, Colonel, said Bates, bowing, and with a smile, if you don't know anything about this matter, I'm sure I do not. Well, no matter, Bates, said Blood. I'm glad I've seen you, for Captain Jack must be captured at once, and at all costs, for he is a troublesome, intriguing busybody. Remain as quiet as you can until my return from Darlington. I have plenty of work in store for you. Glad to hear that, Colonel. Good-paying jobs, I mean. Better still, sir, but what, Bates? Said the Colonel. Oh, I was only about to remark, Colonel, that all the lads and myself included are very hard up. If you would so oblige us as to lend us 100 or 2 until your return, we should. I understand. Well, no wonder you are out of money, seeing how much that scoundrel, Captain Jack, appropriated to his own use. Here, said he, giving Bates a 100-pound note. This will serve you until my return. Colonel Blood left Bates in high glee and went his way. Well, this isn't bad to commence with, said old Bates, putting the note into his pocket. But I mustn't let any of the lads know I have got so much. I'll have it changed, give him 10 pounds to drink with, and the rest I'll stick to as my own perquisites. Bates changed the note, and when he returned, he found his companions grumbling at his long delay. The 10 pounds, however, revived their drooping spirits. They called for whatever they liked in eating and drinking, and the time passed very rapidly. Most of the dozen had got well-nigh tipsy before the hour of midnight, and were very noisy. However, when they had their fill, old Bates called a council of war. "Look to your weapons, my merry men," said he. "See that your pistols are well loaded, and that your swords are not blunt. We've got a job on hand tonight." "A job," said all in high glee. "Yes, and one that will pay us well. Get yourselves sober, every one of you." "What is it?" "Are the doors closed?" said Bates. "No one listening, I hope?" "Not a soul," said one and all. "What is the job?" "Who among you loves Colonel Blood? Tell me that," said old Bates. The name was received with savage oaths. "Not one, I perceive," said old Bates. "So much the better. And now I'll tell you what I have on hand." Solemn silence ensued as Bates said, "Blood is going down to Darlington tonight to arrest Jack, who is here. I have put the colonel off the right scent." "The devil, to arrest me," said Jack with an oath. "Silence, Jack," growled several with threatening looks. "Silence, and listen to Master Bates. He is our captain now, not you. Well, and while Blood is away on this wild goose chase, Jack has proposed to rob his house." "Capital idea," said all. "So think I," said Bates. "So come, prepare yourselves. Put masks in your pockets and bring a rope ladder with you." "And dark lanterns," said Jack. "A small crowbar to wrench open the shutters," said Bates, "and in less than an hour we can clean out the whole house. Dead silence must be kept, not a word spoken by anyone. If we meet with resistance, well then, use your weapons fearlessly," said Jack. "The night is dark and stormy, just the right weather to crack such a crib as his." "Come then," said Bates. "We'll take a parting glass and then away." "Agreed, agreed." "We mustn't all leave the house together, but go in 2s and 3s. Just as the clock strikes 1, let every man meet at Colonel Blood's house and hide under the highway. This plan was agreed to, and the dozens separated. Colonel Blood's splendid townhouse was situated in and surrounded by large and beautiful gardens, near the river bank, not far from Whitehall Gardens. The night in question, instead of becoming clearer, got more cloudy and stormy than ever. Few persons were to be seen moving about in the streets, for the weather was too boisterous and threatening. As the neighboring church clocks chimed 1:15, a stranger might have perceived sundry persons cautiously approaching Colonel Blood's house. Some came by land, but the majority hired a boat and quietly rowed up the river until they got fairly under the garden walls. The last 2 persons who arrived, and they on foot, were Captain Jack and Tom Bates. As they approached Blood's mansion, they were accosted by 2 night watchmen who wanted to know their names and business. "Name," said Jack indignantly. "Our business," said Bates, striking an attitude of great importance. "Yes, name and business, gentlemen, if you please." "And why so, knaves?" said Captain Jack. "How dare you stop 2 gentlemen and ask such impertinent questions?" "We do but obey our orders, sirs," said the night watchman civilly. "From your dress and manner, I have no doubt you are a couple of sparks returning home, but we have received special orders from Colonel Blood himself this very night to allow no one to pass near his house, after certain hours, without demanding who and what they are." "Why, you impudent fellow," said Bates, "Colonel Blood is not in town, he left this evening." "Ah, sirs, indeed, then you are beforehand with us. Who told you?" "Why, the Colonel himself, knaves," said Bates. "How dare you stop me and my companion? We are most intimate friends of the Colonel." "My name is Captain Bates, an officer of the Crown." "Captain Bates, really, I beg pardon, I did not recollect you, I'm very sorry." "Yes, sir, we are very sorry," said the other, "and the name of your tall friend is—" "Captain?" "Ah, yes, Captain Jenkins," said Jack on the instant. "You see, Captain Bates," said one of the watchmen, very politely, "we have especial orders from the Colonel himself to allow no one to pass towards his gardens without we know they are strictly honest and respectable." "And are not we strictly honest and respectable, then, villain?" said Bates, blustering. "Why, for 2 pins I'd—" "Oh, there cannot be a doubt of that, sir," said the trembling night watchman. "You could not be an officer of the Crown else." "Quite right," said Captain Jack, mollified, and drawing the patch over his eyes still lower. "But you see, Captain Bates, as an officer of the Crown, you are fully aware that all sorts of knaves have tried to rob the gallant Colonel ere now, and at this time, I fear me he has a greater enemy to contend with than ever before. For I heard tonight, as a very great secret, that Captain Jack is no longer the chief of the Crown officers and has been degraded by the Colonel. In truth, we have especial orders to guard the place against him and his gang above all others." "Captain Jack, eh?" said Bates's long-legged companion. "Ah. Now I come to think of it, I heard something like that spoken of tonight while attending the Countess of Gresham's ball, a great villain that Captain Jack, I hear." "Oh, monstrous," said the watchman in chorus. "Oh, a perfect rogue and vagabond. Instead of doing his duty in arresting rogues and rascals, he has been bribed to enormous amounts by them to allow them to remain at large." "Shocking. Monstrous," said Jack. "Horrible. He ought to be hanged," said Bates, coughing. "Which he will surely be if the Colonel only lays hands on him." So speaking, and bidding them good night, Jack and Bates went on their way, laughing. "Fine fellow that Bates," said one of the watchmen. "Yes, only for his nose. Why, it has got a piece clipped out of it, which spoils his beauty. He got that in a desperate duel, I once heard him say, but he killed his antagonist, run him through and through the body. Fine fellow is Bates. How much did he give you to drink his health with?" "A gold piece." "Good luck to him, say I. Let us go into some wine shop and have a bottle." "What say you? Surely the house will be safe for half an hour." So speaking, the 2 watchmen went into the nearest wine shop that was open. Both Bates and Jack had watched them. "Now's our time, Bates," said Jack. They both disappeared down the dark carriageway, which was screened by trees and bushes. They both whistled softly, and the signal was quickly answered. "All right," The lads are up to their time." In a moment, where a second before no one had been seen, 8 or 9 men appeared crouching under the garden wall. "All right," said one, whispering to Bates. "Have you taken a good squint all round the house?" "Yes, all are abed." "Sure of that?" "Positive." "But the dogs?" "We have poisoned them an hour ago. They are all stiff and cold by this." "Then let us commence. Where is the rope ladder?" "Here it is," said one, unwinding a rope ladder from around his body and which had been concealed by a short cloak. "Let a man watch each side of the house," said Jack. "Bates and I will enter and pass all the valuables out to you. Put them into the boat as fast as possible, and if there should be any alarm, run towards the river. The boat is large enough to take us all." "If we only had skeleton keys now," said Bates. "Hang your skeleton keys," said Jack in disgust. "Don't I know all about the house?" "I ought to do, for I've been in it often enough. No skeleton keys in the world would open those doors. They are doubly bolted inside and cased with iron. Give me the rope ladder." With great dexterity, Captain Jack threw one end of the rope ladder up into the air, and the hooks at the end caught in the iron railings of the balcony. "Silence," said Captain Jack, and after trying its strength, he began to ascend. But for a moment, let us see what was going on inside the house. Ellen Harmer was confined therein, and was supposed to be strictly watched both night and day by the deaf and dumb eunuch, the Nubian slave. The fame of her great beauty had reached the ears of the king. But instead of presenting her to Majesty, Colonel Blood had made up his mind to keep her for himself, after having, as he termed it, tamed her into submission. But this proved a much harder task than the colonel had ever imagined. Ellen Harmer would not be tamed. The colonel had offered her wealth and luxury, but she received all his unmanly proposals with scorn. "I can afford to wait," thought the hard-hearted colonel. "I can afford to wait. A month or 2 of confinement and pampering will soon bring down her proud spirit." In hopes of keeping her away from the king, he had removed her first from one place to another, until at last he imagined that his royal master had given her up for lost. This, Colonel Blood fondly hoped was the case, but he was very much mistaken. The king had his spies about as well as the cunning colonel, but it was not until this very day that he had actually discovered the beautiful Ellen's hiding place. When he heard of it, he was in a terrible passion, and for a moment vowed all manner of things against Blood. When he heard, however, that the colonel had made a sudden journey to Darlington, he made up his mind to visit Blood's mansion alone and take her away by force. He had employed a truculent courtier to be on the spot about 3 or 4 in the morning. "By which time," said the king, "I shall have made an impression on the rustic beauty. If she will not consent to be my mistress, why then, I will give the signal, Rochfort, and be you ready with a guard and a barge to bear her away by force. But let all things be done in secret, so that not a syllable may be known to Blood on his return. For I want to make a fool of him after all his deception with me." These were the instructions given to Rochfort, and at the moment that Captain Jack was quietly preparing his rope ladder outside, the king was already secreted in the mansion. Ellen Harmer, in her sumptuous chamber, was reclining on a sofa. She could not sleep, and the splendid bed with its satin hangings was uncreased. The Nubian slave stood watching her, and his dark eyes flashed with admiration as he furtively gazed at the beauty. It was his duty to watch and guard. "Damn!" Ellen tried to read, but she tossed from her indignantly the only books the colonel allowed her to receive, namely, some of the licentious works of the time, which, in our day, would not be tolerated in the lowest of society, but which in the period we speak of passed off for works of wit and amusement. "Infamous man," sighed Ellen, "to incarcerate me thus from my poor old father, and endeavor to poison my heart and mind with such beastly reading. Oh, that I were free or dead." She beckoned to the slave. He noiselessly approached her and knelt at her feet. "You are the only friend I have found," she whispered. The slave bent low and kissed her feet. "Is the house quiet?" "Have all retired to rest?" The slave bowed. "The colonel has left for the country, I have heard." Again the slave bowed. "I would escape from this gaudy dungeon," she said. "It is impossible. The doors are all doubly locked and barred. Many fierce dogs are loose in and around the grounds and would tear you in pieces," he whispered. "Then I fear all hope is lost." "Not lost," said the slave. "Hold your breath, make not the slightest noise. I have a secret to impart. All hope is not yet lost. This night is the night of your deliverance." "What?" gasped Ellen in a sudden and half-suppressed tremor of joy. "The king is in the mansion at this moment." "Impossible, slave." "'Tis true, fair lady, but hush, I hear footsteps." "Hush!" Ellen did not hear the slightest sound and seemed to think the slave was mistaken, but he was not. He crept to the chamber door on his hands and feet and listened. He held up his finger in token of silence. Ellen Harmer sat rooted to her seat. She listened, but not a sound was audible. "It is the king," said the Nubian in the faintest of whispers. "He came to the house in a good disguise, but I recognized him." "If it be the king, then," said Ellen, "I will throw myself at his feet and ask protection from the fiendish designs of your master, Colonel Blood." "It will be useless," said the slave. "He comes here to take you away to the palace or some secret place, for the rumors of your amazing beauty have entranced him. You are destined to be his mistress or death awaits you." "Then welcome death," said Ellen, "ere I submit and degrade myself to so low a level. Heaven assist me in my sore trial this night." While she spoke and wept, the Nubian slave crept back again to the door. "I hear his footstep again," he whispered, and laid his ear close down to the floor. At that moment the bed hangings rustled. With a gasp of horror, Ellen perceived an elegant stranger had effected an entrance into her chamber. It was the king. The slave had not perceived this, and was still listening, with head averted. The king, sword in hand, looked at the dusky slave and breathed a desperate oath. He raised his sword and would have killed the dusky but faithful Nubian upon the spot. In an instant, however, Ellen rose from her seat and, falling on her knees before the king, held up her hands and with tears in her eyes begged for his life. The king turned and smiled, and motioning to a corner, the slave rose and crouched in it. "Move an inch or utter a word," said he, "and you die." "He is deaf and dumb," said Ellen. "Spare the poor docile, faithful creature. Be merciful, stranger, for pity's sake, harm him not. He is the only friend I have." "Ah, I forgot, so he is deaf and dumb," said the king. "I have heard Blood speak of this eunuch before. For your sake, sweet lady, I spare him. But, if deaf, why was he listening?" "He was praying, sir. That is his usual position when at prayers." "Ah, so be it then. I never pray myself. I have forgotten how." This he said with a sneering smile, and as he turned towards Ellen, he dropped upon one knee and with the sweetest of smiles whispered, "Fly, lady, fly with me. I have heard of your cruel captivity and have come to release you. All is ready for our flight." So speaking, he rose, and passing his arm round Ellen's waist, bore her, more dead than alive, from the chamber. He doubly locked the door and entered an adjoining chamber with his unconscious and fainting victim in order to await the coming of Rochfort. Captain Jack's head just peeped above the balcony of Ellen Harmer's chamber at the moment the king had left it. Noiselessly he opened the lattice and, disguised as he was, entered, pistol in hand. "I thought I saw a light here a moment ago," he said. "Surely I was not mistaken." He was not, but the king had taken the wax taper with him, and all was now total darkness. Splendid chamber this, thought Jack, as he turned on his lantern and gazed around. He thought in the far corner he could perceive two dark eyes glistening. He made a thrust at the spot with his sword. But the Nubian had perceived him and crept under the bed. It must have been a cat or something, thought Jack, as he began to ransack the drawers and wardrobes. Watches, jewels, silks, satins, and money he found in abundance. "Hillo! This will do," he mused as he filled his pockets in great haste. But the next thing to be done was to descend the stairs, so as to admit his companions. He was in his stocking feet and moved about without making the slightest noise. After much trouble, he forced back the lock of the chamber door. Like a cat, he descended the stairs and withdrew the two huge bolts of the front door. This was done without the slightest noise, and several of his gang entered and distributed themselves all over the mansion. In a very short time, Jack and his comrades stripped the drawing rooms, parlors, and other rooms of all their valuables, and as quickly as possible filled several sacks with gold and silver from the plate chest in the pantry. The butler slept in this pantry, but was almost frightened out of his wits, for one of the band held a pistol at his head while the other tied him hand and foot and gagged him. They then began to work, and did not leave a single spoon or fork behind them. These bags of spoil were rapidly passed out to Old Bates and the others on watch outside, and conveyed to their boat in the river, moored under the garden wall. Captain Jack, however, did not trouble himself much about silver spoons or forks or gold and silver goblets. He made his way straight towards Colonel Blood's library. He closed the door, and then began to ransack every hole and corner of the apartment. The drawers were broken open, and everything of no value to him was strewn about the floor. In the colonel's writing desk, however, he discovered a considerable sum of money in gold and notes. More than this, his eyes glistened as he clutched a small bundle of paper tied up with red ribbon and sealed with many seals. This he put into his breast for greater security, for his huge pockets were bulging out with valuable odds and ends of all sorts. Having completely despoiled the library, he retraced his steps upstairs. Surely Ellen Harmer must be in the mansion somewhere, he thought. As he passed rapidly up the winding stairs towards the colonel's own bedchamber, he stopped and listened. Two persons were conversing in quick, passionate tones. The voice of one sounded like that of a female in distress. Captain Jack listened attentively to all that passed. "Nay, let me go, I beg of you, as you are a man and a gentleman," said the female voice in tones of anguish. "Nay, dearest," was the soft reply, "you cannot fly except with me. You shall be mine." "Rather 10,000 deaths," was the brave, resolute answer of the fair one. "Rather 10,000 deaths than consent to my own dishonor. Unhand me, I say, unhand me. I took you for a gentleman, a man, but I am deceived, you are a scoundrel. Let me go, unhand me, I say, once for all, or I'll shame you before all the world, I'll raise the whole mansion with my cries." "'Tis useless to struggle, angelic being," was the impassioned answer. "Your beauty has entranced my very soul. Come, let us fly hence, all wealth, honor, and adulation shall be thine." "Help, help, help," was the female's feeble cry. At that time a struggle was heard going on in the room. At that moment, Captain Jack, lantern and sword in hand, dashed the door open and entered. Ellen Harmer gave a short, quick cry of joy as she perceived deliverance at hand. Instinctively, she rushed into the arms of Captain Jack for protection. The king was amazed. He made a thrust at Jack. But next moment the weapon was knocked from his hand. He now stood, unarmed and defenseless, before the bold intruder. "Who art thou?" said the king in surprise. "Thy equal," said Jack in an assumed voice. "What, is it nothing that you now cringe before me, and yet a moment ago you would forever have dishonored this blameless girl? Out upon thee for a craven? Save me," sobbed Ellen. "Peace, lass, thou art safe," said Captain Jack. "And as for thee," said he, turning towards the king with a gesture of disgust, "as for thee, more anon. How, knave, wouldst thou dare to stand there prating to your superior, when with one word I could have thee hanged? You know not who nor what I am." "Nor do I want to know, sirrah, and mark me, do not let thy tongue wag so carelessly, for by my word, be you king or peasant, I'll make a lame duck of ye. Out upon thee, man. Would ye, like a cowardly interloper, come poaching on these strange grounds when you know the master is away? What mean ye, impudent rogue? Mean? Why, I mean that you had not courage to try your fortune here while Colonel Blood was at home, but, like a clown, must crawl in when he had gone away. You seem to know all this." "I do," said Captain Jack, telling a lie. "I know not only all you would have done, but who you are, for all your disguise." "You do," said the king. "Then, as you know me, stranger, reveal not my name or station." And as he spoke, he placed one finger on his lip in token of silence. "'Tis the king," said Ellen Harmer. "I was told so tonight." No, it is not the king," said Jack, again telling a lie, "because if he were, he would not give me that signet ring he now wears, as you will see presently." The king smiled and, taking off his signet ring, gave it to Captain Jack. "I told you it was not the king, fair one," said Jack, lightly laughing, "for if it had been he would not have so humbled himself. Besides, lassie, the king would never think of insulting a poor defenseless girl." As he spoke these words, Captain Jack left the room, and as he departed, said to the king, "Stay you here for at least 20 minutes. If you move, I will not be answerable for your life." He closed the door, and carrying his lovely burden lightly on one arm, made the best of his way into the garden. As he did so, he heard the alarm given by old Bates and others outside. Old Bates and his companion watchers whistled very shrilly, and so loud did they become that Captain Jack and his companions, with their treasure, hurried towards the river bank. In a moment or two, the clash of swords and report of pistols were heard in the garden. "To the boat! To the boat, my merry men!" shouted old Bates. "We are discovered! On to men, cut and thrust, spare none of them," was the response of someone who now advanced at the head of a body of men, with links, torches, and the like. "On to they are all rogues and vagabonds." Shouts and oaths and cries were now heard on every side. Captain Jack placed Ellen Harmer in the boat, and, with a furious countenance, he rushed into the thickest of the fray. Blows were freely exchanged on both sides, and many were wounded. "Are all the men safe?" said Captain Jack to Bates. "Yes, they are all nearby." "Then let them stand in a line and face the enemy." "What, fight and fall back to the boats?" "Of course," said Jack. "What else do you mean? Do you think that I or any of the lads would turn their backs to the enemy? You are a pretty fellow to be captain, truly." As Jack advised, all his companions faced the intruders and gradually fought their way back to the boat, which was now well laden with spoil. The fight still continued, but many of the lights became extinguished in the combat, so that the officers and others who had come to arrest the masked strangers began to fight among themselves. Perceiving the confusion among them, Captain Jack ordered his comrades to jump into the boat. They did so. Not one of them was killed, but several were severely wounded. As they pushed off from the shore, those in the garden fired a volley after them and raised a loud shout. "Pursue the rascals! Get a boat and overtake them!" cried several voices. But no one dared to follow the bold and daring robbers. Down the river they swiftly rowed, and, after some time, landed at a dark, dingy, treacherous-looking wharf. This was a place used by the dozen occasionally to store their plunder. They all got on shore safely. But while they stood in the darkness, a boat darted past the wharf. "That's some of our pursuers," said Jack. "We hadn't much time to spare." "No," said Bates. "It was rather sharp work, take it all together." "Look, look," said Jack. "Here comes a second boat. By all that's lucky they are going to land at our wharf." "Boat ahoy!" shouted Bates. "Ahoy, ahoy!" was the response. "Have you seen any craft shoot past here?" "What, one with a lady in it?" shouted Jack in feigned voice. "Yes," was the distant answer. "Just shot down before you. You can't mistake it, row fast. Fire into 'em, it will soon bring the rascals to their senses." True to this advice, the second boat shot after the first at a rapid rate. Ere long, shots were fired in the distance. "Hang me," said old Bates in high glee. "If one boat ain't fighting the other, why the fellows are all gone mad." "No matter," said Captain Jack. "We have got the lady. Is she safely housed, Bates?" "Yes, but very pale and weak, poor creature. She couldn't make out who and what we were with those masks on, so I had to tell her we were a party of friends who had leagued together for her deliverance." "Very good. But, of course, you didn't tell her that we had leagued together to get 4 or 5 sacks full of plunder, eh?" "Not very likely. But what shall we do with her now that we have got her? We don't want any pretty women among our band. The lads would be cutting each other's throats over her." "No fear of that. She won't stay long in the company of the dozen. The king would give any price for her." "Then he shall have her." "Not so fast," said Captain Jack, leading the way to a small public house, not more than 100 yards from their storehouse on the riverside. "Not so fast, Bates, not so fast. She is well provided for the night, you say, and that is sufficient. I must pay a hasty visit to Darlington ere we make up our mind what to do." They had now reached the public house, and were conversing in an undertone together when a postboy rode up and dismounted. Tired, dirty, and muddy he was, and seemed ready to sink from fatigue. "Come far tonight," said Captain Jack. "Yes, sir, a good many miles, and have ridden faster than ever I did in my whole life." "Where from?" said Bates, shoving over his bottle to the postboy. "From Darlington." "Darlington?" said Captain Jack, pricking up his ears. "Why, that is the very place I was just speaking about." "Indeed, sir," said the postboy. "Then, methinks, before 24 hours more, the name of that place will be in the mouths of everyone in all London." "Why, I do not understand you. Explain yourself." "Why, I thought of journeying there tomorrow. You had better not, sir, for it is a most villainous place." "Once upon a time," said Bates, "it was one of the quietest little villages in all England." "Sure, kind sir, but things have changed very much of late." "How do you mean?" "Why, old Farmer Bertram was mysteriously murdered there, and it has never been found out yet." "I know it. There is a royal proclamation about that affair," said Bates. "And then the beautiful daughter of old Harmer, the miller, was forcibly abducted by some base villain." "True." "And she has never been heard of since." "So I have been told." "And then her lover, young Andrew, was stabbed, thrown into the river, and almost killed. And now, to add to the horrors of the place and its surrounding roads, another murder has been committed in the woods near old Sir Richard's mansion." "Another murder?" said Jack in surprise. "Aye, sir, you may well be surprised. Another murder has been committed there, and everything has become so dangerous down there that I intend to throw up my situation, for I suppose next time I go down there with the mails they'll be for murdering me." "Oh, nonsense," said Captain Jack. "You must be mistaken, my lad," said Bates. "No, I'm not, gentlemen. There's no mistake about it, more's the pity. What with the ravages of Deathwing and his skeleton crew, and the increase of murders down in these parts, the village is getting a very bad name. Nay, the worst of names in all England." "And who was murdered this time?" "I don't know for certain, but I heard it was no less a man than Colonel Blood himself." "Colonel Blood? Impossible," said Jack, snapping his fingers. "Are you sure it was the colonel, young man?" said old Bates. "No, gentlemen, I am not quite certain, but old Harmer has seen the body of the murdered man, and he swears it is just like the gentleman who used to come prowling about the mill after Ellen." "Then what makes you think it was Colonel Blood?" "From cards and notes found in his pockets." Jack and Bates looked at each other in a very knowing manner. "How did it all happen?" asked Captain Jack. "Here, sit down, my lad, and let's hear all about it." "Yes, yes, landlord, give us another bottle. You needn't mind telling us the whole truth, you know," said Bates with an air of much importance, "for we are crown officers, and no harm can befall you." "Well, you see, gentlemen," the postboy began, "since Ellen Harmer has been stolen away from her father's house, Andrew, her lover, recovered from his wounds, but is thought to be raving mad at times, and goes raving about in all sorts of holes and corners. The people take pity on him and treat him kindly, but all he thinks of is revenge for the injuries he has received. Last night, he was sitting in a public house by the roadside, about 2 miles this side of Darlington, when who should stop to bait his horse but a person very much like the man who stabbed him on the bridge the night Ellen Harmer was carried away. Directly he entered the parlor, poor Andrew began to rave, and the stranger laughed at him. Poor Andrew began, as usual, to tell the stranger his troubles, like he does to all who will listen to him, but still the stranger laughed and began to mock him. With eyes glistening like 2 burning coals, Andrew peered closely into the stranger's face, but made up his mind that, though very much like, he could not be the man who had so cruelly wronged him. The stranger pretended to be ignorant of the country he was passing through. Yet, at the same time, the landlord says he spoke of Sir Richard Warbeck and of WILDFIRE Ned's famous doings, as if he had been acquainted with them for years. He knew all about old Bertram's murder, and whatever had happened to Ellen Harmer, who, he said, was safe and sound in London. He had plenty of money, and said he was sent down from London on a secret mission to capture one Captain Jack, a famous rogue, who was supposed to be hiding somewhere thereabouts. He pulled out rolls of notes and a bag of money, and made such a display of it that the landlord begged him to be very careful, for it might excite the passions of those around. He did not care, he said. He wasn't afraid of all Darlington put together. He swore more than once. While he was talking, Andrew went out of the parlor and went along the road towards home. "You had better take the road through the forest," said the landlord to him. "It is much nearer, Andrew, my boy, than by going along the road." Andrew did not make any reply but went his way. In about half an hour the stranger rose, buttoned up his coat, and, with a thick stick in his hand, went forth alone. "I'm going to Darlington," he said. "But you said you were a stranger in these parts," the old publican remarked, "and if that is so, you may miss your way." "Never fear," said the burly stranger, laughing. "I heard you say the path through the woods was much nearer than by the road, so I'll take the shortest cut." The landlord begged of him not to go, but go he would and did. What happened afterwards I could only learn from his own lips, as he lay weltering in his blood, about half an hour afterwards, for in that time he was brought in by 2 rustics, with his throat fearfully gashed. He could speak, however, and, in reply to questions put to him, he said, "I had not gone far along the road, and had just entered the forest path, when I met with 2 poacher-looking fellows, each with a big stick, and slovenly dressed, with big coats and slouched hats, which almost covered their eyes. They were very civil, and I asked them a great many questions about Darlington. They answered all my questions in a straightforward manner. 'Have you any strangers living in the village?' said I. 'How do you mean?' said they. 'Strangers, I mean, who have plenty of money and don't seem to do any sort of work for a living.' 'Oh, yes,' said one. 'There is a flashy-looking chap who stays at the inn and spends lots of money every night, but what he does none of us know. He says he is a crown officer, but we think he must be a highwayman or something of that sort, for he has got the cut of one all over.' They described this fellow to me so well that I made up my mind it must be no other than Captain Jack, a famous rascal I was bent on capturing. I told the rustics this, and they laughed, but promised to go to the village with me and assist in his capture. We all walked along quietly, chatting together. I gave them a good pull at my brandy flask and promised them an excellent reward if Captain Jack could be captured. They said they were willing enough if I would pay them beforehand. I pulled out my purse to do this, and next moment one of them gave me a sudden blow on the head and knocked me down. Before I could get my pistols out, the blow was repeated. I struggled hard, but in a second or two, one of them pulled out a long knife and jagged my throat, and the blood spurted out all over me. In a second, they robbed me of everything and darted away into the darkness of the forest. I remained unconscious for some time, but my shouts and cries were heard, and soon afterwards, 2 villagers who were passing raised me up and brought me here, and here I am a dying man." "This is what the stranger said, eh?" remarked Captain Jack, picking his teeth and looking much pleased. "Yes, that is what he said, every word of it." "Are you sure?" "Oh, yes, for the landlord wrote it down as he spoke. I have just delivered it to Sir Richard Warbeck in London here, that he may inquire into the mysterious affair at once." "But did not the stranger make any other remarks before he died?" "He did." "What were they?" "He said that he could swear that one of the 2 men was none other than Mad Andrew in disguise. Poor devil." "And the other one," observed Bates, "had he any idea who he was?" "He said he thought it must have been Captain Jack himself in disguise." "Thunder and lightning, you don't mean that?" "I do, though. He signed his name as best he could to the dying deposition." "Oh, it couldn't have been Captain Jack," said Bates. "I'll swear to that." "And so will I." Said Captain Jack, "The thing was impossible." "Quite so," said Bates. "'Tis a very serious charge to make against an innocent man." "So it is, gentlemen. But then, you see, the character of Captain Jack isn't very good at the best of times, so I hear, and the dead man's oath will be taken before that of anyone else." "Devilish queer affair," said Jack. "Yes, somebody must swing for it," said the postboy. "I wouldn't like to be in Captain Jack's shoes for all the money in the kingdom." "Perhaps you don't know the captain, my lad," said Jack, "or you'd have a different opinion. He is—" "One of the best men in all London," said Bates, tossing off his wine. "Honest as the day is long," said Jack. "People are mistaken about him. As to murdering an innocent man in the woods and robbing him too," said Bates, "why, bless you, it is out of the question." "From what you say about him," said the postboy, "one would think he wasn't a rascal at all." "Nor is he," said Jack fiercely. "I'll stake my life on it." "And so will I," said Bates, drinking deeply. "Perhaps you know him then, gentlemen?" "No, not exactly, but I've seen him and actually been in his company once or twice," said Jack. "So have I," chimed in Bates. "He can sing a capital song." "And dance a jig." "And handle a sword." "Aye, that he can, and fight for an hour with the best gentleman in all England," said Bates in conclusion. "And was the dying man's deposition the only reason that made you hurry up to town at such a terrible pace?" "Not exactly, gentlemen, something more." "What then?" "When the dead man's things were searched, we found papers, cards, and documents in his pockets, all bearing the name of Colonel Blood, and the supposition was that he was that individual." "And was it?" "We haven't found out yet, for when I rode up to his mansion, I found the place in great confusion, and the colonel was out of town, so it was supposed." "I heard he had gone to Darlington," said Bates. "If he did go there, then he must have been killed," said Jack. "I knew not that, gentlemen, but heard that his house had been robbed of all its plate, jewels, and valuables. Many of the household were killed or wounded in fighting with the robbers, and all was in a dreadful uproar." "Astonishing," said Jack. "Here, landlord, more wine." "And have they any notion who committed this audacious robbery, my boy?" "I heard the butler say he had picked up a sword in the grounds with the name of Tom Bates upon it. The devil," said Jack, who now, for the first time, perceived that Tom had lost his sword in the hurry and scuffle of getting away in the boat. Old Bates, himself, felt thunderstruck when he heard this, for, until that moment, he had thought nothing about the sword he had lost. He poured out a goblet of wine, drank it off at a draught to drown his rising anger. "What else did they discover?" Jack asked. "There is a tall black slave at the mansion, who, by signs and writing, made known to all assembled that there were several crown officers among the robbers." "Worse and worse," said Bates. For a few moments no one spoke. The postboy left the house, and in a short time the house closed for the night. Jack and Bates, being good customers, were not turned out when the doors were shut, but remained chatting together. "This is a bad job," said Bates. "A very bad job for you, Jack. And so it is for you. You will be surely scragged for this murder. And so will you for this robbery, for they will be sure to trace the sword to you." "Hang the luck," said old Bates. "I wish we had never seen the place. What must be done?" "I haven't the least idea. They won't be long before they are after us, you may be sure." "I don't care what they do now that Colonel Blood is killed," said Jack. "He was a deceitful, tricky devil." While they thus sat drinking, loud knocks were heard at the door outside. "Who's there?" "Ask the landlord. Don't open for them," said Jack. "It's only some thirsty roisterer returning home." "House ho! Who are you? What do you want? Go home, I tell you the house is closed." "House ho! Within there, open in the name of the king." "The what?" said Jack in alarm. "In the name of the king," whispered Bates. "What can it be?" asked Jack. "Surely not a guard of soldiers, landlord." "Yes, it is, sir. I have just peeped out of the window. There is a file of soldiers outside with an officer at their head." "House ho! Within there. Open in the name of the king, landlord, or I'll burst in the door. What do you want?" "Open, I say. What are your orders?" "To search the house." "Your name, officer?" "It matters not to you. Open." "I have no one here, I assure you." "You lie, landlord, you had if you have not now. Open, I say once more. Your warrant, sir." "My name is sufficient, old dolt." "And what is it, I beg you?" "Colonel Blood." Directly Jack and Bates heard this ominous name, they dashed out of the room just as the impatient soldiers were bursting open the heavy, oaken door. "Fly," said Jack, dashing out into the backyard. "Fly for your life, Bates. 'Tis the colonel himself. Fly, fly." Chapter 50. In which the skeleton crew are very busy and make a rich haul of plunder, led on by Deathwing and Philip Regil. "What would you have done without me?" said Deathwing to Philip Regil when they were once more alone and in confidential conversation. "Why, I must have been hung, I suppose," said Philip with an attempt at a smile. "A prospect you much liked, I know." "Well, it must have been, had not your men rescued me." "I know it. and yet all through your career of villainy you have looked upon me and my band as hard-fisted, ungrateful scoundrels. I know you have. Not so bad as that, quite. Oh, yes, you have. I have heard and know more than you imagine about your doings about town. Had you not taken our oath years ago, not all England could have saved you from gracing a gallows. Well, I know it, and am glad I did take the oath, but what do you require of me now? Nay, we do not want you, it is you who need us. How do you mean? Have you forgotten your wife? Is there not vengeance in your heart against Fumbleton, who has taken her from you? There is, and against others besides him. Who? The 2 young Warbecks. And no one else. Yes, against old Sir Richard himself. Do you contemplate killing them? I do. But how? Through your aid, Deathwing, and the price. Half of all the estates which fall to me, Darlington Hall and all its fair domains. But can you get them all at one stroke? I can, for if these brats, Charlie and Ned, are put out of the way, I am the sole heir, as I have said before. Then, so be it, it shall be done, said the grim chief, but not yet. Why not? You must become a member of the crew first, an active member, I mean, and then we can talk about it. I am willing. Then to try your courage, I will soon find fitting opportunities. Are you a good shot? Capital, and can handle your sword, like any gentleman. 'Tis well, but, he was about to say more when 2 of the crew entered the room. Well, said Deathwing to them. Have you followed him? Yes, both night and day. What news? He has found favor with the dozen again, and tonight they have robbed Colonel Blood's house of all its wealth, and escaped. Yes, you followed them. We did, and saw where they deposited their plunder. Very good. What else? They carried off Ellen Harmer with them, and Captain Jack is now in possession of the King's signet ring. Impossible. No, Deathwing, it is quite correct. How do you know? I was in Captain Jack's company tonight and saw the ring upon his red, fat finger. Explain yourself. I knew the Darlington postboy, and for a good price learned all the news, dressed myself up in his clothes, and went into the very public house where he and Bates were drinking. Then he doesn't seem to concern himself about apprehending Ned Warbeck and casting him into prison. Not the least, for he is now no longer captain of the dozen, and Colonel Blood has offered a reward for his head, dead or alive. Good news, said Philip, grinning like a fiend. Excellent news. I feel happy. And who had the commission to capture him? Bates, the new captain, the very man who helped to rob the colonel's mansion. What a couple of tricky villains, said Philip, biting his lip in rage and disappointment. When I found this out, said the spy, and had deceived them by telling the news I had heard from the true postboy, I left the public house, and informed Colonel Blood of it all. Yes, I wrote a note to the colonel on the instant and delivered it myself. He had just returned home and found the havoc which had been made of his place. He was in a terrible rage. Did he speak to you? He did, and when, still in the clothes of the postboy, I told him of the past murder at Darlington, he stormed and raved like a devil. What then took place? I did not remain in his sight long, for I was very anxious to come and tell you all the news, but still I watched all the movements. Perfectly right. The colonel went to the royal barracks and demanded a file of men to assist him in capturing the bold burglars. The officer in command refused. Colonel Blood stormed and raved like a madman. "Where is the king?" said he, dancing in the ballroom. "Take my card to him," said Blood. "It is all sufficient. He will be sure to see me." "Why not go up into the ballroom yourself?" said the officer. I hid myself under a dark archway and listened to all that passed. Blood complained of his dress, and at last a second officer took up the card. In a few moments, the king descended into the courtyard, apparently in a very bad temper. They walked towards the dark archway in which I was concealed. I heard all that passed between them. "Well, Blood," said the king in a cross mood, "what is the meaning of all this? You want a file of soldiers, I am told." Colonel Blood explained all about the robbery and swore in the king's presence like a trooper. The king listened, smiled and frowned by turns, and at last said, "Blood, what has become of that exquisite lass you abducted from Darlington?" "I am dying to see her." The colonel changed color and stammered out some excuse. "Nay, no apologies, colonel, and all that kind of thing. I want the girl, I tell you, and will have her. Is she safe?" Well, sire, I think there cannot be a doubt about it. She escaped twice or thrice. It is true. But I know where she is, I think, and it was more with an object to regain possession of her than anything else. I wish to have a file of soldiers. But I want a search warrant, signed by your majesty, for I fear me she has taken refuge in some noble's house. I have not got my seal ring tonight, Blood, said the king with a bitter laugh. No matter, take the soldiers, as many as you need. Break open any house you come across, whether rich or poor, it doesn't matter, so you find the girl and bring her to me. Your majesty is very kind, said Blood, bowing. Not so kind as you think, perhaps, Colonel. Sire, said Blood in surprise. Listen to me, Blood, kings can be deceived sometimes as well as other people. I don't understand you, sire. I will explain myself. The girl escaped from your custody, hence, you say? She did. When had you the maid last? Well, not very long ago, sire. No, I think not many hours ago, Blood. Sire? Nay, don't stare in surprise. She was in your house this very night. Blood turned pale. His deceit was now discovered, and he could not deny it, but he said with a bold front, Who has so deceived you, sire? No one, Blood. I have enemies who have circulated this report, but I know it to be true. You, sire? Yes, me. I saw her in your house not 3 hours ago. You did, most gracious prince? Yes, and spoke to her. The colonel bowed. He could not answer a word. Come, said the king, no more deception. Take the file of men you need, bring the wench to me ere sunrise, or you will incur my lasting displeasure. So speaking, the king left the courtyard. This is quite an adventure, said Deathwing. Go on, what happened next? Did they capture Captain Jack? Asked Philip in great impatience. I hear the colonel shot the villain. Listen, said Deathwing, and don't speak, Regil. What occurred next? Colonel Blood, continued the spy, hurried away with the soldiers, and ere long reached the public house. I followed them, and as we approached the place, I ran forward and listened at the shutters. I could hear old Bates and Jack talking together in the parlor. There was not anyone else in the house, for it was closed. I darted away into the darkness and watched. Blood did not at first wish to disclose his name, but at last he did so, and, as the publican was so obstinate, he burst in the door. The soldiers rushed in at one door, but Jack and Bates escaped the back way. I ran to intercept their flight, for I could hear the tilt of swords. When I got to the spot, 2 soldiers were then on the ground, weltering in their blood. They had been killed by Jack and Bates. Help! Help! Cried Blood's men up the street. After them. They have escaped. Help! Help! Chapter 51. The skeleton crew hold a merry meeting. Adventures of the gang. Deathwing narrates his experience in France and of his escape from jail when under sentence of death. When the spies of the skeleton crew had told their tales, Deathwing much commended them for the prudence and caution with which they had proceeded in all they had done. We will not stir out tonight, said Deathwing. There are too many on foot for us to do any business comfortably and quietly. Besides, you know, comrades, Blood will never be able to discover the hiding place of the dozen. When, therefore, this little affair has blown over and got cold by tomorrow night, we will give Captain Jack and his friends a call at their snug hiding place and secure everything. Bravo! Resounded on all sides. Tomorrow night, then, we will have ample revenge on the dozen, said Deathwing, and punish the arch-traitor Captain Jack as he deserves to be. What do you propose, Captain Deathwing? Asked Philip Regil. I propose tonight to have a carouse, my lad, in honor of your joining our band. Bravo! Excellent! Bring out the wine, boys, and let us enjoy ourselves tonight, for perhaps in less than 24 hours more than one of us will be laid low. No fear of that, Captain. I don't know about that, said Deathwing. Something strikes me that it will prove a desperate fight between us and old Bates's men, for he may turn tail and get the king's troops to assist him. Never mind, bring out the wine, and let us enjoy ourselves. In a few moments, the skeleton crew brought out a great number of bottles and glasses, and, sitting round the immense dining table, began to enjoy themselves in great glee. Now, said Deathwing, as our new companion here, Philip Regil, hasn't any clear notion of what he will have to do among us. Let each of you advance and detail all you have done of late. either by my orders or according to your own whims, that will give our novice a better idea than all the instructions in the world. Advance in order, said Deathwing, and stand at my right hand, so that all may hear and see. As he spoke, one of the crew advanced and said, I threw off my disguise and went to Barnet Fair, where I fell in with 2 of Captain Jack's band. It is against our rules to work with any other band, but go on, let us hear, said Deathwing. We went to a farmhouse and stripped it of everything and got clear away without being detected. Very good. Cleverly done. What then? We were about to divide the spoil, but I drugged their wine and ran off with all the booty. Capital. It serves Captain Jack's men right. What did the plunder consist of? Silver and gold coin, plate, fine linen, and such like. I brought it all safe away. It is here, stowed in the rendezvous. Is that all? It is. You may sit down. And now for the next, said Deathwing, pointing to a huge fellow who now advanced to give an account of his doings. What have you accomplished? I have had a strange adventure, Captain Deathwing, was the gruff reply. With whom? With a party of noble ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, 'tis seldom you trouble them much, but how did it happen? There was a wedding party down in the country, and I heard that the father of the bride was going to give her a large sum of money as a dowry. Who was the father? A very wealthy old farmer. Well, and how did you manage it? The night before the wedding, I took with me many of the crew in order to make sure of the prize. We soon reached the farm and hid under the walls of the garden and orchard. It was 10 o'clock, and the night was cold and dark. As we intended to have a fine feast in the woods after our little job of robbery, one of my comrades here got over the wall and crept into the hen house. And in less than 5 minutes, he passed over to us no less than a dozen chickens, lots of eggs, and, besides all that, strangled 2 dozen of ducks, and threw them over also. One of our party secured all these things and concealed them in a neighboring wood until such time as we had performed all we intended to do at the farmhouse. 1 hour passed after another, and still we remained concealed under and behind the orchard wall. As the village clock struck 10, we clambered over, and the first thing we did was to approach the watchdogs as best we could and kill them on the spot. This difficult little bit of business was accomplished, and all things promised success. We next got in at the old parlor window and began operations. While so engaged, the old farmer awoke and came downstairs, gun in hand. We heard him approaching and remained as silent as mice. "Who is there?" he asked. We made no answer. "Who is there?" he again said in a determined tone, but we all remained perfectly still and stirred not an inch. He fired both barrels of his gun. But he missed his aim, and the next moment he found himself gagged and bound both hand and foot. The noise of the report, however, had thoroughly aroused all his servants, and now began a horrible scene. Any one but members of the skeleton crew would have fled before such impending danger. But not so with us. In a few moments we prepared for the farmer's servants and beat them back. Indeed, after a few moments of fighting, all was over with them, for, seeing our skeleton attire, they fled in the utmost consternation. Their shouts and cries were awful. We did not lose much time, but ransacked the house of everything valuable, placed the articles in a light cart, and drove away. "Did you get the old man's money?" "Yes, every farthing." There were 5 large bags of gold discovered in an old oak chest, which I have every reason to believe was intended for his daughter's dowry. But the adventure did not end here. "What, then, happened?" asked Deathwing. We went into the forest, and hid part of our treasure until such time as we could convey it away more conveniently. We lighted our fires in a deep hollow of the ground, and cooked the ducks and chickens, which, together with plenty of wine we had also stolen, made up a first-rate supper. "So I should think. This is some of the very wine you are now drinking," said the speaker to his chief. "Very good stuff it is," said Deathwing, quaffing off a bumper and smacking his lips. "Very good stuff it is, but it has one great fault: there is not enough of it. We must pay the farmer another visit, I think, shortly. Go on with your story." During the night, while we were drinking and smoking and enjoying ourselves in the forest, never thinking that anyone had observed us, or knew anything of what we had done. A gypsy woman crept up to me, and before I was aware of it said, "The officers are on your track." "How do you know it?" I answered, "I have just come from the farm, and all is in an uproar. They have got all the county officers there, and are preparing to follow you." I laughed at this, for I knew they could never find out where we had got to. However, I listened to the gypsy and gave her some refreshment, and she became very chatty. She seemed to know all about our doings and said if she had a mind to do so she could find out you, Captain Deathwing, any day she liked. Indeed, she must be very clever then. At all events, that is what she said, and remarked that more than once she has seen rewards offered for you, but would never divulge who, what, nor where you were. A capital woman, and what was her name? "Hannah." "I know her," said Deathwing, "but will not speak of her now. We have had business together more than once. She is a living repository of secrets. Go on." "She told me that the farmer's daughter was coming from London, and that she possessed presents of immense value which her intended lordly husband had given her as bridal presents." "Is she coming alone?" I asked. "No," was the reply, "but it is very easy to attack the escort and secure her. In fact, I have received orders from Lord Rochfort to do so." "You?" I asked. "Yes, me," she proudly answered. "I have a numerous band at my command and can do anything in that way." "And why does Lord Rochfort wish to have her captured?" "Because her beauty has enslaved his elder brother, whom he does not desire to marry, for if his brother dies without issue, Lord Rochfort succeeds to his vast estates." "But have you told him that you can or will do this?" "No," she replied, "not positively. She may be escorted by a powerful party of well-mounted, well-armed men." "No matter," said I, "if she is rich in jewels and diamonds, as you say, leave the matter in our hands, and I warrant we will not only secure the girl, but create no noise or bother about it." "But how?" "Leave that matter to me," I replied. For some time, she would not consent. But when I had pledged the honor of the crew that no harm should befall the wench, she consented, and departed, after telling me the exact time at which the intended bride was expected to pass by that particular part of the road. As soon as Hannah had departed, I and my comrades started out to have a look at the road. Now, not far from the forest wherein we were concealed, there were cross roads with finger posts. I hit upon my plan immediately. "And what was it?" Deathwing asked. "Why, to change the finger posts and thus send them in the wrong direction." "A capital plan," said Deathwing. "And did it succeed?" asked several. "Yes, as I will explain shortly." Early in the morning we got spades and loosened the finger posts so as to be able to change them in a few moments. We waited for hours, but no carriages appeared. At last, a long way off, we espied two vehicles approaching, but one was about half a mile ahead of the other. The first one contained the intended bride, the farmer's beautiful daughter, and a female attendant. In the second rode Lord Rochfort's brother, and a few friends. Now, I had sent up the road for two of my men whose business it was in some way to stop or retard the progress of the second coach. This they managed to do, and very cleverly indeed. "How?" asked many. When the bride's coach approached the crossroads, we changed the finger boards. The driver followed their painted directions, and instead of going by the main reed, turned short into the forest carriageway. Before the mistake could be rectified, I had the gates closed after them, and thus they could not return. Meanwhile, however, those whom I had posted up the road had suddenly thrown a lasso round the horses' legs, and down they tumbled, carriages and all. My comrades then, before the nobleman inside could get out of the half-smashed carriage, jumped into the middle of the road, cut the traces, and vaulting on the backs of the horses, galloped away, leaving the travelers in the mud, cursing and swearing most lustily. They dashed down the road and soon joined me, for I was at that moment engaged with the hinder carriage. When I ran up to the coachman and threatened to blow his brains out if he stirred, he began to tremble like an ass, much more so, indeed, than the fair one inside, who, all diamond-decked, was fair and beautiful. Her attendant fainted as I opened the carriage door, but the other one quickly gave up to me all her trinkets and things of value. Having secured these, I directed the coachman to drive on along the forest carriageway, for I knew he could not go very far without falling in with Hannah's tribe of gypsies. "So you secured all her property?" "We did, but did not offer any violence to the trembling one." "What became of her?" "Her coachman slowly drove onwards, as I had directed him, and shortly got right into the midst of Hannah's camp." Strange to say, among the men there assembled at that moment was Lord Rochfort himself, disguised as a gypsy. And he it was who handed the bridal beauty from the carriage, while old Hannah, with outstretched hands, pointed to the girl, saying, "Now has my prophecy come true." "But what prophecy was it?" Deathwing asked. Hannah told Rochfort that for a certain sum she could, by means of her magic art, cause the carriages of the bride to lose its way and come voluntarily into her power. It was a trick on her part, but Rochfort believed it to be true, for he knew nothing of what we had done in the matter and remains in ignorance of it up to the present moment. "So that is your adventure, eh?" "It is, Captain Deathwing. We came back to the rendezvous much richer than we went forth, and without receiving a single scar." "Very well done indeed," said Deathwing, quaffing off more wine and becoming very talkative. "Very well done indeed, but the thieves or professional gentlemen of the present day are not worth a pinch of snuff compared to what have been in my lifetime." "You have been in France, then, I heard you say," observed Regil. "France. Why, of course I have. Where is there a place I haven't been to, I should like to know? I belonged to a gang there when I was young. It was made up of both English and French. English, I mean, who were obliged to leave their country for their country's good, men who preferred exile to death. Well, when I was first introduced to the gang, it was in its full glory. We had a great many members in different parts, but the most cruel among them all was one we called the Scorcher, and from him we were always afterwards called Scorchers. This man, hardened as I am now, looked to me like a devil, and through all the years I have lived, I cannot forget the cold-blooded villainy of the old Scorcher, who used to roast the feet of all those who would not confess where their money and valuables were. Now we are more merciful than that," said Deathwing, laughing. "We kill him outright and don't torture. It's much quicker and better, I think. But let me go on with my story. Look you, boys," said this old rascal one day at a conference held at a place called Massette, "you scour the plain and you work well enough sometimes. You can batter a door in and garrote a fellow in pretty good style, but this is anybody's work. You don't understand the clean trick, the tender licks. When you have quieted a customer, you break open his chests and his cupboards expecting to find the shiners. But the yellow boys are not always kept in such places. Some shabby wretches hide their paltry money where the devil himself could not find it. You get nothing, you only lose your time and find you have worked merely for the glory of it. That's not the way. Well, what would you do?" I asked, "What would I do, boys, if I had my youth again?" "This is what I would do," replied the old rat, becoming quite animated. "I would do what I did more times than once when I roamed alone. Now, boys, this is the way. When a wretch will not squeak, you must quietly light a wisp of straw between his legs, and if that does not loosen his tongue, prick the soles of his feet with a fork and scorch them. He must be very hardened to endure that without squeaking. If you have to do with a young married couple, singe the wife in presence of her husband, or the husband in presence of his wife. It is not always that the singed one speaks first. A less cruel but very important character among us was Baptiste, the surgeon. He was amusing, and the merry Andrew of the gang. This Figaro of the treadmill handled the cups and cards as cleverly as he did the lancet and razor. This harmless pursuit gained him ready admittance to the farmhouses, where he bled patients for 5 pence and a plateful of hashed meat. Every branch of industry has its brokers and warehousemen. In our gang the brokers were abundant. Among them was one Barb, nicknamed the cowkeeper, whose occupation was to contrive business or work for us. He hired himself as a laborer at farms, where he would only remain long enough to make himself acquainted with the number and character of the inmates, their habits and resources. He would then suddenly abscond and carry to our headquarters the intelligence he had picked up. The warehousemen or storekeepers were the receivers or fences. They existed in all the towns and villages within the territories of the gang. Some were thieves when opportunity served. Others contented themselves with buying stolen property and robbing the robbers. The fences were almost all of them innkeepers or knackers. Sometimes the knackers were also innkeepers, a fearful combination for the stomachs of their guests. The most notorious among the knackers of the gang, who had earned the right of bearing the title of his calling as a surname, was the knacker, Peter Rosso, the knacker of the hamlet of Genderville. In the garden of his house, which stood almost alone, was a subterranean passage, the origin of which was unknown. It was, however, supposed to be the secret outlet of some abbey or feudal castle, long since destroyed. Near the edge of a dark, thick wood, intersected by capacious winding paths known only to the inhabitants around, this subterranean passage, 100 feet in length and 30 feet wide, solidly vaulted, extended unsuspected under a thick covering of earth. The door, concealed by brambles, opened to the south, opposite the yard gate, so that it could be perceived only with great difficulty. Within it was fastened by a heavy iron bar let into the solid wall and by a very strong lock, invisible on the outside. A staircase of 16 steps led down into this vault. At the bottom was a very large chimney, which would contain a dozen persons, planned so as to facilitate the escape of those who might be surprised in the vault. This chimney, furnished with enormous pothooks, was filled with vast boilers on days devoted to great feasts. And its flue, large enough to allow a man to climb through, passed up into the mound of earth above, where it was concealed by thickly clustered thorns and bushes. Our gang had turned this subterranean vault to very profitable account. Here they concealed the spoils plundered from the unfortunate farmers and their booty taken on fair days. Here the cries of their prisoners were drowned in the shouts of drunken madness. The clumsy thief, closely pursued to this spot, disappeared as by enchantment. It was the asylum and pandemonium of the gang, the common refuge of the weak, the staff office of the place, and the general workshop of the scorchers, as we were generally called. The little knacker, Peter, concealed there or thereabouts what might be called the unattached members of our gang. He had always the barber, Surgeon Baptiste, and some tailors in readiness, by whose aid our features and costume could be quickly changed. There were storekeepers also, and a sort of post office formed part of this establishment, as complete in its organization as any social government could require. The 2 fences at Boiso and Ramalu, kept by the brothers the Venot, were ostensibly storehouses for hides and skins. Their tariff never varied. For a sheepskin they gave 7 pence, for an ox or cowhide 1/2 crown, for a shepherd's dog 15 pence. When they had dealings with anyone not belonging to the gang, they made it a rule to pay down half the price agreed upon. For the other half the poor dupe had to wait forever. However, by way of compensation, these worthies occasionally treated their customers with some highly flavored dishes. They were knackers, and this was a convenient way of disposing of the flesh of cow or horse, cooked in the vast cauldrons in the subterranean passage. At numerous other places, fences were established under the guise of innkeepers and other legitimate callings. Launay of Pithiviers amused his leisure hours by rubbing copper money with quicksilver to make it pass for silver coin. One of the most useful fences to the gang was Peter Mongender, vine dresser and apple merchant. He bought the horses, oxen, cows, and sheep we stole. At Charters was one doublet, who kept an inn and eating house. He had a relation in the government offices, through whose aid he procured passports in difficult cases. The gang had also its own fences. There was Mother Tiger at Botterville, whose house, much resorted to by the bandits, was as full of mechanical contrivances as a theater. She possessed a cellar in which as many as 15 brigands could be concealed if overtaken by the police. Mother Renaudin of Épereux was a great favorite with the gang. Her house was open at all hours, and she always gave the members a kind reception, whether they came with hands empty or full. Out of gratitude, the brigands nicknamed her Goody Épereux. The inn itself had a most miserable, poverty-stricken appearance, but there was a well-furnished cellar, where the brigands regaled themselves jovially and in security. Adjoining this was a well-stocked granary, which contained enormous quantities of linen and other articles deposited there by the gang. There was also a strong box, employed as a savings bank, containing considerable sums in gold and silver, tied up in parcels, with the names of the owners written upon them. So far then, you see, Deathwing continued. All our arrangements were of the most perfect nature, and we always felt prepared for any enterprise that might present itself. After being some time among this band of French and English, I resolved to try my own luck and make a big haul, and so leave the band. I took no one into my confidence but Baptiste, the so-called surgeon. "Baptiste," said I, "you are a trusty fellow, and I have no doubt you are about as tired of these French and half-English fellows as I am." "True," said the surgeon, "and if you would take my advice you would leave the band, for, although you have been working hard all the time and are the cleverest among them all, they give you a smaller share of the plunder than anyone else." "But it is no use of leaving the band," said I, "until I have got a considerable sum of money, for I want to return to England." "Well, that is right enough," said Baptiste, "and if you will be guided by me, we will do a little business together and then leave." "Agreed," said I, "but whom shall we rob? We must have a rich haul, wherever it comes from." "And so you shall," said Baptiste, "if you will only be guided by me." I agreed to his proposal. "And now," said Baptiste, rubbing his hands in high glee, "I'll tell you who it is I intend to rob. She is immensely wealthy." "Whom?" "Why, the rich young widow, Donna Evelina." "What? That beautiful young Italian lady?" I said in surprise. "Yes," he answered. "Oh, I couldn't think of being so cruel," was my reply. "Nonsense," said Baptiste. "She is an angel." "Not quite," said Baptiste, laughing, "she is my wife." "Your wife," said I in great surprise. "She is rich and noble, while you are a robber, you would say." "Quite so," I replied. "That is nothing when you know all," said Baptiste. "I was always noted for my winning ways, as the ladies say, and am not bad-looking when I dress myself and pass off as a noble." "And what name do you go by?" I asked, laughing. "Count Ferdinand," said Baptiste, quite calmly. "And do you mean to tell me, seriously, that you are married to the lovely and bewitching Donna Evelina?" "I was never more serious in my life. And how did it happen?" "I robbed the house of her father once, and was concealed therein for 3 days, and could not get out again. During that time, I saw a great deal of young Evelina from my hiding place, and fell desperately in love with her. With her jewels, perhaps, I remarked. "Just so," he answered, "and I resolved by fair means or by foul to become possessed of her." "Well, and how did you succeed?" I asked. "Unfortunately, she got married a week afterwards, and I almost went distracted." "What did you do?" "Why, with the money and jewels which I stole, I dressed myself up, and often met her husband, Count Felix. He seemed to take a great liking to me, and, as he was rather old and ugly, I began to think it would not take much to make a fool of him. He invited me to dine with him, and I accepted, but after dinner business took him away from the festive board for an hour or so. She sang and played the guitar divinely, and I got so warm in love that I began to whisper and throw out hints to her that her husband was unfaithful to her, and had at that moment gone forth to meet some strange flame. My words, however, instead of being listened to with pleasure, excited Evelina's anger. I left before the Count's return. His wife told him all I had said. He left her with a smile, but with no indications of passion. She did not know or suspect whither he had gone. He sought me down by the river, where the gay world resort for an evening walk. He touched me on the shoulder, and whispered "Villain, traducer," in my ears, and touched the hilt of his sword. I knew what that meant and followed him. We walked a long distance until we came to a small valley surrounded by high hills. No cottage was there, not a soul saw us. The moon alone was the light which gazed upon us. "Draw," said Count Felix, with a quivering lip, "you or I must die." I at first refused and tried to get out of the duel, but he would listen to no excuses. "Fight I must, and fight I did, for with all my faults," said Baptiste, "I am not a coward." Out came my trusty blade. We crossed swords. How long we fought I know not, but I shall not forget that terrible conflict for a whole lifetime. We must have been tilting at each other for fully half an hour, until at last, while he was giving a desperate lunge at me, his foot slipped, and I run him through the heart. He died without a groan. I took up the body and buried it with my own hands, digging a large hole in the ground as best I could with my own sword. I went home and washed myself, and walked about as if nothing had happened. For several days, nothing was talked of but the sudden disappearance of Count Felix. I, among the rest, seemed greatly surprised, and was often asked my opinion about the matter. I told everyone that my idea was that he had been visiting a strange beauty among the mountains, and very likely had fallen a victim to the revenge of some bold young mountaineer. After a diligent search for more than a month, the remains were discovered by the sagacity of a favorite hound, which the Count had had for many, many years, who had scented it out, and unearthed the body. Everyone now thought that my idea had proved too true. Even Evelina changed towards me, and believed my story. With successful robberies and roguery at dice, I managed to keep up my appearance, and was not only always well attired, but had plenty of money. Through great perseverance, I managed to make an impression on Donna Evelina, and often sought her hand in marriage. I was as often refused. I know not why it was, but from the first moment I came near her after Count Felix's death, she seemed to take a greater partiality for the Count's favorite hound than before. "The one that scented out the dead body?" I asked. "Yes," he said, "and as often as I came in her presence, as often would the beast try to fly at my throat." Evelina used simply to laugh at this, but she seemed to smile upon me more than ever, and after several months she consented to marry me privately. "Privately, and why so?" I asked. "I know not," said Baptiste, "but she promised to become my wife on one condition." "And what was that?" I asked. "Why, that I should never divulge the secret or ask to live with her, or be for even half an hour alone with her until the end of 12 months. "Singular request," said I. "Yes, but I agreed to it and have kept my word, for she is immensely rich. But instead of this making me love her more, the conditions she imposed upon me turned my blood, and now I hate her." "When does the 12 months expire?" I asked. "This very day." "Then you will sleep there tonight?" "Yes." "But has she never found out your connection with this band?" I asked. "No, nor even suspects it. Whenever I go there, I always dress well and have plenty of money, and so behave that no one would suspect me to be what I am." "And do you really intend to rob Donna Evelina tonight?" I asked. "Yes, and you must help me. She has great wealth, and I know where it is kept." "Well, I don't mind," said I, "since you don't like the woman, and she has plenty of money. You are her husband, and have a right to some of it." It was agreed on then between us to go to Donna Evelina's that night. Baptiste and I left the band, and dressed ourselves out splendidly. He went up to her mansion and knocked grandly at the door. It was opened by a servant in livery. I also got into the house, through the contrivance of Baptiste, but without any of the servants seeing me. Most of Evelina's jewels were kept in a chest in the blue bedchamber. I tried to discover it, but the mansion was so large I could not find it for a long time. At last I found it, and was about to search for the chest when I heard footsteps upon the stairs. I hid myself in a closet. 2 footmen led in Baptiste, who was half drunk. He was laughing and hiccuping and singing by turns. He threw himself upon the bed, and the servants retired. I intended to get out of the closet and wake him, but at that instant I heard a deep growl and remained where I was. Through cracks in the closet, I saw the chamber door open. There stood Donna Evelina, looking beautiful and grand, but deathly pale, and she was attired from head to foot in black velvet robes. In the left hand she held a chamber lamp. By the right hand she held a fierce-looking hound firmly by the collar. The dog's eyes seemed to be like 2 balls of fire, as he writhed and tried to get away from her firm hold. Still Baptiste snored away loudly. With a curl on her lip, Donna Evelina said, in a half-whisper, "Married are we, eh?" Yes, a mock marriage it was, by one who for money played the part of a priest, no more. "And this is the nuptial night, eh, sleeping fool? Ha ha. These few words were spoken in such terrible tones of quiet anger that I began to fear for poor Baptiste. "Thy marriage bed shall be thy deathbed also," said she, and she loosed the hound. With a bound he darted towards the closet in which I was concealed. He growled and sniffed, as if in warning. As if by some supernatural instinct, the animal then leaped wildly on the bed. A heavy groan was all I heard. Baptiste was murdered. With one fierce bite the animal had severed his windpipe, as clean as if it had been done with a knife. The pure white sheets were quickly dyed in blood. With a loud laugh of triumph, Donna Evelina left the room, saying, "Count Felix, thou art avenged?" I thought of escaping from my place of confinement, but I dared not do so. The hound lay before the door, and I could see his white fangs glistening in the light through his gory jaws, as with fiery eyes he kept watch before the closet. In less than half an hour, every bell in the house began to ring violently. The servants began to run to and fro in search of their mistress. At last they all rushed into the chamber, lights in hand. As they saw the ghastly sight before them, they recoiled in horror. "Where is the murderer?" they shouted. The hound gave a fierce growl and sniffed at the door. "He is here. He is here. In the closet he is hiding." "Hold the hound while we see," said many. Two powerful men seized the dog and held him by the throat. A third and fourth footman, sword in hand, opened the door. I was discovered. With a fearful growl, the hound tried to burst away from those who held him, but could not. In a second I was seized by several retainers, who with swords pointed at my breast, led me away to prison. I was cast into a loathsome dungeon that same night on the charge of murder. Heavy irons and manacles weighed me down, but I could not sleep. The gory ghost of Baptiste was ever crossing before my excited imagination, and a cold sweat oozed out all over me. I thought that my last hour was come, and that on the morrow I should be hung. Judge of my joy, however, when in the middle of the night the governor of the prison entered my cell and ordered my release. He had received a letter from Donna Evelina, who had that same night entered a convent for life, stating the whole truth about what the hound had done. I was accordingly released. This was a narrow escape for me, and as soon as I got clear of the prison walls, I hired a horse and left the town. I did not have much money to spare, so as I was riding along, I met a merchant. I robbed him in a very cool and clever manner, and beside his money, took a pair of pistols and a passport from him. I tied him to a tree and left him alone in his glory. My mind was made up to leave France, and accordingly directed my way towards a small town on the seacoast. I had not gone far when I was overtaken by two mounted officers, who said it had been discovered that the person just liberated from the castle had turned out to be one of the scorchers, and they were in search of him. I muffled myself up so well, and assumed a strange voice so cleverly, that I threw the officers off the scent. I told them, however, that the very man they were looking for had attempted to rob me, but that I had proved more than a match for him, and in punishment had tied him to a tree by the roadside. They believed my story, and hastily galloped back in the direction I had indicated. Of course, I need not say that I rode off rapidly in the other direction. I came to the small town I intended, but it was walled in and had gates. I knocked at the gates for a long time, and at last they were opened by a stout, sturdy porter. He demanded my passport. I gave him the one I had stolen from the merchant. He eyed me very closely and said that the passport did not agree with my description, and he should detain me as a rough, dangerous-looking character. "Don't be quite so clever," I said, half annoyed. He tried to get hold of my bridle rein, but I knocked the gatekeeper down with one blow and started off at a hard gallop. "Stop, thief! Murder! Robbers! Thieves!" shouted the prostrate official in stentorian lungs. The cry was quickly taken up by the rabble of the town, and I thought it best to gallop right off and gain the open country again. "Stop, thieves! Robbers! Murderers! Stop him!" shouted the excited mob in full cry. Onward I galloped through the dirty, narrow streets of the straggling town as hard as possible. Once or twice my horse slipped and fell under me. I raised him again, but from every hand came stones and dirt and rubbish, which was hurled at me on all sides. I did not know the right direction of the opposite gate, and so had to guess at it as best I could. Far behind me were my pursuers, panting and yelling like so many half-bred hounds, when suddenly my flight was stopped by a high dead wall. Escape seemed impossible. My pursuers gave a loud shout of triumph as they perceived my progress was arrested, and I had almost given up every hope of escaping when a sudden thought struck me that the wall might be nothing less than the city wall. I could regain my liberty through a window of one of the houses down the street and against the city wall, I thought. I saw one with the door open. I jumped off my horse and entered the house with a pistol in each hand. My pursuers, however, had seen it, and as I entered one of the rooms, I heard them thundering at the street door. There was no one save an old woman in the room I entered. Seeing a fierce-looking man suddenly enter with a brace of pistols cocked, she fainted and fell on the floor. I rushed to the window and looked out. Judge of my joy, the fields were beyond. I threw out some pillows and the bed into the field below. Next, I locked and barred the door. After this, I strongly barricaded it with the table, chairs, and whatever else I could. My next performance was to get up the spacious old chimney, and there I hid myself, wailing impatiently until night should come. As I imagined, all my plans proved successful. After banging at the door for a long time, they broke it open and rushed in headlong over each other. They were staggered when they found I was not there. "He has escaped from the window," said one. "Yes, sure, see the bed and pillows lying on the grass yonder." "Oh, the cunning knave," said a third. "He threw those things out to soften his fall." They searched the room and, in fact, all the house. But I was so well concealed up the winding chimney that although they looked up, they could not perceive me. The old woman and her friends left the room, and there I sat among the soot thinking what should be done next. The bed was brought up again, and the old woman tidied her room and towards night went out, for, as she said, she was afraid to sleep there alone that night. She locked the door upon me, and as soon as I heard her do so, I crept down and lay for an hour in her clean sheets. When midnight chimed from the church towers, I got up and tore the old woman's sheets into strips. With these strips, I made a sort of rope and let myself down into the fields below. Seeing a black-looking forest not far off, I ran towards it and slept for an hour or two. My first business in the morning was to make towards a village to get bread, for I was almost famished with hunger. But judge of my surprise when I discovered that, in the flight and scuffle of escape, I had lost every farthing I had in the world. The baker looked very hard and cunningly at me, but I offered to sell him one of my pistols if he would only give me some refreshment. The baker agreed to the bargain and gave me plenty of bread and meat for my weapon. But, unfortunately for me, the baker himself had been robbed about a month before that, and he looked upon every rough person as a cutthroat or thief. When, therefore, he had got my pistol, he told one of his apprentice lads to watch my movements while he went and informed the bailiff. The bailiff had exerted himself very much to find out who the persons were who had robbed his particular friend, the pot-bellied baker, so that he felt great pleasure at finding that one of them at least had been discovered at last. He fussed about a long time, putting on his sword and pistols, but in the meantime I made the best of my way to the forest again, and began to enjoy myself with the food I so much needed. I sat behind a tree smoking after my repast, and then had a gentle dose. I was suddenly awakened by 4 stout athletic fellows armed with clubs, and led on by the pompous bailiff. They seized me hand and foot, tied me with cords, and then carried me through the village in triumph, and put me into prison. I protested that I was a runaway German, and wished to fight against Prussia in the French service. The French were then engaged in a heavy war and wanted men, but they did not believe my story, and insisted that I must be one of the famous scorchers from my ugly looks. They treated me awfully in prison, and kicked and cuffed me until I was black and blue and sore all over. As luck would have it, however, after a month's confinement, a party of recruits passed through the village. Not being able to prove who or what I was, the bailiff felt very much inclined to give me over to the recruiting officer so as to get rid of me. Anything to me was preferable to a prison life, and I gladly volunteered to go into the French army to fight against the pot-bellied, money-grubbing Dutch and Germans. As I was a well-made young fellow, the soldier jumped at the chance of having such a fine recruit. I joined them, and, after a few days of hard marching, we reached Strasbourg, where I was drilled 6 times a day until, at last, I began to think they would drill the very life out of me. I was all along dreaming of and devising some plan to escape to England, but could not. At last, an accident occurred which took me out of the army. My drill sergeant was more of a German than a Frenchman. In truth, he was a naturalized German, and he thought the best way to make recruits learn their drill was to thrash them with a big stick. I saw him hit several poor devils about the legs and shoulders. Thinks I to myself, this won't do for me, nor did it. One day, however, as I couldn't escape, I thought I'd do something, so as to be sent to prison for a day or two, so as to have plenty of time to think over new plans for getting away to England. I, among a great many more, were placed under this German drill master, and he began to knock the poor devils about most unmercifully. My turn came next. I did something wrong, and he was about to strike me with his thick club. On the instant I raised my musket, and, with one blow, knocked him down as dead as a herring. In an instant I ran away out of the barracks, gun and all. They pursued me. I turned upon them and shot several. Like a hare I ran towards the Rhine, and jumping into a small boat, which I found there, pushed off from shore. And before my pursuers could get near enough, I was in the middle of the river, and out of reach. Down the river I flew with the wind in my favor, and soon reached the mouth of the river. There I hailed a ship which was under full canvas. It proved to be an English vessel, and they took me on board. For several weeks we were knocking about in very bad weather, and I made myself so useful that one and all took a great liking to me. But here again misfortune overtook me. After buffeting about for more than a month, we were driven on to the west coast of England, and one night, when least expected, the ship struck on a rock and was driven violently on shore. The night being dark, none of us could form any idea where we were going to or where we were. Next morning, however, explained everything. The ship was a total wreck. Not a soul among the whole crew was alive but myself. I was master of the wreck and all it contained, but yet I could not get on board very well, for the waves were washing right over it. While I sat watching the stranded vessel and thinking what it might contain, I was startled by what I there saw. All around me danced a dozen skeleton men, who seized me by my arms and legs and bore me away to their rendezvous. "And who was it?" asked Philip Regil. "The Red Man of the Gibbet. He was the chief of the skeleton crew in those days, and that's how I became one of them." Chapter 52. The Red Man of the Gibbet tells his story, who founded the skeleton crew, and how the rivals. Who speaks of the Red Man of the Gibbet? Said a sepulchral voice, just as Deathwing had finished his story. All turned round and saw entering at the door a most alarming figure. Whether it was human or otherwise, no one could tell. Suffice it to say that Regil sank into his chair again in amazement. The skeleton crew made a way for the newcomer, who, advancing to the head of the table, stood and looked fixedly at Deathwing. The unknown object was clothed in a loose, red cloak. His face was fleshless, and his gristly hair stood bolt upright and was gray. His 2 eye sockets emitted a bluish flame, and his hands were long, bony, and fleshless. "Who speaks of the Red Man of the Gibbet?" he said. He turned round and looked contemptuously at the skeleton crew as he said, "You have listened to Deathwing's story, but he has not told you the origin of the famous skeleton crew. It dates farther back than to the period of which he has spoken. No one knows it but myself." "Then, ghastly object, speak," said Deathwing. "Tell to me and my followers how it came to pass that thou, the tenant of a lonely gibbet, should walk the earth like mortal." The Red Man grinned in a most ghastly manner as he said, "Peace, and listen." All were as silent as the grave as the Red Man began. The skeleton crew was founded centuries ago. Their deadliest enemies have been the Warbecks. Their greatest friends have been found in the Regil family. And since, as I know, that this night Philip, the last of the Regils, has formally joined your band, and will ultimately command it. "Command it?" said Deathwing with a sudden start. Yes, command it ere long. It is but proper that all should know who and what were the founders of the skeleton crew and the cause of its origin. Then speak, said Philip, looking in amazement at the ghostly, ghastly figure of the red man of the gibbet. I will speak, but let each and all listen, I to every word. Many, many years, centuries ago, the red man began. There lived an old lord, who had no children nor wife, for they had all died young. This noble was named Warbeck, or, as he was called, Lord of the Lakes. Unknown to anyone, he adopted 2 male children and brought them up as his own, just like, at the present day, old Sir Richard Warbeck adopted Charlie and Ned. Of this, however, no one knew anything, but the children were not of equal age, nor of the same parents, although they always passed as brothers and bore the family name of Warbeck. The elder one was tall, pale, thoughtful, and studious, with black hair and a martial aspect. His name was Edward. The other, who was 3 or 4 years younger, was of a different aspect, and not so tall. He was fair-haired and rosy-cheeked, with bright blue eyes, and very passionate. All went on happily in the family of Lord Warbeck until the children grew up to be men. But from the moment that Lord Warbeck adopted these children, an enemy began to work against the welfare of the boys. This enemy, Philip, said the red man to him, was your great ancestor and the next of kin to Lord Warbeck. The lads were supposed by every one to be the real sons of Lord Warbeck, but Regil doubted it, although he was unable to prove to the contrary. If they had died, therefore, Regil himself would have come into the possession of the Warbeck estate. It was his constant aim and object to kill these 2 boys, but old Warbeck had them so well guarded, both night and day, that it was impossible to carry out his deep design. When they grew up to manhood, this Regil was about 10 years their senior and went abroad to travel. But whither he went, or what he did, nobody knew nor cared to know. It was in the month of June, and on the greenest turf beneath an old oak tree there sat 3 persons. 2 of the 3 were the adopted sons, and the third a most lovely maiden, whose parents, when dying, had left her to the care of old Warbeck. They were conversing most merrily, when the elder one, who was called Edward, said playfully, You have twined a chaplet for my brother, dearest Leoline. Have you not a flower for me? The beautiful maid blushed deeply, and culling from her flowers the freshest of the roses, began to weave them into a chaplet for him. At this moment, a servant came up to them, saying that my lord desired to see Leoline immediately. The maiden rose, and hastened to the old lord, her guardian, leaving the 2 young men alone. For a moment they spoke not, but maintained a dead silence. Charlie braced on his sword, which he had carelessly thrown on the grass, but Ned gathered up the flowers that had been plucked by the fair hands of Leoline. This action annoyed Charlie. He bit his lip and changed color. At length he said, with a forced laugh, I must confess, brother, that you carry out your affection for our fair cousin, Leoline, to a degree that even relationship cannot warrant. True, said Ned calmly, I love her with an affection surpassing that of blood. How? Said Charlie fiercely, with blood mounting to his temples. Do you dare to think of Leoline as a bride, then? Dare, said Ned, turning pale and drawing himself up to his greatest height. Yes, I have said the word, Charlie remarked boldly. You must know that I also love Leoline. I, too, claim her as my bride, and never, while I can wield a sword, will I surrender my claim to any living rival. Even, he added, sinking his voice, though that rival be my own brother. Ned answered not. His very soul seemed stunned. He gazed long and wistfully upon Charlie. Then, turning his face away, left the spot without uttering a word. The silence startled Charlie. Accustomed as he was to give full vent to his own passions and anger, he could not comprehend or solve the forbearance of his brother. He knew that Ned's nature was too brave and noble to give way to fear. Might it not be contempt, he thought. As this suspicion crossed his mind, he followed his brother, and placing one hand upon his shoulder, said, Where are you going? Do you consent to surrender Leoline? Does she love you? Ned replied. His voice quivered with emotion. Even the hot-headed Charlie felt a pang for his brother's sudden pain, and he did not answer. Does she love you? said Ned again calmly, and have her own lips confessed it. I believe that she loves me, Charlie replied, but she is too modest a maiden to confess it. Enough, said Ned as he was about to walk away. Stay, said Charlie fiercely. Though she hath not confessed her love, let me tell you this, brother. Dare not cross my path in love, if you do, by my soul, and hope of heaven, one of us two must die. How little canst thou read the heart of one who truly loves, said Ned with a smile. Think thou I would wed her if she loved thee, brother? Out upon the thought. And Ned walked away, leaving Charlie red with rage. Pale with thought, Edward, the elder brother, took a lonely walk in a retired part of the castle grounds. And, while musing on what had happened, he encountered Leoline alone, and they began to converse together like brother and sister. Let us rest here for a moment, dear Leoline, he said. I am sick at heart and have much to say to you. He spoke these words so solemnly that the fair girl looked up to him in great surprise. Have I ever offended you? She said tenderly. No, no, you have been too good and kind, forgive me if I have. No, Leoline, you have not, you could not offend me. But I have a task, a severe task to perform, and, though it pains me, it must be done. Listen, fair Leoline, listen. Once on a time, Edward began, there lived among these hills and lakes a certain old lord who had 2 sons, and an orphan like thyself also dwelt at the cattle with them. The eldest son, but no matter, let us not waste words on him. The younger son, then, dearly loved the orphan girl, not for her immense wealth, but for herself alone, and he prayed that his elder brother would urge his suit, for he much feared a refusal. Leoline, my task is done. Tell me truly, dost thou love my brother? Gazing down upon the fair one's drooping eyes, he saw that she trembled violently, and her cheek was suffused with blushes. Say, continued Edward, mastering his own feelings, say, Leoline. Tell me, are not they my brother's flowers you now wear in your breast and hair? Leoline blushed as she said, Do not deem me ungrateful because I wear not yours also, but— Hush, said Ned Warbeck. I am but as thy friend. Is not my brother more to thee than simply friend? He is young, brave, and handsome. Heaven grant that he may deserve thee if thou givest him so rich a gift as thy affections. Leoline spoke not, but teardrops trickled down her cheeks. Wilt thou be his bride then, Leoline? Tell me truly. Yes, and, Edward, I will be thy sister. He hastily kissed her marble forehead and plunged into an adjacent thicket to hide his own feelings. When he had recovered his self-possession, he went in search of his brother. He found him alone in the wood leaning, with folded arms against a tree and gazing on the ground. Edward felt for his brother's dejection. Cheer thee, Charlie, cheer thee, said he. I bring thee most excellent tidings. I have seen and spoken to the divine Leoline. Nay, start not, brother, she loves thee. She is thine. Generous, brave-hearted brother, said Charlie, with a sudden flush of pride upon his brow, and he threw himself upon his brother's neck, and could have wept as he said, No, no, brother Edward, this must not be. Thou art the elder brother, and hast the best claim to the fair one's hand. I resign her to you with all my heart, but forgive my angry words this morning. Think of the past no more, said Edward. The love of Leoline is an excuse for greater offenses than thine, and now be kind to her. Her nature is soft and keen. I know her well, for I have studied her faintest wish. Thou, Charlie, art quick and hasty of ire, but remember a word wounds where love is deep. For my sake, as for hers, think more of her happiness than thy own. Now seek her. She waits to hear from thy own lips the tale that sounded cold upon mine. With these words the 2 brothers parted, and, once more entering the castle, Edward went into the grand old baronial hall. The old lord still slept in his easy chair. Edward put his hand upon the old man's gray hair and blessed him. Then stealing up to his chamber, he braced on his helmet and armor, and, thrice kissing the hilt of his sword, said with a flushed cheek, Come, good sword, henceforth be thou my only bride. Then, passing unobserved from the castle, he mounted his horse and galloped away towards London. He safely arrived and offered his services to the king, who was, at that time, engaged in a heavy war with France. His behavior was so noble at court, and so handsome did he appear, that more than one fair maid fell in love with him. Temptations were many around him. He was courted and feasted on every hand. But still he remained true to his purpose, and never forgot his own deep love for Leoline. After spending some time at court among the rich and gay, he started for Dover with a great number of troops. They set sail, and safely landed in France, and, ere many weeks, Ned Warbeck's name resounded through all the camps, both of friend and foe, for deeds of chivalry. But how fared Leoline at the castle? One night a minstrel sought shelter from the storm in the halls of Warbeck Castle. His visit was welcomed by the aged lord, and he repaid the hospitality he had received by the exercise of his art. He sung of the chase, and the gaunt hound started from the hearth. He sung of love, and Charles, forgetting his restless dreams, approached to Leoline and laid himself at her feet. Louder then and louder rose the strain. The minstrel sung of her. He plunged into the thickest of the battle. The steed neighed. The trumpet sounded. And, in imagination, you might have heard the ringing of the steel. But when he came to signalize the names of the boldest knights, high among the loftiest sounded the name of Edward Warbeck. Thrice had he saved the king's royal banner. 2 chargers had been slain beneath him. He had covered their bodies with the fiercest of the foe. The old lord started from his seat and clasped the minstrel's hand. "Speak, you have seen him then, he lives, he is honored," said the old lord, excited. "I myself am but just from war, brave Warbeck, and, noble maiden, I saw the gallant Edward at the right hand of the king. And he, Lady Leoline, was the only one whom admiration shone upon without the shadow of envy. Who, then, would remain inglorious in the hall? Shall not the banners of his sires reproach him as they have, and shall not every voice strike shame into his soul?" "Right," cried Charlie, suddenly, and flinging himself at the feet of Lord Warbeck. "Thou hearest what my brother has done, and thine aged eyes weep tears of joy. Shall I be the only one to dishonor thy name with a rusted sword? No, grant me, like my brother, to go forth to France with the heroes of the king's court." "Noble youth," cried the harper. "Therein speaks the voice of a true Warbeck. Hear him, my lord, hear the noble youth." "The voice of heaven cries aloud in his voice," said Charles solemnly. "My son, I cannot chide thine ardor," said the old lord, raising him with trembling hands. "But Leoline, thy betrothed, what of her, my son?" Pale as a statue, with ears that doubted their sense as they drank in the cruel words of her lover, stood the orphan girl. She did not speak. She scarcely breathed. She sank into her seat and gazed, till at the speech of the old lord, her guardian, both maiden pride and tenderness restored her consciousness, and she said, "Ay, my lord, shall I bid him stay when his wishes bid him depart?" "He will return to you, noble lady, covered with glory," said the minstrel. The touching voice of Leoline went to his soul. He resumed his seat in silence. Leoline, going up to Charles, whispered gently, "Act as though I were not." And she left the hall, to commune with her heart, and to weep alone. "I can wed her before I go," said Charles suddenly, as he sat that night in his chamber conversing with my lord. "Why, that is true. And leave thy bride in the first week, a hard trial. Better that, than incur the chance of never calling her mine. Assuredly she deserves all from thee, and, indeed, it is no small sacrifice at thy young age, and with thy gallant mien, to renounce her for a time, but a bridegroom without a bride. Nay, man, much as they want warriors, I am forced to tell thee, if thou weddest, stay peaceably at home and forget in the chase the valors of war, from which thou wouldst strip the ambition of love." "I would I knew what were best," said Charles irresolutely. "My brother, ha! Shall he forever outshine me? But poor Leoline, how will she grieve, she who left him for me?" "Was that thy fault?" said the old lord gaily. "It may many times chance to thee again to be preferred to another. Troth, it is a sin that the conscience may walk lightly under. But sleep on it, Charles, my old eyes grow weary." The next day Charlie sought Leoline, and proposed that their wedding should precede his parting, but so embarrassed was he, so divided between 2 wishes, that Leoline, hurt, offended, stung by his coldness, refused the proposal at once. She left him, lest he should see her weep, and then she repented of her just pride. But Charles, striving to appease his conscience with the belief that hers was now the sole fault, busied himself in preparation for his departure. Anxious to outshine his brother, he departed, not as Edward had done, alone and unattended, but levying all the horses, men, and money that the old lord could afford. Charles embarked for France at the head of a glittering troop of horsemen. The aged minstrel still remained at the castle, and, affecting sickness, tarried behind, and promised to join Charles in France. Meanwhile, he devoted his whole powers of pleasing to console Leoline. The force of her simple love was, however, stronger than all his arts. In vain, he insinuated doubts of Charles's fidelity. She refused to hear them. In vain he poured, with the softest accents, into the witchery of flattery and song. She turned heedlessly away and was pained at the remembrance of how coldly Charles had treated her before departing for the wars. She shut herself up in her chamber and pined in solitude for her absent lover. The old minstrel, who was none other than Regil in disguise, now resolved to attempt darker arts to obtain power over her. But from some cause, he suddenly left the castle on some secret mission, of so high import that it could not be resisted by a passion stronger in his breast than love, the passion of ambition and hate. Meanwhile, though, ever and anon, the fame of Edward reached their ears, it came unaccompanied with that of Charles. Of him they heard no tidings. And thus the love of the tender orphan was kept alive by the perpetual restlessness of fear. At length the old lord died, and Leoline was left entirely alone. One evening, as she sat with her maidens, the ringing of a horse's hoofs were heard in the outer court of the castle. A horn sounded, the heavy gates were unbarred, and a handsome soldier entered the hall. He stopped for one moment at the entrance, as if overpowered by his emotions. In the next instant he had clasped Leoline to his breast. "Dost thou not recognize me, Leoline?" he said tenderly. He doffed his helmet, and she saw that majestic brow, which, unlike that of Charles, her lover, had never changed or been clouded in its aspect to her. "The war is suspended for the present," said he. "I learnt my father's death, and I have returned home to hang up my banner in the hall and spend my days in peace." Time and the life of camps had worked their change upon Edward's face. His hair, deepened in its shade, was now worn from the temples, and disclosed a battle scar which rather heightened the beauty of his countenance. He had apparently conquered a love that was so early crossed, but not that fidelity of remembrance which made Leoline dearer to him than all others, and forbade him to replace the image he had graven upon his soul. Leoline's lips trembled with the name of her absent lover, Charles. But a certain recollection of his coldness stifled even her anxiety. Edward hastened to forestall her question. "My brother is well," he said, "and is now sojourning at Calais. He lingered there so long that the war terminated without his aid. Doubtless he will soon return. A week, nay, a day might restore him to you, fair Leoline." Leoline was much consoled, yet something seemed untold. Why was he so eager for the strife and to serve the king against the French if Charles had thus tarried at Calais so long? She thought. She wondered at this, but did not dare to search farther into her heart. The generous Edward concealed from her that his brother led a life of the most reckless and indolent dissipation, wasting his wealth in the pleasures of the reckless and gay, and only occupying his ambition with traveling and gambling, and whatever else that was useless and inglorious. Edward and Leoline resumed their old friendship, and Leoline believed that it was friendship alone. They walked again among the gardens in which their childhood had strayed. They looked down on the eternal mirror of the lakes. Ah! Could it have reflected the same unawakened freshness of their life's early spring? The grave and contemplative mind of Lord Edward had not been so contented with the horrors of war, but that it had sought also those calmer sources of emotion which were yet found among the sages of the East. He therefore had little in common with the ruder lords around him. He summoned them not to his board, nor attended their noisy wassails. Often late at night, in yon shattered tower, his lonely lamp shone still o'er the mighty stream, and his only relief to loneliness was the presence and song of Leoline. He recounted to her his trials and troubles during the war, and she listened to him like a child, still thinking of her absent lover, who, at that moment, had entirely forgotten her. Paler and paler she grew day by day, and the more afflicted she was, the more the gallant young lord comforted her. His amusements were varied. He did all he possibly could to dispel the terrible gloom which possessed her, but all to no purpose. Her heart was gradually becoming petrified. From her lonely window she gazed for hours and hours at night. The song of nightingale borne upon the breeze soothed her troubled soul, and tears flowed down her pallid cheek. Yet no murmur came from her. She believed that Charles, now Sir Charles, would prove faithful to her as she had been to him. Her hopes were doomed to be blasted. Months rolled by, and still Charles did not return. Indeed, no tidings of any kind had been received from him for a long time. He seemed to have forgotten poor Leoline, and she pined alone in deep sorrow. It was whispered abroad that, with the money which old Lord Warbeck had left him, Charlie intended to buy up the estates of a neighboring castle. This rumor proved to be true, and Edward thought that his brother intended it as the future residence of Leoline, his bride. The estates which Charles had purchased was in full view of Warbeck Castle, and the whole country around were astonished at the magnificence with which it had been furnished. Everything that money could do was done to render this new residence worthy of those who were to occupy it. 6 months rolled on, and Charles returned not, nor did anyone hear a single word of his doings or whereabouts. At the end of a 12-month, and when the new castle was fit for habitation, a startling rumor reached the ears of Edward, now Lord Warbeck, and the fair orphan Leoline. Charles had returned and brought back with him a French bride of amazing beauty and fabulous wealth. Leoline was the first to disbelieve the rumor, but the only one. Bright, in the summer noon, flashed the array of horsemen. For up the steep hill wound the gorgeous cavalcade towards the grand residence of Charles Warbeck. The bells rung loudly, and the French bride, with her husband, entered their princely abode. That same night, there was a grand banquet given by Charles Warbeck to his friends, but Edward and Leoline were forgotten. The lights shone from every casement, and music swelled loud and ceaselessly within. By the side of her husband sat the fair French bride, glittering in jewels. Her dark locks, her flashing eye, the false color of her complexion dazzled the eyes of all his guests. In the banquet hall among the guests sat Philip Regil, not dressed as a minstrel on this occasion, but in the uniform of an English officer. For he had played his part so well that even Charles did not suspect him to be one and the same person, for when Regil left Warbeck Castle so suddenly, he went to Calais, and then under an assumed name made the acquaintance of Charles Warbeck, and led him on to ruin. As he was such a gay fellow then, and had become so much linked in with young Warbeck, he was looked upon by all almost as one of the family. "By the fates," said he, as he whispered to the bride and bridegroom, "we shall scare the owls tonight in the grim towers of Warbeck Castle. Thy grave brother, Sir Charles, will have much to do to comfort thy old flame, Leoline, when she learns what a gallant life you are leading here with your fair French bride." "Poor damsel," said the bride, with a light laugh of scorn, "poor damsel. Doubtless she will now be reconciled to the pale-faced, rejected one, for I understand that my Lord Warbeck, your brother, Sir Charles, is a gentleman, handsome, and of gallant mien." "Peace," said Sir Charles, sternly, and quaffing a large goblet of wine. The bride bit her lip and glanced meaningly at Regil, who returned the glance. "Naught but a beauty such as thine can win my pardon," said Sir Charles, turning to his bride and gazing passionately in her face. The bride smiled. Well sped the feast, the laugh deepened, the wine circled, when Sir Charles's eye rested on a guest at the bottom of the board, whose figure was mantled from head to foot, and whose face was covered by a dark veil. "Beshrew me," said he aloud, "but this is scarce courteous at our revel. Will the stranger vouchsafe to unmask?" These words turned all eyes to the figure. It rose and walked slowly but with grace to the fair bride and laid beside her a wreath of flowers. "It is a simple gift, lady," said the stranger, in a voice of much sweetness. "But it is all I can offer, and the bride of Sir Charles should not be without a gift at my hands. May you both be happy." With these words, the stranger left the hall like a shadow. Bring her back," said the French bride, hastily. "No, no," said Sir Charles, waving his hand impatiently. "Touch her not, heed her not, at your peril." The bride bent her head over the flowers to conceal her anger, and from amongst them dropped the broken half of a ring. Sir Charles recognized it at once. It was the half of that ring which he had broken with his betrothed Leoline. He required not such a sign to convince him that the figure so full of ineffable grace, that touching voice, that simple action, so tender in its sentiment, that gift, that blessing, came only from the heartbroken and forgiving Leoline. But Lord Warbeck, alone in his solitary tower, passed to and fro with agitated steps. Deep, undying wrath at his brother's baseness mingled with one burning, delicious hope. He confessed now that he had deceived himself when he thought his passion was no more. Was there any longer a bar to his union with Leoline? In that delicacy which was breathed into him by his love, he had forborne to seek, or to offer her the insult of consolation. He felt that the shock should be borne alone, and yet he pined, he thirsted to throw himself at her feet. Nursing these contending thoughts, he was aroused by a knock at his door. He opened it. The passage was thronged by Leoline's maidens, pale, anxious, weeping. Leoline had left the castle, but with one female attendant, none know whither. They knew too soon. From the hall of Warbeck Castle she had passed over in the dark and inclement night, to the valley in which the convent offered to the weary of spirit and the broken of heart a refuge. At daybreak the next morning, Lord Edward Warbeck was at the convent gate. He saw Leoline. What a change one night of suffering had made in that face, which was the fountain of all loveliness to him. He clasped her in his arms. He urged all that love could urge. He besought her to accept that heart, which had never wronged her memory by a thought. In vain Warbeck pleaded. In vain he urged all that passion and truth could urge. The springs of earthly love were forever dried up in the orphan's heart, and her resolution was immovable. She tore herself from his arms, and the gate of the convent creaked harshly on his ear. A new and stern emotion now wholly possessed him. Naturally mild and gentle, when once aroused to anger, he cherished it with the strength of a calm mind. Leoline's tears, her sufferings, her wrongs, her uncomplaining spirit, the change already stamped upon her face, all cried aloud to him for vengeance. "She is an orphan," said he bitterly. "She hath none to protect, to redress her, save me alone. My father's charge over her forlorn youth descends of right to me. What matters it whether her forsaker be my brother? He is her foe. Hath he not crushed her heart? Hath he not consigned her to sorrow till the grave? And with what insult? No warning, no excuse. With lewd wassailers keeping revel for his new bridals in the hearing, before the sight of his betrothed? Enough. The time hath come when, to use his own words, one of us too must fall." He half drew his glaive as he spoke, and thrusting it back violently into the sheath, strode home to his solitary castle. The sound of steeds and of the hunting horn met him at his portal. The bridal train of his brother Sir Charles, all mirth and gladness, were panting for the chase. That evening, a knight in complete armor entered the banquet hall and defied Sir Charles, on the part of Lord Warbeck, to mortal combat. Even Regil was startled by so unnatural a challenge. But Sir Charles, reddening, took up the gage, and the day and spot were fixed. Discontented, wroth with himself, a savage gladness seized him. He longed to wreak his desperate feelings even on his brother. Nor had he ever in his jealous heart forgiven that brother his virtues and his renown. At the appointed hour the brothers met as foes. Lord Edward Warbeck's visor was up, and all the settled sternness of his soul was stamped upon his brow. But Sir Charles, more willing to brave the arm than to face the front of his brother, kept his visor down. Regil stood by him with folded arms. It was a study in human passions to his mocking mind. Scarce had the first trumpet sounded to this dread conflict, when a new actor entered on the scene. The rumor of so unprecedented an event had not failed to reach the convent wherein Leoline had sought refuge. And now, 2 by 2, came the sisters of the holy shrine, and the armed men made way as, with trailing garments and veiled faces, they swept along into the very lists. At that moment one from among them left her sisters, and, with a slow, majestic pace, paused not till she stood right between the brother foes. "Lord Edward Warbeck," she said in a hollow voice that curdled up his dark spirit as she spoke, "is it thus thou wouldst prove thy love, and maintain thy trust over the fatherless orphan that thy sire bequeathed to thy care? Shall I have murder on my soul?" At that question she paused, and those who heard it were struck dumb and shuddered. The murder of one man by the hand of his own brother. "Away, Warbeck, I command." "Shall I forget thy wrongs, Leoline?" said Warbeck. "Wrongs, they are forgiven, they are no more." "And thou, Sir Charles," here her voice faltered, "thou, does thy conscience smite thee not? Wouldst thou atone for robbing me of hope by barring against me the future? Wretch that I should be, could I dream of mercy, could I dream of comfort, if thy brother fell by thy sword in my cause? Sir Charles, I have pardoned thee and blessed thee in thine. Once, perhaps, thou didst love me, remember how I loved thee, cast down thine arms." Sir Charles gazed at the veiled form before him. Where had the soft Leoline learned to command? He turned to his brother. He felt all that he had inflicted upon both, and casting his sword upon the ground, he knelt at the feet of Leoline and kissed her garment with a devotion that Vaudery never lavished on a holier saint. The spell that lay over the warriors around was broken. There was one loud cry of congratulation and joy. "And thou, Lord Edward Warbeck," said Leoline, turning to the spot where, still motionless and haughty, Warbeck stood. "Have I ever rebelled against thy will?" said he softly, and buried the point of his sword in the earth. "Yet, Leoline, yet," added he, looking at his kneeling brother, "yet art thou already better avenged than by this steel." Thou art," cried Sir Charles, smiting his breast, and slowly, and scarce noting the crowd that fell back from his path, Lord Edward Warbeck left the lists. Leoline said no more. Her divine errand was fulfilled. She looked long and wistfully after the stately form of Lord Edward, and then, with a slight sigh, she turned to Sir Charles. "This is the last time we shall meet on earth. Peace be with us all." She then, with the same majestic and collected bearing, passed on towards the sisterhood. And as, in the same solemn procession, they glided back towards the convent, there was not a man present, no, not even the hardened Regil, who would not, like Sir Charles, have bent his knee to Leoline. Once more, Sir Charles plunged into the wild revelry of the age. His castle was thronged with guests. Night after night the lighted halls shone down athwart the tranquil lake. The beauty of his French bride, and the wealth of Sir Charles, attracted all the chivalry from far and near. Yet gloom seized him in the midst of gladness, and the revel was welcome only as the escape from remorse. The voice of scandal, however, soon began to mingle with that of envy at the pomp of Sir Charles. The fair bride, it was said, weary of her lord, lavished her smiles on others. The young and the fair were always most acceptable at the castle, and above all, her guilty love for Regil scarcely affected disguise. Sir Charles alone appeared unconscious of the rumor, and though he had begun to neglect his bride, he relaxed not in his intimacy with Regil. It was noon, and the bride was sitting in her bower alone with her suspected lover. Rich perfumes mingled with the fragrance of flowers, and various luxuries, unknown till then in English climes, gave a soft and effeminate character to the room. "I tell thee," said the bride, petulantly, "that he begins to suspect, that I have seen him watch thee, and mutter as he watched, and play with the hilt of his dagger. Better let us fly ere it is too late, for his vengeance would be terrible were it once roused against us. Ah! Why did I ever forsake my own sweet land for these bleak shores? There, love is not considered eternal, and inconstancy a crime worthy death." "Peace, pretty one," said Regil, carelessly. "Thou knowest not the laws of our foolish chivalry. Thinkest thou I could fly from a knight's halls like a thief in the night? Why, verily, even the Red Cross would not cover such dishonor. If thou fearest that thy dull lord suspects, why let us part? The king hath sent to me. Ere evening I might be on my way thither. And I left to brave the barbarian's rage alone. Is this thy courage? Nay, prate not so wildly, answered Regil. Surely when the object of his suspicion is gone, thy woman's art and thy French wiles can easily allay the jealous fiend. Do I not know thee? Why thou wouldst fool all men save Regil. And thou, cruel, wouldst thou leave me? Said the bride, weeping, how shall I live without thee? Regil laughed slightly. Can such eyes ever weep without a comforter? But farewell, I must not be found with thee. Tomorrow I depart for London. We shall meet again. As soon as the door closed on Regil, the bride rose and, pacing the room, said, Selfish, selfish, how could I ever trust him? Yet I dare not brave Sir Charles alone. Surely it was his step that disturbed us in our yesterday's interview. Nay, I will fly, I can never want a companion. She clapped her hands. A young page appeared. She threw herself on her seat and wept bitterly. The page approached, and love was mingled with his compassion. Why weepest thou, dearest lady? Said he, Is there aught in which Conrade's services? Ah, thou hast read his heart, his devotion may avail. Sir Charles had wandered out the whole day alone. His vassals had observed that his brow was more gloomy than was its wont, for he usually concealed whatever might prey within. Some of the most confidential of his servitors he had conferred with, and the conference had deepened the shadow of his countenance. He returned at twilight. His young wife did not honor the repast with her presence. She was unwell and not to be disturbed. The gay Regil was the life of the board. Thou carriest a sad brow today, Sir Charles, said he. Good faith, thou hast caught it from the dull air. I have something troubles me, answered Sir Charles, forcing a smile which I would fain impart to thy friendly bosom. The night is clear, and the moon is up. Let us go forth alone into the garden. Regil rose, and he forgot not to gird on his sword as he followed the knight. Sir Charles led the way to one of the most distant terraces that overhung the lakes. Regil, said he, pausing, answer me one question on thy honor. Was it thy step that left my lady's bower yester eve at vesper? Startled by so sudden a query, the wily Regil faltered in his reply. The red blood mounted to Sir Charles's brow. Nay, lie not. These eyes have not witnessed, but these ears have heard from others of my dishonor. As Sir Charles spoke, Regil's eye resting on the water perceived a boat rowing fast over the lake. The distance forbade him to see more than the outline of two figures within it. She was right, thought he. Perhaps that boat already bears her from the danger. Drawing himself up to the full height of his tall stature, Regil replied, haughtily, Sir Charles, if thou hast deigned to question thy vassals, obtain from them only an answer. Enough, cried Sir Charles, losing patience and striking Regil with his clenched hand. Draw, traitor, draw. Alone in his lofty tower, Lord Edward Warbeck watched the night deepen over the heavens and communed mournfully with himself. To what end, thought he, have these strong affections, these capacities of love, this yearning after sympathy, been given me? Unloved and unknown, I walk to my grave, and all the nobler mysteries of my heart are forever to be untold. Thus musing, he heard not the challenge of the warder on the wall, or the unbarring of the gate below, or the tread of footsteps along the winding stair. The door was thrown suddenly open, and Sir Charles stood before him. Come, he said in a low voice, trembling with passion, come, I will show thee that which shall gladden thy heart. Twofold is Leoline avenged. Lord Edward Warbeck looked in amazement on a brother he had not met since they stood in arms each against the other's life. And he now saw that the arm that Sir Charles extended to him dripped with blood, trickling drop by drop upon the floor. Come, said Sir Charles, follow me. It is my last prayer. Come, for Leoline's sake, come. At that name, Lord Edward Warbeck hesitated no longer. He girded on his sword and followed his brother down the stairs and through the castle gate. The porter scarcely believed his eyes when he saw the two brothers, so long divided, go forth at that hour alone, and seemingly in friendship. Lord Warbeck, arrived at that epoch in the feelings when nothing stuns, followed with silent steps the rapid strides of his brother. The two castles, as I have told you, were not far from each other. In a few minutes, Sir Charles paused at an open space in one of the terraces on which the moon shone bright and steady. "Behold," he said, in a ghastly voice, "behold." And Lord Warbeck saw on the sward the corpse of Regil, bathed with the blood that even still poured fast and warm from his heart. "Hark," said Sir Charles. "He it was who first made me waver in my vows to Leoline. He persuaded me to wed yon whited falsehood. Hark. He, who had thus wronged my real love, dishonored me with my faithless bride, and thus, as grinding his teeth, he spurned again and again the dead body of Regil, thus Leoline and myself are avenged. And thy wife," said Lord Warbeck pityingly, fled with a hireling page. It is well. She was not worth the sword that was once belted on by Leoline. On the very night of his revenge, a long, delirious illness seized Sir Charles. The generous Lord Warbeck forgot all, save that he had been once consecrated by Leoline's love. He tended him through his sickness, and, when he recovered, Sir Charles was an altered man. He forswore the comrades he had once courted, the revels he had once led. His halls were desolate. The only companion Sir Charles sought was Lord Warbeck, and Lord Warbeck bore with him. They had no subject in common, for on one subject Lord Warbeck at least felt too deeply ever to trust himself to speak. Yet did a strange and secret sympathy reunite them. They had at least a common sorrow. Often they were seen wandering together by the solitary banks of the river, or amidst the woods, without apparently interchanging word or sign. Lord Warbeck was now companionless. In vain the king's court wooed him to its pleasures. In vain the camp proffered him the oblivion of renown. Ah! Could he tear himself from a spot where morning and night he could see afar, amidst the valley, the roof that sheltered Leoline, and on which every copse, every turf, reminded him of former days? His solitary life, his midnight vigils, strange scrolls about his chamber, obtained him by degrees the repute of cultivating the darker arts. And, shunning, he became shunned by all. One night, when Lord Warbeck sat lonely in his chamber, dreaming of the past, the bell at the outer gate began to toll. He listened. Again and again its solemn sound struck ominously upon his ear. He had never before in all his life heard such a dismal, mournful sound. The gatekeeper went out to ascertain the cause, but could see no one about. He even went up into the bell tower, but just as he got there the bell ceased tolling, but even then shook to and fro. He was about to leave when again it tolled. The old porter was struck almost dumb with surprise. The bell was not touched by anything that he could see, and yet its harsh grating sound thrilled him. "Ghosts!" he cried, and hurried away to inform his master of the strange occurrence. "What means this noise at such an unseemly hour of the night?" said Lord Edward sternly. "I know not, my lord," was the answer, "but all in the castle are in commotion and fear." "Get you gone, knave," said Warbeck, "and let's hear no more of such silly nonsense." The porter went his way, and Lord Edward walked about his room in a state of mental excitement. "What means this tolling of the bells?" said he, half aloud. "I can explain," said a voice near to him. Lord Edward turned suddenly around, and to his horror he saw standing before him a ghastly skeleton form. "Who art thou?" said Lord Edward in a firm tone. "I am Regil, whom thy brother slew." "Ha! The spirit of the dead," said Lord Edward. "No, not dead. Through the agency of potent spirits, I have been restored to life. Impossible. No, I roam the earth with but one sole object. Name it, to destroy everyone who bears the name of Warbeck. Be you spirit or mortal, thou least," said Lord Edward. And at the same moment he drew his sword and made a pass at the grim visitor. In an instant, however, the blade was shivered into halves, and the skeleton laughed loudly and grimly. "My life is charmed. Thy steel to me is useless." They hung me on a gibbet, and called me the Red Man from the mass of gore which flowed from the wounds inflicted by thy brother. But, as I have said, my life is renewed through mystic charms and spells, and at certain times of night, during certain seasons of the year. I can go abroad wherever I will. "See," said the intruder, "I come not alone." He stamped his foot. In a moment, Lord Edward was astonished to find that the room was filled with skeleton men. "You see, I come not alone," said the intruder again. "This is my band, the skeleton crew. We are the scourge both of the sea and land. Fear us, Warbeck, for never, until the last of thy name shall have ceased to live, will I or my crew cease to follow and thwart you in all your designs." "Unholy fiend," Lord Edward exclaimed. "If even it be that all of you are endowed with life anew, heaven hath its counter spells for all your charms." "True," said the grisly visitor. "Heaven had one on earth who, until tonight, preserved you and yours, but that one has departed, hence our hour of triumph has come." At that same moment, Lord Edward's ears were startled by the distant tolling of the convent bell. "Listen," said the grim chief, "listen to the funeral knell of her you loved." "Leoline?" gasped Lord Edward. "Yes, Leoline is no more." I will not believe it." "'Tis true, her spirit has left earth, and with it thy only protector, Lord of Warbeck." These words were scarcely uttered, when the skeleton band were in turn struck with awe. There, in the midst of them stood the spirit form of Leoline, who, in white robes, as light as air, held her hand aloft, and pronounced a solemn malediction on those who would have injured the gallant knight. "Begone, spirits of evil, vanish to the utmost corners of the earth. But never, while heaven hath a protecting arm, can the red man of the gibbet harm or injure the noble race of Warbeck." Such was the potency of the spirit presence that the skeletons vanished. Yet, since that day, and since that solemn hour, have the skeleton crew and the Warbecks been at deadly feud. "And never," said the red man, "until the last of the race shall have succumbed to my awful power, will I rest in peace in my gibbet chains." The red man concluded his narrative, and vanished as he had came, how, or where, none knew whither. For some time Deathwing and the rest remained as if spellbound. Never until then had any ever heard how the skeleton crew was founded. But now that its origin was unmistakably traced to a deadly hate to the family of the Warbecks, Deathwing, Regil, and the rest rose in great anger, and swore, in the language of the red man, never to rest until the last descendants of the bold Warbecks were numbered with the dead. With sword upraised, and amid great applause of the crew, Philip Regil swore an awful oath to slay Ned Warbeck the first moment they met, whether publicly, privately, in night or day. Chapter 53. The attack and counterattack on the blockhouse. Ned Warbeck to the rescue. "To action," said Deathwing. "To action, then. Let us attack Captain Jack's storehouse, and forever silence the babbling of the dozen. They are all braggarts." With an unanimous voice, the skeleton crew proposed to sally forth, and armed themselves to the teeth. Led on by Deathwing and Philip Regil, who was now recognized as one of their chiefs, they went forth into the darkness bent upon sacking the stronghold where for many years the dozen had kept their plunder. "We will serve Captain Jack out once and for all," said Deathwing. "Yes, if he is there," said Philip, "but I doubt it. Both he and Old Bates are too old birds to be caught with chaff." "No matter," said Deathwing. "We shall be sure to fall foul of some of the gang, and the beautiful Ellen Harmer shall be the wife of the first one who enters their stronghold." "Agreed," shouted all. With one accord they moved on through the dark streets like phantoms. In a short time they reached the strong and barricaded storehouse of the dozen. The sounds of carousing were heard within. They do not suspect that anyone is aware of their doings. "We can capture the place without trouble of any kind. But the place is surrounded by high and thick palisadings of timber," said Philip. "It has 2 gates, both of them of amazing strength." "So much the better," said Deathwing. "When we have massacred all within, we will keep the place as our own. Does any of the king's officers know of it?" "I think not," said Philip. For Captain Jack and his men had it built expressly for themselves in such an out-of-the-way place that I doubt much if even Colonel Blood ever heard of it. "Excellent news," said Deathwing. "If Captain Jack and Bates have thoroughly ransacked the Colonel's house, there must be a great deal of treasure inside." "No doubt of it." "Then let us surround it quietly. When I give the word, let one and all of you scale the walls, and spare no living soul save Ellen Harmer." "Have the scouts returned?" asked Deathwing. We must not commence operations until the coast is clear. Here are the 2 scouts, said Philip. They have just returned. What news do you bring? Asked Deathwing of them. Colonel Blood has been thrown off the scent. He and his soldiers endeavored to follow Captain Jack and Old Bates, but they escaped in the darkness. Hang the trick, said Deathwing, so we shan't have the pleasure of killing those 2 rascals after all. Never mind, said Philip. It will only be a pleasure for us to do it at some distant time. True, said Deathwing, but you don't know them so long or so well as I do. If these 2 notorious rascals find that their men have been all killed or disbanded, they will form another gang, most likely, and cause us more trouble than they are worth. No matter, let us hear what the scouts say. What direction has Colonel Blood and his soldiers taken? They have returned to barracks. And the colonel? I saw him standing at the gate of his own house, swearing like a madman at his ill success. So much the better, said Deathwing, laughing hoarsely. If he has been disappointed, we shall not be. Come, follow me. With this command, all the crew followed him silently, like so many shadows. They approached the outer walls of the timber-built dwelling and crept out of view. They could hear the sounds of revelry within and the tipsy chorus of unsuspecting drunkards. Now, said Deathwing. At the word of command, he and his followers scaled the walls with the agility of monkeys. The next moment they descended into the spacious courtyard. The huge old building was surrounded by them. The doors were smashed open. In a few moments, the clanging of arms and the report of pistols were heard on all sides. But while this was taking place, many good citizens were aroused from their slumbers by the noise and tumult, and stood at a respectful distance from the scene of combat, fearful to have anything to do or say in the matter. For they were horrified to learn that it was none other than the famous skeleton crew and Captain Jack's band who were fighting within. This all could plainly perceive, for the skeleton forms of Deathwing's crew were occasionally seen at the windows and on the roof in deadly struggle with the robbers. But now a change came over the aspect of the whole scene. WILDFIRE Ned, with Lieutenant Garnet, Bob Bertram, and Tim, had heard of the atrocious robbery of and abduction of Nellie Harmer from the mansion of Colonel Blood. On the instant, they formed a strong patrol of citizens, and having well armed them, all marched through the streets on the lookout for any of Captain Jack's notorious gang. They were not aware of what Deathwing and his crew were doing that moment at the blockhouse. But the distant hum of voices told them that something more than ordinary was transpiring down by the river bank. "Come on," said Ned to his patrol. "Come on, my merry men. There is something up down by the river. Who knows, it may be Captain Jack and his vagabond followers, after all. Come on, don't let us give up our search for nothing. Follow me." "Stop, stop. Good masters," said several affrighted citizens. "Stay where you are. Several of the king's men have been murdered. The skeleton crew are out tonight. The demons, led on by Deathwing, are making sad havoc down by the river, and nothing can stop them." "The skeleton crew," said Ned. "Hurrah, boys, hurrah! We have met them before, haven't we, Garnet?" "Yes, my brave lad, and I am willing to meet the scoundrels again, whether on land or sea. Lead on, Ned, lead on." With a loud shout, WILDFIRE Ned and his followers rushed towards the scene of tumult. The citizens made way for them as, led on by Ned Warbeck, Garnet and Bob Bertram, the gallant band of young citizens and London apprentices, ran towards the blockhouse. It was at this moment, and just as Ned Warbeck arrived on the scene of action, that the gate of the blockhouse was hastily opened and closed again. A man rushed forth, all bleeding and with a sword in hand. "She is mine, she is mine," said he. It was Philip Regil bearing away the unconscious form of Ellen Harmer from the blockhouse. "She is mine, she is mine," he said with savage oaths. "Make way there on your lives." The good, simple citizens, supposing that Philip Regil was a well-disposed and gallant person who, at the risk of his own life among the terrible crew, had rescued an innocent girl, made way for him to the right and left and even cheered him. "Hold, villain, hold," said Ned Warbeck, dashing towards Philip Regil. Regil stood stock still as if he had suddenly beheld a spectre. "Ned Warbeck," he gasped, Again across my path. Make way, fool, or die. Stir but another inch with your precious burden, said Ned Warbeck with a determined oath. Stir but an inch farther this way, and my sword to the hilt shall be buried in your craven carcase. With wild-looking eyes and disheveled hair, almost on end with unnatural fright and alarm, Philip Regil was about to drop the insensible girl from his arms, when, with a sudden spring and a gleaming sword, Ned Warbeck plucked her from his grasp. A terrible hand-to-hand conflict now took place between these two hereditary enemies. It seemed as if all the hatred of their forefathers had gathered in the hearts of these two fierce opponents. Garnet and Bob Bertram would have rushed to Ned's assistance, but said Ned Warbeck, in tones of confidence, "Away, friends, away. Leave the affair to me. Do you and your followers storm the blockhouse and let not one of the villains escape. Away, I say. Let no one interfere. Make a ring, good citizens, and see fair play. I ask nothing more. Give the poor girl to me, my brave lad," chorused a score of voices. "You cannot fight with her burden in your arms." "Never fear, good people," said Ned. "Whether I live or die, this poor girl shall never leave my embrace while I have power to protect her." With the ferocity of two tigers, Regil and young Warbeck commenced the duel, surrounded as they were by a numerous company of breathless spectators. Again and again, they cut and thrust at each other with ferocious violence. Regil had the advantage of weight, height, and reach, independent of not holding any burden, but Ned Warbeck was confident and bold. Again they approached to dangerous nearness, and each moment seemed as if it would decide the combat. But Ned Warbeck was fully aware of his opponent's cunning and treated his cowardly thrust with a loud laugh of contempt. Once or twice it seemed as if Regil really intended to murder Ellen Harmer, as she unconsciously clung to the brave youth, her protector. In looking after her safety, therefore, Ned Warbeck often missed excellent opportunities for wounding Regil seriously. On the other hand, however, Ned Warbeck was falling weak, and he received several slight cuts in the arms and legs. Regil, thinking that he had his antagonist safe and need not fear his repeated thrusts, stepped still closer. This was what Ned Warbeck had long wanted him to do, but had so disguised his wish that Regil could not understand the trick. "I'll play with you no longer," said Regil with a laugh of triumph. "You have ever been a snake in my path. Now, Ned Warbeck, die like a dog." With a shout of derision, and with eyes glaring in deadly hate and rage, he rushed upon Ned, and a terrible struggle ensued. With the stroke of Vulcan, young Warbeck struck down Regil's sword point, and at the same moment, Philip Regil fell to the earth with a loud groan. Ned Warbeck's sword had been buried to the hilt in Philip's body. A loud shout applauded this unexpected stroke of good fortune. "Brave lad! Hurrah for WILDFIRE Ned! Good luck to you, young Warbeck!" resounded on all sides. With an elastic stride, and his sword still dripping with Philip Regil's blood, Ned Warbeck strode through the applauding crowd, still bearing in his arms the form of Ellen Harmer, and took her to a house nearby, that restoratives might be administered to her. But while this was taking place, let us return to Lieutenant Garnet and his men. Many of them had wildly rushed at the walls and gates, but were unable to force them. For Deathwing and his party, finding that they themselves were in turn attacked by the citizens, made superhuman exertions to escape from the trap into which they had unconsciously fallen. Instead, therefore, of Deathwing slaying all he met with in the huge blockhouse, he made friends with all Captain Jack's men that remained unhurt, and they prepared for a terrific resistance to the armed citizen patrol outside, who were making fruitless efforts to break down the heavy, massive wooden stockade which surrounded the immense yard of the blockhouse. They kept up a galling fire upon the citizens with guns, pistols, stones, bricks, and whatever came to hand from the windows and roof. Several of the citizens had been killed or wounded long before Ned Warbeck and his friends had arrived on the scene, when, however, Ned was engaged in the deadly dud with Philip Regil. Lieutenant Garnet, like an old and experienced sailor, soon changed the whole aspect of affairs, and cheered on his men. He took the entire command, reinvigorated their efforts, and completely altered the mode and direction of attack. He was an able leader, and the consequences of his appearance were soon perceptible in the development of events. The force immediately beneath the walls, and secure from the shots of the skeleton crew, were reinforced, and in so cautious a manner that the skeleton crew were entirely ignorant of their increased strength in that quarter. Creeping as they did from place to place, now lying prone and silent to the ground, in utter immobility. Now rushing, as circumstances prompted, with all rapidity, they put themselves into cover, crossing the intervening space without the loss of a man. Having thus gathered in force beneath the walls of the blockhouse, the greater number, while the rest watched, proceeded to gather up in piles, as they had begun to do before, immense quantities of the dry pine trash and the gummy turpentine wood which the neighborhood readily afforded. This they clustered in thick masses around the more accessible points of the wooden walls. The first intimation which the garrison had of this proceeding was a sudden gust of flame, blazing first about the gate of the area, on one side of the blockhouse, then rushing from point to point with amazing rapidity, sweeping and curling widely around the building itself. The gate, and the palings all around it, studiously made as they had been of strong pine, for its great durability, was as ready an ally of the destructive element as the citizens could have chosen, and licked greedily by the fire, were soon ignited. Blazing impetuously, it soon aroused the skeleton crew to a more acute consciousness of the danger now at hand. A fierce shout of their assailants, as they beheld the rapid progress of the experiment, warned them to greater exertion, if they hoped to escape the dreadful fate which threatened to engulf them. To remain where they were was to be consumed in the flames. To rush forth was to encounter the weapons of an enemy 4 times their number. It was a moment of gloomy necessity, that which assembled the chief defenders of the fortress to a sort of war council. They could only deliberate. To fight was out of the question. Their enemy now was one which they could not oppose. The citizens showed no front for assault or aim, while the flames, rushing from point to point and seizing upon numerous places at once, continued to advance, with a degree of celerity which left it impossible, in the dry condition of its timber, that the blockhouse could possibly, for any length of time, escape. Upon the building itself, the citizens could not fix the fire at first, but 2 ends of it were directly accessible to them, and these were without any entrance, had been pierced with holes for musketry, and were well watched by the vigilant eyes within. The 2 sides were enclosed by the line of strong palings and posts, and had no need of other guardianship. But while Lieutenant Garnett, Bob Bertram, and others were using their utmost endeavors to storm the strong blockhouse, Master Tim, as usual, was skulking out of danger among the crowd or non-fighters, and seemed more inclined to let others share the dangers while he did the talking. For Master Tim, as we have seen all through this story, could be very eloquent at times and speak grandly about war and glory and all such like topics. But if he could help it, he would not on any account run his own head into danger. The good citizens, seeing that he wore Ned Warbeck's livery, expected him to distinguish himself after the manner WILDFIRE Ned had done before their own eyes. But, instead of that, Master Tim drank deeply of old ale, and, standing on a doorstep out of danger, began to harangue the idle multitude something in this style. "And why, my friends, are we here assembled?" was his sagacious inquiry, looking round as he spoke upon his inattentive audience. A forced smile on the faces of several, but not a word, attested their several estimates of the speaker. He proceeded. "That is the question, my friends. Why are we here assembled? I answer, for the good of the people. We are here to protect them if we can, and to perish for and with them if we must. I cannot forget my duties to my country, and to those in whose behalf I stand before the grim skeleton crew and the swords of Captain Jack's men. These teach me, and I would teach it to you, my friends, to fight, to hold out to the last. We may not think of parleying with those in the blockhouse, my friends, until other hope is gone. Whatever be the peril till that moment, be it mine to encounter it. Whatever be the privation, till that moment I am the man to endure it. Be it for me, at least, though I stand alone in this particular, to do for the people whatever wisdom or valor may do, until the moment comes which shall call on us to pardon the villains. The question now, my friends, is simply this: has that moment come or not? I pause for a reply. Who talks of parleying with them? Growled a smith, as he cast a glance of ferocity at the speaker. Who talks of parleying at all to these cursed bloodhounds that hunt for nothing but our blood? We cannot parley if we would. We must fight, die, do anything but parley with the fiends. So say I am ready to fight and die for my country. I say it now, as I have said it 100 times before, but— The speech which Tim had thus begun, the smith again interrupted with a greater bulldog expression than ever. Aye, so you have, and so will say 100 times more, with as little sense in it one time as another. We are all here to die, if there's any need for it, but that isn't the trouble. It's how we are to die, that's the question. Are we to stay here and be shot like timber rats, or to volunteer, as I do now, axe in hand, to go and cut down the palings that immediately join the house? By that we may have a clear dig at the savages inside. I'm for that. If anybody's willing to go along with me, let him up hands. No talk, we have too much of that already. I'm ready here, cried Ned Warbeck, approaching and laughing good-humoredly, and his hands were thrust up at the instant. No, Ned Warbeck, cried the smith. Not you, you must stay and manage here. Your head's the coolest, and though I'd sooner have your arm alongside of me in the rough time than any other two that I know of, 'twant do to take you from the rest on this risk. Who else is ready? Let him come to the scratch and no longer talk about it. What do you say, Master Tim? That's chance enough for you, if you really want to die for your country. And as he spoke, he thrust his head forward, while his eyes peered into the very bosom of the little groom, and his axe descended on a doorpost, near which he stood, with a thundering emphasis that rung through the street. I can't use the axe, cried Tim hurriedly. It's not my instrument. Sword or pistol for me, my friends. In their exercise I give way to no man, and in their use I ask for no leader, but I am neither woodchopper nor blacksmith. And this is your way of dying for the good of the people, said the smith contemptuously. I am willing, even now. I say it again, as I have before said, and as now I solemnly repeat it, said Tim pompously. But I must die for them after my own fashion and under proper circumstances. With sword in hand, crossing the perilous breach, with weapon befitting the use of a noble gentleman, I am ready. But I know not any rule that would require of me to perish for my country with the broad axe of a woodchopper, the cleaver of a butcher, or the sledge of a blacksmith in my hand. Said Master Tim in mock dignity. Well, I'm no soldier, retorted the smith, but I think a man, to be really ready to die for his country, shouldn't be too nice as to which way he does it. Now, the sword and the pistol are of monstrous little use here. The muskets of our lads will keep off the crew inside, while a few of us cut down the stakes. So now, men, as time grows short, let the boys keep a sharp lookout with the ticklers, and I'll for the timber, let him follow who will. There are boys enough, I take it, to go with. Thus saying, the blacksmith pushed forward. The blacksmith was one of those blunt, burly fellows who take with the populace. It was not difficult for him to procure men where many were ready. They had listened with much sympathy to the discussion narrated, and as the pomposity and assumption of Tim had made him an object of vulgar ridicule, a desire to rebuke him, not less than a willingness to go with the smith, contributed readily to persuade them to the adventure. In a few moments the gate of the blockhouse was unbarred, and the party sallied through the entrance, the smith at their head. In the meanwhile, with sleeves rolled up, jacket off, and face that seemed not often to have been entirely free from the begriming blackness of his profession, the smith commenced his tremendous blows upon the contiguous palings, followed with like zeal, if not with equal power, by the men who had volunteered along with him. Down went the first post beneath his arm, and as, with resolute spirit, he was about to assail another, a huge skeleton warrior stood in the gap which he had made. and with a powerful blow from the mace which he carried, had our blacksmith been less observant, would have soon finished his career. But the smith was a man of agility as well as strength and spirit, and leaping aside from the stroke, as his eye rose to the corresponding glance from that of his enemy, he gave due warning to his axemen, who forbore their strokes under his command. The aperture was yet too small for any combat of the parties, and ignorant of the force against him, surprised also at their appearance, he dispatched one of his men to Lieutenant Garnet, and gave directions, which, had they been complied with, had certainly given them the advantage. The skeleton crew rushed upon them, and for a time defeated the aim of Garnet's musketry. Fighting like a lion as he retreated to the gate of the blockhouse, the brave smith continued to keep unharmed, making at the same time some little employment in the shape of ugly wounds to dress, in the persons of his rash assailants. Once more they gave back before him, and again the musketry of Garnet was enabled to tell upon them. A discharge from the blockhouse in the meantime retorted with good effect the attack of the sailor, and taught a lesson of caution to Ned Warbeck, of which he soon availed himself. 3 of his men bit the dust in that single fire. The brave smith again reached the door with a single unwounded follower, himself unhurt. His comrades threw open the entrance, but an instant too late. A parting shot from the muskets of the skeleton crew was made with a fatal effect. The smith sank down upon the threshold as the bullet passed through his body. The axe fell from his hand. He grasped at it convulsively and lay extended in part upon the sill of the door when Garnet drew him in safety away. "You are not hurt, my old fellow," exclaimed Garnet, his voice trembling with the apprehensions which he felt. "Hurt enough, Lieutenant, bad enough. No more grist ground at that mill. But hold in, don't be frightened, you can beat 'em yet." "Ah," he groaned, in a mortal agony. They composed his limbs, and pouring some spirits down his throat, he recovered in a few moments and convulsively said, "When I die, die indeed." "Don't think of such a thing," said Garnet, sadly. "Yes," said the brave smith, "it has come to that at last. I feel it. I have done my duty like a man, and am content to die." After a very brief struggle, the gallant fellow breathed his last. "Venge him! Avenge him!" Ned Warbeck cried. "Follow me," shouted Lieutenant Garnet. With loud shouts, and amid a storm of shot and other missiles showered down upon them, 3 separate parties of stormers under the leadership of Ned Warbeck, Garnet, and Bob Bertram assailed the burning stronghold. On every side the flames were now burning and illuminated the darkness of the night. Past the windows and on the roof could be seen flitting about the forms of Deathwing's and Captain Jack's men, who were nearly roasted alive. Bravely they fought, but they dared not rush forth to encounter the valor of Ned Warbeck's escaped followers. Some of the crew leaped from the roof into the river. Others jumped from windows upon the weapons of those below, until at last a fearful explosion occurred. Several barrels of powder exploded in the cellars, and in a moment afterwards the old blockhouse, which for years and years had been the rendezvous of Captain Jack's men, was a mass of ruins. While in the river were numerous of the skeleton crew and others, who were swimming for their very lives far away from the bright, crackling mass of timber. Chapter 54. Captain Jack and Old Bates are fugitives. They fly from London and conceal themselves in Hornsey Wood, their depredations. With the arrest or dispersion of the principals of their gang, the greater part of Captain Jack's anxieties and difficulties ceased. The remainder of the vagabonds pursued through the villages, and Wood soon fell into the hands of justice. Beggars, sham hawkers, deserters came in succession to swell the list of prisoners in the London jails. Jack and his friend Bates had withdrawn to the country. There, in almost inaccessible thicket, they constructed a hut of branches and leaves, very skillfully contrived to deceive the eyes of the passers-by. Only at night did they venture out into the neighboring commons, and the fears their audacity inspired prevented the peasants from betraying their place of concealment. Ned Warbeck and others undertook to effect this difficult capture. 4 of them, disguised as woodcutters, with 2 others to assist them, and who were well acquainted with every nook and corner of the forest, determined to enter at nightfall under the trees of Hornsey Wood, and bivouacked in silence. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, they surrounded the retreat of the two outlaws. Ned Warbeck and one of the woodcutters, with musket in hand and finger on trigger, gently drew aside the leafy door when they perceived the terrible couple lying amid bundles of hay and picked bones. A gun, loaded and cocked, was lying between them. Captain Jack opened his eyes, awoke less by the noise than by the vague uneasiness that must ever haunt the guilty. Seizing his gun, he cried, "Help! Bates, help!" But Ned covered him with his musket, while one of the woodcutters seized the gun, and two others rushing in another moment both the rascals were safely handcuffed. "Ned Warbeck," said Captain Jack, "it was not right of you to betray your friends in this manner." "Thank you." Ned laughingly replied, "But I prefer such friends as you at a distance, anywhere except in our own neighborhood." The captain cast an evil glance at Ned and followed on to prison. No sooner did the law show itself stronger than Captain Jack's roguery than the tongues of the people loosened, and singular revelations were made. The former related that several times during the hot days of summer, Jack and his friends used to arrive by dozens, and shutting the gates of farms. They opened the doors leading into the cellars and helped themselves to the farmers' cider. Then, stripping themselves of their clothing, converted thus the yard into a ballroom where they performed the wild antics of the beggar's dance. Resembling some of the strange scenes described by travelers of what they had witnessed among certain tribes of African and South Sea Islanders. In other places, they would make themselves quite at home, especially Captain Jack, for no sooner was his tall figure recognized, whether he was alone or accompanied by any of his friends, immediately all the servants, ploughmen, and shepherds assembled round their dangerous guest to attend upon his wants for fear of being shot. The tales told by these oppressed people revealed more than one hidden crime. To render his authority secure, and to prevent desertion and treachery, Captain Jack had established among his regular followers a sort of bond of union secured by an oath of vengeance. Every member of his new gang convicted of having betrayed their associates, or of refusing an order issued by Captain Jack, was pitilessly massacred, and the executioners selected from among themselves. It was in this manner that a poor lad suffered for a crime against the association. He gave, thoughtlessly, no doubt, some wrong information respecting some farm they were going to attack. He was seized and carried to the camp of Captain Jack. His accuser was no less than old Bates, who had stolen the sails of a windmill for some purpose, and the boy had made known this trick to Captain Jack. Some time afterwards, the boy spoke rather freely of the projects of the gang upon the farm of a very poor man nearby. Thereupon, it was resolved he should die. Captain Jack pronounced sentence upon him, and he was beaten to death with sticks. The terror inspired by Captain Jack had hitherto deterred the peasants from giving information to the magistrates of the murder of this lad. His bones lay bleaching on the ground where he had fallen, and no one had ventured to inter them. The remains of the poor boy were collected as evidence against Jack and old Bates. Another was murdered in the wood for having taken the part of an innkeeper against his comrades, who wanted to cheat him at the reckoning. A third was also murdered for a similar offense. They tied him to an oak tree and burned him alive, first cutting off his ears and nailing them to a tree as a terror to others of the gang. Several would have met with similar fates and only escaped by a miracle. "Come here," said Ned to Master Tim. "Have you not often said and boasted that you would take Captain Jack as a deserter from the king's army?" Poor Tim looked pale and turned about anxiously for succor and trembled in every limb. Several peasants whom Tim had not perceived at first, and several others, formed a circle around him, which gradually grew narrower and narrower, and of which Tim himself formed the center. "No, sir, I did not say so," replied Tim very modestly. "You lie," said Ned, laughing, at the same time striking a heavy blow on the side of Tim's head with his stick. The poor groom cast a terrified glance around, and perceived a fellow servant who had more than once taken his part. But this companion now gave him a very different reception. Now, he smote him a blow on the arm with a walking cane which almost broke the bone. Then, Ned and others rained a shower of blows upon him until he fell to the ground, well punished for all his past boasting. The energetic and unwearied Ned kept up the pursuit of the gang for 150 days, without halting to rest, or scarcely ever putting off his clothes and arms, or quitting his horse's back. He made captures almost every day. The terror that had formerly possessed the neighborhood had now passed away, and 2 or 3 mounted men were quite sufficient to send away any of the fugitives, and more than enough to secure many vagabonds. It was a truly grand affair, the trial of those members of Captain Jack's band. The mass of positive evidence was immense, but scarcely equal to the suspicion that attached to the prisoners for other crimes in which it was supposed they had taken a part. To let light into this chaos, to collect all the scattered proofs, to separate the facts from surmises, to complete imperfect cases by evidence withdrawn from other cases, and to sift the truth out of constantly varying testimony on the part of witnesses was a most difficult task. Continual error and confusion arose from the various aliases assumed by the more notorious members of the gang, while the differences in the calendar between old and new style added to the difficulties that beset the ministers of justice. Nothing of the kind is more curious than the interminable questions put by the patient counsel, repeated in each new trial month after month with untiring perseverance, and which most frequently elicited the same answers. But at times, the monotony was relieved by overwhelming proofs, by the evidence of some of the culprits themselves, or of others who seemed to grow tired of the suspense of a trial, and convicted themselves to put an end to it. It was by a very narrow opening that night first entered, but day by day it grew larger. Confession followed confession. One appeared to stimulate the other, and they seemed to pride themselves as to who should outvie the other in recitals of the atrocities they had committed. Much exaggeration was, it is true, mixed up with these communications, and it was only by close comparison and sifting that the truth could be elicited regarding the atrocious doings of Captain Jack and his famous baker's dozen. But there they were in prison, through the instrumentality and industry of WILDFIRE Ned and Lieutenant Garnet. What became of most of them we shall quickly see. Chapter 55. Colonel Blood meets with disappointment. But, although WILDFIRE Ned, as narrated in a previous chapter, made a vow never to rest until he had captured or destroyed all who belonged to Captain Jack's band and the skeleton crew, he did not succeed so well with Deathwing's followers as he could have wished. During the night of the terrible commotion and desperate encounter at the blockhouse, that part of the town was thrown into a fearful state of commotion. Excited citizens rushed to and fro in all directions. Colonel Blood, himself, was one of the first who was informed of the whole transaction. For the second time that night, he pushed off to the royal palace and asked for the assistance of the military. 2 companies were entrusted to him, and he marched to the scene of conflict as speedily as possible. When he got there, however, the blockhouse was naught but a blazing mass of ruins. When informed that it contained most, if not all, of the property and valuables which had been stolen from his own house, he fumed and raved like one half demented. But what else could be done? He stood gazing at the fiery element feeding on his own property and gnashed his teeth in rage. "Who led on the citizens to the attack?" he asked. "Ned Warbeck, WILDFIRE Ned, as he is called," the simple citizens replied. "What, Sir Richard Warbeck's nephew, as he is called?" "Yes, Colonel. I have heard of him before. He bears no love towards the skeleton crew or Captain Jack's followers, I hear." "If you had seen how fiercely the gallant youth fought, you would have been sure there was no love between them," laughed several shopkeepers triumphantly. Who else helped him? Lieutenant Garnet, of the Royal Navy, Colonel, and a strong, determined young man from the country. They call him Bob Bertram, Colonel. Were any of the assailants killed? Yes, a brave and gallant youth who was the first to break through the barricaded gates. Anyone else? Yes, Colonel, several other good citizens were killed or much injured in the fray. And where is this Ned Warbeck? Asked Colonel Blood, biting his lip. I should like to see him. I wish to report the full particulars to the king. He has saved you that trouble, most worthy colonel, said Tim, who was still in the crowd. He has gone to the palace himself. As he did most of the fighting, he thought he had a good right to most of the honor and reward. And who are you that speaks so boldly? I, sir, am Mr. Edward Warbeck's groom, a faithful and brave servant I have ever proved to be, and, although I say it, no man behaved more gallantly in the encounter than I did. A general laugh followed this speech, and the crowd around tittered again with merriment. And what did you do? Asked the colonel with a smile. Well, in the first place, most worthy sir, I made a most capital speech to the mob in order to stir them up and excite them to deeds of valor. The best speech it was as ever I made in my life. And what then, my good fellow? Don't believe him, Colonel. He is telling a string of lies. A perfect coward, sir. As timid as a mouse, Colonel, said one and another, as they still laughed outright at Tim's account of the affair. On my word, most noble Colonel, all I say is true. Well, go on then, I am listening. What part did you take? Well, sir, when the fight was at its highest, and when the smith, by not following my advice, got killed, I exhorted all to be more prudent, and to hide their heads well behind the palings and woodwork. For I could see that those devils called the skeleton crew were dead shots and knocked over every one they aimed at. Well, oh, it was beautiful to see how they jumped out of the windows and off the burning roof into the river, said Master Tim, grinning and chuckling. I dare say it was, but I didn't ask for any description of that. I asked, and still ask, what did you do, not see? Well, sir, when my master, Lieutenant Garnet, and Bob Bertram made their fierce attack upon the burning blockhouse, and, followed by their gallant fellows, were fighting in the courtyard, in the passages, and other places, that is to say, most worthy Colonel, because I couldn't get near enough to engage in the combat myself. He stood on a doorstep and looked on, Colonel, said a dozen voices at once. Yes, sir, said Tim, meekly bowing and trembling as he saw the colonel's blood mounting. I stood on the doorstep and acted as commander-in-chief, cheering the lads on. I thought so, said Colonel Blood, angrily. At the same time, he rewarded Tim for his great valor by giving him a sound smack in the face, which knocked him right among the applauding crowd. This was more than Master Tim expected. But, for fear he'd get any more, Tim sneaked away among the crowd like a dog who has lost his tail. Who is that I saw just now borne away upon a shutter? Said Colonel Blood. That is one of the rascals who were in the blockhouse, Colonel. Said several. Is he dead? Not quite, I think, but if he isn't, he ought to be, for I saw a sword go right through him. How did it happen? The unfortunate young man was making his escape from the blockhouse with a female captive whom he claimed as his own, and was making his way off with her, when he was stopped by WILDFIRE Ned and challenged. Carrying off a female, said Colonel Blood in surprise. Did any of you hear her name? Yes, Colonel, I heard her name was Ellen Harmer. Ellen Harmer, the same, you are sure, quite sure. And did this Ned Warbeck fight a duel with the wounded man? Yes. His name was Philip Regel. I have heard of him, as great a rascal as ever lived. And where was the maiden taken to? Nobody knows for certain, Colonel. She was insensible when he took her away to a cottage nearby, but when the fight was over he came with a coach and galloped away. No one knows whither. I'd give £100 to find where he has taken her to, said Blood with a bitter smile. I am foiled again, and by a mere boy, said he to himself. But I must have her. Yes, I will, he thought. Take care, Ned Warbeck, take care. You are treading on very dangerous ground when you cross my path. I am not to be trifled with. You may be brave, noble, and handsome, but if you endeavor to thwart my plans, I will tread you under my heel like a worm. There was nothing now to do upon the spot, so, crestfallen, and in a rage, he returned with his soldiers, leaving it to the night watch to keep order among the excited crowd. I will go to the palace, he said, and will be the first to inform the king of this strange affair. It will be good excuse for me, For now I can tell the truth for once in my life, and say that in my absence Ellen Harmer was abducted from my mansion. Yes, he thought. I will go to the king at once, and be the first to inform him of all that has happened. He will be sure to believe me. But Colonel Blood was not the first to see the king, as will quickly be seen. Neither was he believed. Chapter 56. Colonel Blood and Ned Warbeck. When Wildfire Ned had hurried away with Ellen Harmer from the scene of strife, he was careful that no one should know whither he had taken her. In order to thwart Colonel Blood, whom he knew would try to ferret her out, he hired a coach, and, with Lieutenant Garnet and himself inside, he trusted the reins to Bob Bertram, who lashed up the animals, and started off at a great pace towards the town residence of Sir Richard Warbeck. "You have done for Philip Regil at last," said Garnet in a whisper, for fear of disturbing the sleeping girl. "Yes, I think so," Ned replied, "but it was in fair fight." "Oh, no doubt of that." "I did not see it, but was told by those who did. In fact, I was too much engaged in storming the blockhouse to observe anything but the skeleton devils jumping out of window into the river. How the old building did burn, to be sure, such a blaze." "Yes, it was a grand sight, and lit up that part of the town most beautifully. A fit end for such an infamous rendezvous, so say I, and a gallant exploit it was, and reflects all honor on those engaged in it. I wonder what the king will say to it when he hears it." "Why, reward all who were concerned in it. At least he ought to do so if he's got a spark of generosity in him." "What do you intend?" asked Garnet after a pause. "I shall leave Ellen in charge of my uncle and go to the palace at once. But how can you gain admission?" "Easily enough," said Ned. "Do you see this ring? I found it near the alehouse." "What a splendid one it is! Why, it is a signet ring," said Garner, "and bears the royal coat of arms." "So it does, and inside, as you will perceive, it has the royal cipher with the inscription, 'Whoever presents this is admitted.' How could it have been lost?" said Garnet, closely examining it. "There is no doubt it belongs to the king." "I know it does." "How?" "Ellen Harmer explained it all to me. Captain Jack and his men entered Colonel Blood's house, and while there discovered the king, who was bent, during the colonel's absence, to forcibly abduct her. The king was recognized by Captain Jack, and to regain his freedom without discovery by any one of the colonel's household, he gave the ring to Captain Jack. In the hurry, I suppose, he lost it." "It was a lucky discovery for you," said Garnet. "Yes, and I intend to make the best possible use of it, as you will see," said Ned, "and this very night also." By this time, and while they thus conversed in whispers, the carriage drove up to Sir Richard Warbeck's residence. The door was soon opened, and, to the old knight's great surprise, Ned explained to him all that had happened. "What, in another scrape?" said Sir Richard, "and bring a lady home with you?" "Yes, uncle," said Ned, laughing. "One who is beautiful, and deserving of the temporary protection she asks of you. Whether beautiful or not, an injured female is always welcome to the shelter and protection of my roof, Ned." With the greatest gallantry, the old knight opened the carriage door and assisted Ellen Harmer up the stone steps into his princely, hospitable mansion. "To the palace, Bob," said Ned, jumping into the carriage again. "Where?" asked the old knight in wonder. "Bent on some other mad freak tonight? Stop! Stop! Ned, here, stop!" But before he could be heard, Bob Bertram lashed up the horses and drove rapidly towards the palace. On their way, they overtook a procession of linkmen who were slowly moving along towards the hospital. On a shutter, they bore the bleeding body of an almost lifeless man. "Who is that?" asked Ned as he passed them by. "A man that young Warbeck fought a duel with." "He is not dead, you say?" "No, not quite." "He must have had as many lives as a cat then," said Ned. "What does the surgeon say?" "That, perhaps, by a miracle he may recover." "The devil," said Garnet. "Why, you'll have to fight him over again." "Without the headsman or hangman cheats me," said Ned, laughing. "But there's no telling what may happen. Drive on, Bob, be lively, my lad." Bob whipped his horses and soon drove up to the palace yard. "Halt!" said the hoarse voice of the sentinel as the carriage approached. Bob saw the sentinel lower his musket at him, and he pulled up his horses on the instant. In a moment, an officer advanced to the carriage door, and, in rather a sharp, impertinent manner, demanded to know who and what they were, and the business they came upon at such an unreasonable hour. "Our names you are at liberty to know, sir," said Ned, "but not our business. We are naval officers in His Majesty's service. Our errand is of the greatest importance and brooks no delay." "I don't know that," said the officer. "The king has been disturbed in his slumbers twice tonight. Therefore, you had better call at the levee in the morning if you are officers and do not wish to anger him." "Leave that to us, good sir. You may rely upon it," said Ned. "If our business were not of the utmost consequence, we are by far too good subjects to annoy the king. But what sign have you that warrants me in waking the king?" "This," said Ned, presenting the ring. "Take that to His Majesty. When he sees it, he will not deny us admission to his presence, whatever the hour may be." The officer took the royal ring and examined it. He forthwith went up to the king's chamber, and it must be acknowledged that Charles, majesty as he was full of wrath at being disturbed in his slumbers. When, however, the officer in attendance presented to him the ring, he looked amazed. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. "The devil take the impudent rogue," said he. "But, as I have given my word of honor, why, admit him at once." In a moment afterwards Ned Warbeck and Garnet were striding up the broad staircase towards the king's bedchamber. The king, propped up in bed, was flushed with anger. But when he perceived it was not Captain Jack, to whom he had given the ring, he appeared the more amazed. The door was closed upon Ned and Garnet, but the half-sleepy page, in revenge for being awakened from sleep, listened at the door and heard all he could. Ned Warbeck, in a few words, explained all that had happened that night and about his finding the ring. The king seemed at first very much annoyed, but he laughed off the matter and said upon his word that the story about his intruding into Ellen Harmer's chamber in Colonel Blood's mansion was all a fiction. "Call tomorrow at the levee," said he, "and I will see that justice is done both to you and the injured maid. But tonight I am weary." "No, not tomorrow. I forgot there is no levee until Thursday, so that you will have ample time to arrange everything to your satisfaction. And in token of how much I appreciate your valor in the affair of tonight with the gang of that rascal, Captain Jack, and the terrible skeleton crew, I fully pardon from all transgressions whoever aided you in defeating the villains." "Thanks, Your Majesty. But what document have we to prove it?" said Ned. "Give me pen, ink, and paper." These were found upon a side table. With a hurried scrawl, the king wrote down a few words, granting a free pardon for all officers in favor of those who had assisted Ned and Garnet. Moreover, he signed the paper and sealed it with his own signet ring and gave it to Ned. But, while this was going on in the royal chamber, Bob Bertram in the palace yard was very near getting in a serious difficulty. Ned and Garnet had not left him more than 5 minutes when Colonel Blood hastily rode up and dismounted from his horse. He perceived the carriage and began to question Bob. "Whose vehicle is that, sirrah?" he asked, looking at it attentively. "It looks like a hired one." "It is my master's, sir," answered Bob. "And who is your master?" "A gentleman, sir. If you answer me in that manner again, I'll knock you off your seat. Who is your master, sirrah?" "Captain Warbeck of the Royal Navy." "Ha, and is he with the king?" "He is, the devil." "Before me again, eh?" said Blood angrily, but in an undertone. "What's his business here at such an unseemly hour? You had better ask him, sir. He won't be long." "Confound the impudence of the rascal. What is your name?" "Bob Bertram," was the answer, and not ashamed to own it. Said Bob, with all the innocence in the world, and never dreaming of the consequences. "Bertram, Bertram," said Colonel Blood, thinking. "I have heard that name before." "Perhaps so, sir, but what of it?" Colonel Blood did not answer at the moment, but referred to a small gold-clasped memorandum book he carried in his breast pocket. "Robert Bertram," said he, turning over the leaves quickly. "Yes, of course. I thought I could not be mistaken. You came from Darlington. Your father was murdered." Poor Bob never thought of this. He shook in every limb and very nearly fell from his high seat. His confusion was evident to Colonel Blood, who, laughing, said, "And so you are the servant of Ned Warbeck, eh?" If the master is only like the servant now. Here, guard, said he. Seize this man. He is a murderer. Seize him, I say, in the king's name. In the king's name, hold off your hands, said Ned Warbeck, in a passion, as he and Garnet now advanced into the moonlight. The soldiers knew not what to do. Who are you, sir, that dares interfere in this serious matter? This fellow is a murderer, or, at least, suspected of being such. He is no murderer, sir, said Ned Warbeck, and if he was, I have the king's pardon. Raid, said he, placing the royal warrant under the astonished colonel's eyes. Your name, sir, asked Blood sternly. You have no right to demand it, said Ned proudly. But suppose I insist upon knowing it and that of your friend? Insist, sir. Yes, insist. If you wish to meet me on important business in a private manner, Ned haughtily replied. There is my card, said he, giving it to the colonel. And, sir, here is mine, said the colonel, biting his lip in anger. I do not need it. I know you too well already, colonel. Ah, indeed. You understand me. I do. We shall meet again. When you like and where you like, said Ned with a light laugh. Perhaps we may meet too quickly for your own liking, young sir. That cannot be. I fear you not. You may learn to do so to your cost, Warbeck. It remains with you, then, to name the day and hour. I am always ready to accommodate gentlemen in a small way. With these words, Ned and Garnet jumped into the coach and drove homewards. I must clip that youngster's wings, said the colonel. He is inclined to fly too high. Then, colonel, you will have great trouble, I fear, said one of the royal pages, who, in crossing the palace yard, had heard all that had been said. Who is that? Asked the colonel hastily. Your friend Simon, the page. Ah, Simon, have you been disturbed again? Yes, by those two hot-headed fellows who have just left you. What news? Did you happen to ascertain their business at this late hour? I did. Indeed, what was it? Come this way, we must not be overheard. It concerns you greatly. You speak seriously. I do, come this way. I will tell you all and put you on your guard with the king. Blood and the page entered a doorway and were lost to sight and hearing. Chapter 57. The colonel's plans succeed, the spy and messenger. When Ned Warbeck had left his uncle's house to go and visit the palace, he was not aware that all his actions had been watched. Yet they had been. Colonel Blood was a man of too much influence about the king's court not to have a number of spies and informers in his employ. When, therefore, he was returning from the scene at the blockhouse, disheartened and annoyed, he met with a person who recognized him. Who hails me in the public streets at this time of the morning? Asked Blood in a surly tone. A friend, was the reply. Approach and speak then, said the colonel in a haughty tone. The stranger stepped forward towards Blood, and in an instant he was recognized by the colonel as one of his spies, an old, gentlemanly-looking Jew. What news tonight, Barnabas? Asked the colonel. Good news, answered the Jew. And what is that, pray? I have been watching the doings of Ned Warbeck, his goings and comings, as you told me to do a month ago. Well, and with what success? Have you discovered anything? Yes, I think so. What? Why, I saw him and a young naval officer not more than half an hour ago, hand as pretty a lady out of a carriage as ever man's eyes rested upon. Indeed? Are you certain? I am, and, more than that, old Sir Richard conducted her into the mansion with much politeness and ceremony. You did not, of course, learn her name? I did. I heard Ned Warbeck and his companion conversing together for a moment after she had gone into the house. Where were you then? Hiding in a doorway. And what said they? Ned Warbeck swore that the maid should be restored to her father without a moment's delay, that she should start that very night to Darlington. Good, said Blood. Fortune favors me still. I know the rest and need not ask her name. It was Ellen Harmer. The very same, answered Barnabas. I thought so. But how could you have known that, Colonel? I did not see you in the neighborhood until now. I know it, but, nevertheless, I am perfectly aware of the fair one's name. She has given me a vast amount of anxiety and trouble of late. Indeed. Then I am fortunate in having made the discovery. Yes, Barnabas, you are, but, mark me, that girl must never be restored to her father. I do not understand you, said the Jew. I mean that she must never be allowed to return to her native village of Darlington. She has escaped from my protection, Barnabas, and I must have her back again, or else many unpleasant things might come to light. But how can you prevent it? Easily enough. Have they posted off with the girl already, think you? I know not. I left Sir Richard's mansion but half an hour ago, but Ned Warbeck seemed to be in such a hurry and flurry about the pretty wench that I have no doubt they will not lose any time in transporting her to Darlington again. Fool that you were! Why did you not stop and watch Sir Richard's mansion? In that case, we could have been certain whether the wench had departed or not. If I had done so, Colonel, I should not have met you. True, no matter. I can soon arrange the matter to my satisfaction. I am glad to hear it. Are you a good horseman, Barnabas? Yes, an excellent rider. And can you disguise yourself well? Yes, Colonel, with anyone in all England. Do you know, then, where Darlington is? Yes, well. Then, on the instant, disguise yourself as anything you like, say a parson, for that character throws off most suspicion. Disguise yourself, I say, and post off to Darlington as fast as horseflesh can carry you. But I have no money. You never have. I never knew a Jew in all my life who would ever confess to have more than 6pence if you wanted to borrow any without interest. Take this, said Blood. That will be sufficient for your purpose. If this wench is really on the road, watch her and see where she goes to. If you do not find her on the road, make your way to Darlington and try to become friendly with her father, the old miller, and let me know from time to time how you get on and all you hear. Barnabas left the colonel on the instant, and for a moment Blood appeared to be deeply buried in thought. Ned Warbeck is out, eh? And there is no one of the family at home, save old Sir Richard and, well, he isn't much to think about, an old man like he is. In a short time Colonel Blood hit upon a cool manner of proceeding. He directed his steps to a well-known gaming house, where a company of genteel thieves and housebreakers were wont to assemble. His presence did not excite any surprise, for he was often seen in such company. In a short time, to use his own words, he gave the wink to 3 or 4 of the better dressed, and left the place as if he had no other object than to lounge away half an hour or so. 4 well-dressed fellows followed him. "Hello, my lads. Are you up to any little game tonight?" "No, Colonel. But are you game to join me in a lark?" "Of course we are. What is it?" "There is a very pretty girl just gone into Sir Richard Warbeck's mansion, and I want to get her into my possession as cleverly as possible." "Just so. And how do you intend to proceed? Have you got any masks with you?" "Yes, we have not long returned from a mask ball." "All right, then. We will call a carriage, and when we approach Sir Richard's house, you 4 get out and hide the carriage round the corner. I will enter the mansion as if on business, and take good care to leave the door ajar. While I am talking to the old knight about his nephew, Ned, and the wild freaks he has been playing about town of late, you 4 enter, put on your masks, and if this pretty wench is not taken from the old knight's abode in less than 10 minutes, without noise, without causing any alarm or hubbub among the servants, I will have every one of you transported." So saying, the carriage they had hired drew up round the corner, and Colonel Blood stepped forward toward the house. He knocked and rang loudly, and it was some time before the door was opened. At length, it was unlocked and opened by no less a person than Tim, the groom. Directly he saw Colonel Blood, he would have run away, but the colonel seized him by the throat, and gave the unlucky youth such a shake as made his limbs to curl up like shavings. "Make any noise, and I'll choke you, villain," said the colonel. "Where is your master?" "Which master?" Tim groaned. "Old Sir Richard. He is in the parlor, talking to a young lady who is sick. Take in this card, then, and be quick." While Tim was gone, Blood opened the door ajar. His 4 confederates noiselessly entered, and hid themselves for a moment on the kitchen stairs, until they should have ascertained where Ellen Harmer's apartment was. "Colonel Blood," said old Sir Richard, in much surprise as he walked into the hall, "may I ask your business with me? It must be of some great consequence, or you would not have called at this unreasonable hour." "I would not, Sir Richard. My information is of the utmost importance to you and brooks no delay." "Come this way, then, Colonel. I will not ask you into my breakfast parlor, for I have a fair young woman there, who has been lying insensible for the last hour or more. Indeed. Yes, it is a painful story as far as I can understand, but come this way, Colonel, into the dining room. Tim, go down to the cellar and bring a bottle of wine for the Colonel. Yes, Sir Richard, said Tim, and off he went towards the cellar with great glee, for it must be confessed, Master Tim was seldom sent to the wine cellar without helping himself to the very best advantages. He had not got further than the kitchen stairs, however, when an ominous squeak was heard like that of some unlucky rat who has shoved his head into a steel trap. Be he men or devils? Have mercy on a poor unfortunate youth who was born to be kicked and cuffed like a dog by everyone. Silence, said Blood's confederates, or we will kill you. They instantly gagged and bound Master Tim, and for fear he should be in the way or give any trouble, they opened a window and pitched the poor groom into a dust hole beneath, like a bundle of rags. Quicker than can be described, the 4 men stealthily entered the breakfast parlor, closed the door again, and perceived Ellen Harmer lying on a couch, attended by 2 old nurses. When the 4 masked men made their sudden and noiseless appearance in the room, one of the nurses frantically clutched her gin bottle, took a hasty drink, and pretended to swoon. The other, who was an old maid of 50, seized the poker and made a brave stand to defend her virtue from the intruders. But finding that none so much as even attempted to kiss her, she felt disgusted, disconsolate, and fainted, kicking up her heels high in the air. In less than 3 minutes, the 4 masked men had secured and bore away Ellen Harmer without alarming the household. Colonel Blood's quick ears could hear the distant rumbling of heavy wheels, and he felt satisfied that his men had done their work cleverly and completely. "But what is your business with me, Colonel?" asked Sir Richard. "There has been a dreadful commotion tonight. Philip Regil, I hear, is killed." "Killed? How? By whom?" "Yes, killed, I understand, in a brawl or a fight or a duel or something of that sort by young Ned Warbeck." "Impossible." "Nay, 'tis too true, Sir Richard. The information only just reached me, and I thought it was my bounden duty to inform you." "Thanks, Colonel, but how could this have come to pass? I cannot understand it." "I know that Philip Regil's character of late has been bad, very bad indeed, but I never thought it would have come to this. Killed by Ned Warbeck. Too shocking, sir, shocking. I always thought that something of this sort would happen, for they hated each other since boyhood." "But in what manner did all this happen, Colonel? Let me hear the particulars." Colonel Blood was about to tell him all he knew when a great row took place in the house, which stopped the conversation. "What is that noise?" asked old Sir Richard. "I know not," said Blood coolly. "Murder, thieves, robbers, burglars, seducers, villains," screamed the 2 nurses locked in the room. They kicked at the door and made such a terrible hubbub that it aroused all the servants in the house, who came clamoring to the spot in hot haste. "Open the door, screamed the 2 nurses, jumping about inside. "Thieves, murderers, seducers, help, help!" The door was quickly opened, and one of the nurses thought proper to enact a little scene on her own account, and therefore fainted right in Blood's arms. The Colonel was disgusted with his burden and let her fall upon the floor again rather heavily. "The girl gone," said Sir Richard. "Yes, 4 men came in upon us, ho, all in masks, ho, wanted to take liberties with us, ho, but we wouldn't let him. They snatched up my lady, and drank all the wines and spirits. They had all black faces. Masks, I suppose," said Blood coolly. "Yes, sir, masks, dark lanterns, and daggers. Oh, it was a mercy both on us weren't killed." "And which way did they go?" "Can't tell, sir." "I must see to this at once," said Blood. "This outrage is too great to be endured." "Do," said Sir Richard. "Do, Colonel, the girl must not be borne away from my house in this manner." "You speak and look as if I had had something to do with the affair, Sir Richard." "Whatever I think is my own business, Colonel Blood. But believe me, I shall inform the king of all I know and suspect, and shall attend the levee next Thursday for that special purpose." Blood blustered out some angry words and left the mansion, pretending to be in a great rage with those villainous rascals who had stolen the girl away. Yet when he got into the open air again, he could not but laugh heartily at the success of his plans. He went towards the palace, and there it was that he encountered Ned Warbeck, Lieutenant Garnet, and Bob Bertram, of which we have spoken in another place. But what became of Barnabas the Jew the next chapter will show. Chapter 58. A rough reception. The Jew on his travels. Andy, the maniac lover, meets Barnabas. In selecting Barnabas as an especial messenger to Darlington, Colonel Blood showed good judgment, for on more than one occasion the Jew had ridden 80 miles in 10 hours. But Ellen's friends had also selected a swift messenger, and a much faster one than the Jew could ever prove to be. The messenger was nothing else than a carrier pigeon. In those days, when coaches were slow and letters unsafe for robbers, gentlemen always had by them a number of trained pigeons, who carried messages to and from their country seats. When, therefore, Sir Richard had found out who Ellen Harmer really was, he wrote a note, sent Tim up to the dormer to catch a pigeon, and, having tied the note to its neck, he threw it off, and away it went with lightning speed to its favorite home, Darlington Hall. Hence the Jew had not gone far on his journey, when the pigeon, with its important message, arrived at Darlington Hall. It was speedily caught, and the note, as directed, was immediately delivered to Miller Harmer and read thus: My dear friend Harmer, I am happy to inform you that, through the agency of my young scapegrace nephew, Ned Warbeck, we have discovered your daughter Ellen, who was abducted some time ago. Come up to town at once, as speedily as possible, for business of great importance demands it. Yours in haste, Richard Warbeck. P.S. Do not, on any account, whisper a word of your business to anyone, but maintain the strictest silence in the village and on the road. R. W. Miller Harmer, the same hour in which the note arrived, mounted the fleetest horse at Darlington Hall, and set out on his journey to London at a giddy gallop. He passed the disguised Jew upon the road, who asked the way to Darlington. Do you know anyone in the village of the name of Harmer? Asked the Jew. Yes, I do, answered the miller with a wicked twinkle in his eye. Why do you ask? He lost a daughter once. He did. Yes, poor man, it was a great affliction, wasn't it? No doubt, said the miller, biting his lips. Are you journeying to Darlington with any news of her? Yes, that is to say, I thought I'd call and inform her father that she is well, happy and married. Very kind of you, certainly, said the miller. Which is his house? Down by the mill dam. Do you think he would give me a warm reception? No doubt of it. He couldn't do otherwise to one who has put himself out of the way to oblige him as you have. Thank you, good day, said the Jew. Good day, said the miller with a trembling lip, and the horsemen parted company. For many weary miles the Jew traveled on through sleet and wind and rain. The storm was very severe, and the clouds were rolling with heavy thunder. It was towards 11 o'clock at night when Barnabas came near to the village of Darlington. He had ridden far, and was weak and weary. The rain poured down in torrents, and the night was so dark he could scarcely see 10 yards before him. Fearful of losing his way, he determined to call and inquire at a cottage close by. He knocked at the door loudly with his riding whip, and the door was opened by an aged woman. What do you want, kind sir? She asked. My way to Darlington. The right-hand road, sir, is the nearest. Do you know Miller Harmer? I do, and his daughter. Yes, sir, why? I came to inform him that his daughter Ellen, that's him, roared someone inside the cottage. In an instant Andy, the maniac, rushed out to the cabin door, a heavy club in hand. That's him, roared Andy, in a frightful passion. At the same time, he seized the horse by the reins and dealt the unfortunate Jew 3 or 4 such terrible blows as knocked him off his horse into the muddy road. Barnabas was stunned and bled freely. He would have been killed on the spot by the maniac, but that several villagers passing by disarmed him and led the youth, raving, back to the cottage. When the villagers returned to the spot, Barnabas had mounted his horse again, with great difficulty, and galloped into the village of Darlington, as if 10,000 demons were at his heels. Chapter 59. The levy, Miller Harmer, arrives in town, Sir Richard, Ned Warbeck, and the miller are granted an audience by the king, the cunning page Simon, the craftiness of Coll. Blood, Ned Warbeck, all but challenges Blood in the king's presence. the day agreed on by the king on which Ned Warbeck should again call came round. In the meantime, Miller Harmer had safely arrived in town, and to his consternation learned every particular of his daughter from the lips of Ned Warbeck and his uncle, Sir Richard. The old man's grief was great, but Sir Richard cheered him and gave such wholesome and encouraging advice that he rested and felt satisfied that ere long justice would fall on all who had had any hand in robbing him of his darling and only daughter. Sir Richard had not attended court for many years before, but now he donned his best suit and even insisted that the miller should accompany him to the levee. After much persuasion he consented and went with Sir Richard and Ned Warbeck. They had not mixed among the great nobles long when the king suddenly exclaimed, "Sir Richard Warbeck, as I live, his nephew, and a farmer-looking gentleman also. Welcome, good friend Warbeck. Why, who were they that told us you were not living?" "I know not, sire," Sir Richard answered, bowing, "but they are mistaken considerably, are they not?" "They are, sire." "We are glad to hear it, very glad to hear it indeed, Sir Richard. And who have you with you?" "An old friend, an injured man, sire. His name is Harmer, the miller of Darlington." "Ah, indeed. And I am glad to see the worthy miller, who is no doubt deep in market prices and reeking with flowery learning, eh?" "Not very deep, sire," said the miller gravely. "I come here as a complainant to the fountain of justice as well as of honor." "And I too," said old Sir Richard. "I am sorry to hear it, but you had better go to Lord Bute. You know Bute, our new Attorney General, Sir Richard, a very clever fellow. Go to him and say we send you." "If you will deign to read this, sire," said the miller, presenting a paper to him. "Yes, oh yes, at our leisure." "Now, if it pleases you, sire, there are but 4 lines upon that paper, but if it possesses you with our great grief, it may prevent bloodshed." "Bloodshed?" said the king as he opened the note, and then in a low tone he read, "Ellen Harmer, my daughter, has been stolen from her father's roof. Colonel Blood is suspected. Will you say if you think him guilty or not?" "Hem," said the king, "a grave charge this, very, very grave. It is well not to fill all our gossips with such a matter." "It is, sire, and therefore was it that I wrote these lines for the miller," said Sir Richard, and took his case in hand. "You have done well, quite well. Let me think. I hardly know what I ought to do this that you ask of me, but I promise you that I will do all I can to find the lady. I will myself take steps to do so." "You are ever gracious, sire," said Ned Warbeck sternly. "But if Colonel Blood shrinks from the pledge required, he will have to meet me in arms this day, for I shall else make the atmosphere of honor unfit for him to breathe." "No, no, no fighting," said the king with a toss of the head. "Simon, where are you?" "Here, sire," the cunning page replied. "Search out Colonel Blood and tell him to meet us in the wainscot chamber in an hour from now. Will that content you?" "Yes, sire, if you will promise to take steps to avenge my child." "Yes, oh yes, we will. Do you think of walking, sire?" asked the cunning page. "Walking, villain." "What do you mean?" "You talked of taking steps to find Colonel Blood," said Simon, the page, with a broad grin. "Simon, if you stay here another moment I will sacrifice you to my just resentment. Off with you, rascal," said the king. Simon made a rapid retreat, and the king, bowing to Sir Richard Warbeck, Miller Harmer, and Ned Warbeck, added, "We will put Blood to his word in this matter and shall expect to see you. And also, I must say, we deeply grieve for you." There was no resource now for the father of Ellen Harmer and Sir Richard but to make their exit from the chamber. "This will be 1 point gained," said Sir Richard. "If we got Blood to convict or clear himself in the presence of the king, it will be either his exculpation or his ruin." It must," said Ned Warbeck warmly, "and I will take good care that he does not shelter himself under any ambiguity of phrase in the matter. Where is the wainscot chamber the king spoke of?" "I know not, but here come a royal page, I will ask him," said Sir Richard. It was Simon who was passing, and to whom Sir Richard said, "Young man, can you conduct us to the wainscot chamber?" "Yes, gentlemen," said Simon with a roguish smile. "I was seeking you for that purpose. Will you please follow me?" "We will." Simon led the way to rather a small room that was entirely wainscoted all over the walls as well as the ceiling, and after desiring them to be seated he bowed himself out, and scarcely had he done so when another door was opened. And Simon, appearing again, in a sharp, sudden tone of voice, announced the king. "What a mercy," said the king, "that the levee is over at last. But where is Colonel Blood?" "We have not seen him, sire," said Sir Richard. "Oh, then he will be here soon." Simon the page opened the door and announced Colonel Blood. In another moment, Colonel Blood entered the room. He was most magnificently attired in a semi-official kind of costume. In his hand he carried a hat, looped with a diamond, and ornamented with a plume of feathers that, as he bowed, swept the floor. Simon the page had had just time enough to let Colonel Blood know who he had to meet in the wainscot chamber, and why he had to meet them, so that the bold colonel was pretty well prepared to face the affair out with all the nonchalance possible. "Well, Blood," said the king, "we have sent for you to ask you a favor, for the subject of this interview is not one concerning which we feel justified in impressing a command upon you." "I am your humble servant ever, sire," said Colonel Blood. "Your requests should be commands to those who are true to your person." "Well, well, Blood, that is all very well, but here are 3 gentlemen with grievous complaints." "Of me?" "In some degree." Colonel Blood elevated his eyebrows and tried to look the picture of candid innocence and surprise. "I say, only in some degree," said the king, and then, turning to Sir Richard, he added, "May I show him the note, and that will show him at once what you mean?" "If you please," said Sir Richard. "Well, I think it best." "Read that, Colonel Blood, and when you have read it, remember it is my request that you answer clearly and categorically to the questions put to you." With well-acted surprise, Colonel Blood read the note, and then placing his hand upon his heart, he returned it in silence. Ned Warbeck looked sternly at him as he said, "Colonel Blood, it is well known to you that it is not without reasons that we point at you the finger of suspicion in this case." The colonel bowed lowly. "Therefore," added Ned, warmly, "the circumstances of our coming in this way to the king, and requesting him to exercise an authority that may prevent useless bloodshed, is not altogether so very extraordinary a one as it might appear." The colonel bowed again. "I do not wish," added Miller Harmer, "to enter into any dispute with you. What is past I am willing to forget, if it has fallen short of the crime of abduction, which I feel myself in a position to lay at the door of someone." "And I, too," said Sir Richard. "I, too, have reason to require an explanation from you, Colonel, of rather an extraordinary appearance that you made in my house last night, but am quite willing, for the present, to waive that circumstance in favor of the questions that my friend, the miller here, has put to you." "Very well, gentlemen," said the colonel coolly. "You find me peculiarly situated here. The king who holds my first duty can command me to reply to you." "Nay," said the king, "that I do not. I only stand here as, I hope, the friend of all parties, and if anything I can say or do will have the effect of preventing honorable gentlemen and good subjects from embroiling themselves in conflict with each other, of course I am only too happy." "Then," said Ned Warbeck, "do I understand, Colonel Blood, that you will answer what I have to say to you?" "You do, sir," said the colonel with a curling lip. "On the word of a gentleman," said Ned. "On the word of a gentleman," replied the colonel, "which," added Sir Richard, "it is moral suicide to falsify." "Exactly so," said the colonel with a smile. "I propose your questions, and here I stand ready to reply to them fully and fairly." "Then, sir," said the miller, "is my daughter in your keeping as a prisoner?" "I say as a prisoner, because such is the only mode by which she could be prevented from seeking her friends." "She is not, sir," answered Blood. "Did you or did you not take her from the house of Sir Richard Warbeck last night?" "I did not, sir." "Did you cause her to be taken from thence?" Said Sir Richard, "Certainly not." "Do you know where she is?" "I do not know where she is." Colonel Blood in this reply kept his word of honor by a piece of sophistry rather than by downright candor, for he managed to place a slight emphasis on the word "no," and told himself that he could not be said to know anything of what he had been only told by Simon, but of which he knew nothing. There was now a pause of some few moments' duration, after which the king said, "Gentlemen, are you satisfied?" "We are," said Sir Richard. I cannot so far malign human nature than to do otherwise than believe that what the colonel has said, on his word of honor, is perfectly true." "Stop," said Ned fiercely. "Will you say, Colonel Blood, if you are in possession of any knowledge or information of any kind whatever respecting Ellen Harmer?" "Sir," said Blood coldly, "I have no right to say more than in all honor will clear myself of every imputation. More than that will be to battle about the affairs of others, and to me that is odious." Thus ended this fruitless interview, which, on the part of Colonel Blood, was not else than a tissue of lies. "And the rascal," said Ned to Garnet as they drove home. "I am certain that the cool, smiling villain knows all about it." "Then let us make it our business to entrap him," said Garnet. "It is very hard, after she has been rescued from their clutches once, that she should again be taken away, and from your own uncle's house, too." "Never mind," said Ned. "I'll be even with Colonel Blood yet." "You played your part admirably, Blood," said the king, when Sir Richard and the others had left the audience chamber. "Sire," said the colonel, smiling, "I am always your majesty's most faithful subject. And when shall I see this pretty wench, Colonel?" "Tomorrow night, your majesty." "'Tis well. Have you made all the arrangements?" "Yes, sire, but she knows not who you are." "So much the better. Tomorrow night, then, come early, Blood." "I will, sire." Chapter 60. The Royal Lover. The night upon which the king had been promised that the young Ellen, with whom he was so deeply enamored, would come to his apartments, at length arrived, and set in with squally fierceness. For the whole day the sun had been obscured by clouds, and although it was not until evening actually arrived that any rain had fallen, yet it had threatened to do so numberless times, and the scud of heavy clouds had been coursing through the air at a terrible rate. The wind, though, about sunset, when a dashing rain began to fall, had sensibly moderated, and it was only now and then that it whistled about the old towers and chimneys of St. James's Palace. The two dissolute and unscrupulous men to whom the king had, rather in defiance of the pledge he gave to Sir Richard Warbeck, given an account of his intended adventure, namely, Blood and the page Simon, were quite ready to play their part in the comedy, which they knew was about to take place. The ruin of a young girl, who confided in the truth and honesty of one, who, under a false name, affected to love her, was to them a commonplace affair. And without a thought or regret for the evil they were about to do, they joined heart and hand in the infamous plan for the destruction of the fair Ellen. If we were to say that the king had no terrors upon the subject, we should, perhaps, be at his age, giving him the discredit of a greater familiarity with vice than he really had. The career of dissipation which he had fallen into was in consequence of evil counselors surrounding him, and it is certain that, during the day, he had several misgivings with regard to the course he agreed to pursue in this affair. By appointment, Colonel Blood met the king in his own apartments about 1 hour before the time appointed for the meeting with young Ellen. And whatever might have been his own qualms of conscience, they were soon smothered by the reckless manner in which those two dissolute persons, Blood and Simon, spoke of the affair. In fact, as is ever the case with a young mind that is thrown into vicious company, there was a lack of sufficient courage to assert better principles than were enunciated by that company. "Well, sire," said Blood gaily, "you are a lucky fellow, upon my life. Think you so? Think I so?" "I am sure of it. Is he not now, Simon?" "Decidedly," said Simon, "His Majesty is always lucky." "Well, then, I suppose I am," said the king. "You are," added Blood, "in more ways than one. But are all the hindrances got rid of?" "All, sire." "Good, and we three alone, then, now occupy this suite of apartments." "Precisely so, sire, and I have also said should any inquiry be made for you, you are not here." "Good again, and the fair one is to be here at the hour of midnight. Is it not so?" "It is, sire." "Very well, then, I act the bridegroom, Blood acts the parson, and Simon here acts the clerk. Who is to be the only witnesses of this marriage? By Jove, I should like to change places with you, for from the transient glances I have had of the fair girl, she is positively bewitching." The king was about to make some reply, but such a gust of wind, accompanied by a heavy dash of rain, at that moment came against the windows of the room in which they sat, that they all three sprang to their feet, with the full expectation that the casement was about to be blown in upon them at that moment. "What a night," said the king. "Surely she will not come. What think you, gentlemen, shall we indeed see the fair one tonight?" "I say yes," replied Blood. "I know she will be brought here for a certainty." "And so do I," said Simon, "for what, after all, will not love adventure? And that she is desperately enamored of your majesty, there cannot be a doubt upon any of our minds." "Not the least," said Blood. "Of course not." "Well," said the king, "there is certainly something in that, but as it is now near the time, I think it but civil that I should be near the door to receive her when she does come." "Be it so, sire," said Blood, "and while you are gone, we will get ready for the parts we may be about to play. By the by, which room will you take her into, your majesty?" "The room next to this." "Well, perhaps it will be better to do so, sire, and yet the next room that opens to the garden is most private, is it not?" "Not so. Lights can be seen through its windows, but that, to be sure, would not matter much. Hark! It is the old clock." The old clock chimed the 11:15, and the king, waving his hand to his friends, left the room and took his way through a magnificent suite of chambers. A handsome small saloon was already lighted, and into it the king at once made his way. And, flinging his cap and cloak upon the table, he shook a small silver bell that was at hand. A female attendant appeared as if by magic. "Oh, is that you, Lady Gordon?" said the king. "Yes, sire." "Well, there is a young lady here, I believe. She has not long arrived." "She has that honor, sire." "I hope that she has been treated as belies her rank and honor, did you say virtue?" The king bit his lips to keep himself from laughing outright. And then, with feigned anger, he said, "Lady Gordon, do you think it impossible for a virtuous girl to find her way to this house? Do you dare to assert that, because a young lady is brought here in rather a mysterious manner, she is henceforth to have a slur cast upon her name? I am really ashamed of you, Lady Gordon. I humbly crave your pardon. I really did not know. Pshaw, you ought to know." "As you please, sire. Tell me at once, has the lady who was brought here tonight been treated with respect and consideration or not? Answer me that." "I can assure you, sire, upon that point, that she has been treated with the greatest possible respect and attention, and I can further say that I have been informed that she is rather impatient under her imprisonment." "Ah, indeed. Even so, sire. Has she made any attempt to escape?" "I cannot say that, sire, but she has, in terms of indignant remonstrance, demanded her freedom and proclaimed that she was innocent of all crime." "Humph! Did she talk of her father?" "No, sir, but she spoke of Sir Richard Warbeck." "It is very strange that she should refer less to her father than to old Sir Richard, to whom she is no relative." "Yes, sire, and if you please, and—" "Peace, Lady Gordon. I was only communing with myself. You know nothing of all this." The lady bowed very low and retired a few paces, when the king rather abruptly said, "Send Lady Connell to me." "Yes, sir." Lady Gordon retired, and the king rose and paced the room. It was evident he was rather at a loss what to do. In the course of a few minutes, Lady Connell made her appearance, and with rather a stately curtsy saluted the king. "Oh, Connell," he said, "how are you?" "I am quite well. May I ask if you are the same?" "Oh, yes, thank you. All right. Sit down. Well, how about this girl, eh?" "What does she say?" "The child, you mean?" "The what?" "The child that was brought here tonight." "Child, eh? Hem. Excuse me, I don't know anything about a child. I allude to Ellen Harmer. I may as well name her at once, for I hear from Gordon that she has proclaimed who she is." "It is to that same girl I allude. I call her, I think justly, a child." "Oh, do you?" "Yes, I think every female a child under 30 years of age. Oh, Lord. Well, Connell, we won't quarrel about that at all events. How is the baby?" "You jest." "No, on my soul, no. But I thought you would like to be met with in your own way, but if you prefer the term child better, how is the child?" "She is well enough." "Or ill enough, which is it?" "Ill enough in temper, but well enough in health, I take it," said Lady Connell, tossing up her head. "You'll find her in the next room." "Many thanks. Go to her and say that a gentleman wishes to speak to her, if she will grant him an audience." Lady Connell sailed out of the room and presently returned to say that Ellen had, upon the ground that she was detained against her will like a prisoner, refused to reply to the message in any terms at all. "You will go to her, I presume," said Lady Connell, "and announce yourself." "No." "No? Why?" "That is, I don't know. Ellen Harmer is very virtuous and is a young lady of surpassing charms. I don't know what course to adopt. She might know me again. Being the daughter of a true old gentleman, I fear I shall have to leave the house as I came into it." "It's quite a gratification," said Lady Connell with a toss of her head again. "It's quite a gratification to find you are so scrupulous, much more so than you used to be." "More scrupulous than I used to be? How do you mean?" "I mean that you have not shrunk from appealing to the affections of a young lady, despite her rank or birth." "Have I not? That's all you know about it. I have ever respected rank and real virtue more so. To whom do you allude, if indeed you allude to anyone at all?" "To Margaret, my daughter." "To what?" "To Margaret, the daughter of—" "Oh, ha, good. Oh, that is good." "Sire." "Excuse my laughing, Lady Connell, but you are talking of the little blue-eyed wench you called your daughter or your niece, are you not?" "I mentioned the name, and the descendant of a race of kings." "Milesian kings." "Yes, Milesian kings, but none the less kings, and I am quite surprised that you should feel any hesitation in regarding the daughter of a mere English miller when you felt none regarding Margaret, a descendant of a long line of kings." "My good woman, don't make me laugh in this way. That's a dear old soul, now don't." "Laugh, sire?" "Yes, to be sure. Come, say no more, we will go and speak to this." The king dashed out of the room just as Lady Connell, with a preparatory shake of the head, was about to say something further regarding her daughter. The 3 rooms adjoining consisted of reception room, a refreshment room, and a bedchamber, and when the king got to the door of the reception room, he found a servant on duty who had the key of it. "You are sure the lady is here?" said the king. "Yes, sire." "Open the door and lock it after me." "Yes, sire." Without the least change of countenance, the servant opened the door for the king, who at once passed into the reception room. The door was shut behind him and locked, but a glance told him that Ellen was not in that room. Now, there was something of the gentleman about the king, notwithstanding all his libertinism. Therefore, he thought it would be ungentlemanly to proceed further without Ellen knowing of his presence. He took an irresolute glance around the room, and while he is debating in his own mind what course to pursue, we may give the reader a slight idea of the appearance of the suite of apartments. The reception room the king was in was a very pretty one, and hung with tapestry that was not defaced by any hideous representations of human figures, which were ever failures in such material, but had upon it a real flowering pattern that succeeded perfectly well, and had rather a charming effect. The furniture of this room was of white and gold. The next room was covered with crimson plush paper. The furniture was of rosewood, polished up to a great height of brilliancy. The sleeping chamber was the gem of the whole suite, for it was got up quite regardless of expense in blue and silver, and presented the most enchanting appearance of brightness and elegance. If the apartments she occupied could have cheered the melancholy of Ellen Harmer, certainly she ought to have been happy enough in them. The king, for one moment, knew not what to do. A certain sense of fear came over him as he noiselessly walked towards the beautiful bedroom. In a chair beside the glowing fire sat Ellen Harmer, and the soft light of waxen tapers made the maiden to appear even more lovely than she really was. With an impatient gesture, the king advanced towards her and knelt upon one knee. "Dearest Ellen," he began, in tones of great earnestness. "Dearest Ellen, how I have longed for this interview." "I was brought here, sire," was the maiden's reply, "by force and, as a gentleman, as a nobleman, as my king, I demand to know why and wherefore." "Dear creature, do not pout so beautifully, do not flash those lovely eyes, I beseech you." "It was by my orders you were brought hither." "Indeed, sire, and was such an action worthy of a king?" "Nay, do not discuss that point with me, fair one, for you know that Cupid knows no law. Come, fairest of the fair, listen to my tale of love, I beseech thee." We are here alone. No one can hear us. No one can see us. The doors are locked. We are alone." "False man," said Ellen. "Would you thus inveigle me to destroy mine honor? Let me go, I say." "You cannot." "But I will. Nay, dear Ellen, listen to me. We are alone, I say." "Nay, not alone," said a voice behind some tapestry. "Ha," said the king. "What, rats behind the arras?" "No rats, sire," said a bold youth, advancing into view. It was Ned Warbeck. In his hand he held a sword. The point was gory, and the brave youth looked flushed and excited. "What means this?" gasped the king, with a hand upon his own sword. "Mean, sire?" answered Ned proudly. "It means that Colonel Blood is a villain. It means that he caused the abduction of this fair maid from my uncle's house. It means that he has proved himself a hypocrite and a liar. And, finally, it means that I watched for him and found my way hither over his vile body." "What, dead? Blood dead?" "That I know not, sire, nor care," said Ned Warbeck boldly. "He confronted me, sword in hand. I left him gasping on the back stairs. And what would you with me?" "Nothing, sire, but that this injured maid may be restored to her old father's arms." "Rash youth," said the king, "know you not that I could with one word call around me a whole regiment of soldiers?" "I know it," Ned replied, with an ironical bow. "You could do so, of course, sire, but you are much too wise to attempt it." This was uttered with so much emphasis and meaning that it staggered the king. And, without saying another word, Ned Warbeck conducted Ellen Harmer from the apartment by the secret back stairway. And before the king could utter a word, the door was locked upon him, and the fair fugitive was safe in the hands of friends. Chapter 61. Colonel Blood has his revenge, stormy interview, meeting in the wood, a startling incident, discovery of the victim, the deathbed curse. It was a bold thing for WILDFIRE Ned to do, but he had sworn to accomplish the rescue of Ellen Harmer, and the gallant deed was accomplished. Outside the palace gardens stood a carriage and 4 noble horses, ready to convey the fair Ellen to her father's home. Bob Bertram was the driver, and outside waiting for Ned Warbeck stood Lieutenant Garnet. "Bravo, Ned," said Garnet. "You have got the girl safe." "Yes," said Ned. But, as I expected, not without opposition and a sharp fight. I met Colonel Blood, and we crossed swords. He fell in less than a minute. I pushed my way up the back staircase and rescued the maiden right under the nose and in open defiance of the king. "I fear you will suffer for all this, Ned. No matter. I care not for king or anyone when virtue and honor are at stake. Drive on, Bob, with all your might." Bob Bertram did not want bidding twice. He lashed up his 4 horses, and away went Ellen Harmer towards Darlington at full speed, whither Sir Edward Warbeck and her father had gone before her. When she arrived there, Ellen was thoroughly exhausted with the length of the journey and retired to rest immediately, and in her slumbers did not dream of the cruel fate which awaited her. In the morning she was much better, and was visited by her foster sister, whom she loved more dearly perhaps than anyone on earth. This foster sister told her all that had transpired in the house since the fatal night of her abduction. When she heard of Andrew's mishap in being desperately wounded and thrown from the bridge by some unknown man, Ellen wept bitterly. For in her heart, she knew the villain must and could be none other than the cold-hearted, treacherous Colonel Blood. But when her foster sister told her also that Andrew, her old and faithful lover, was now a confirmed lunatic, she sank into a chair and sobbed aloud. "Nay, do not weep, Ellen," said her father, the old miller, who now entered the apartment and stood before the 2 girls with a pale face. "Nay, do not weep for him, Ellen, but weep for me, for your honor and mine is gone forever." "Gone," said Ellen, rising with a flushed face. "Nay, father, say not so. Your daughter is as spotless as on the night when she was cruelly carried away by a ruthless villain. The world will not believe it, Ellen, but if I thought for a moment you had disgraced me and mine, I would rather see you dead at my feet." Nellie wept and sobbed by turns, but the cruel words of her father brought the hot blood to her fair cheeks, and she vindicated herself most eloquently from the foul aspersions of all idle, gossiping village scandal. What at first, then, had been a stormy meeting between her father and herself closed as such meetings always should close between parents and children. Ellen threw herself into her father's arms and, with beating heart, told him all her trials and troubles. "God bless you, child, God bless you," said the old miller as he tenderly kissed her and left the room. 2 days after this meeting of father and daughter, Ellen, accompanied by 2 female friends, strolled through the woods of Darlington in order to call upon and console Andrew, who was reported to be dying raving mad. They had enjoyed their walk and were much flushed with exercise when they were startled by a strange sight. In the distance, and partly concealed by the deep undergrowth of the forest, they perceived 2 men engaged in a hostile meeting. So unlooked for was this strange sight that the timid girls could have fainted. But, seized with horror and fright, they turned somewhat from their own path and ran swiftly away. Still the clinking of swords sounded in their ears, and it was long ere they could breathe freely again. However, Ellen and her friends pursued their way towards the cottage of Andrew's mother, but were greatly surprised to find that, instead of dying, Andrew was not at home, but was well and hearty, except in mind, and had left the cottage rather suddenly a few nights before in pursuit of a strange horseman, whom he appeared to recognize as an enemy. Since that time nothing had been seen or heard of the poor deranged youth, his old weeping mother said. Nevertheless, she did all that lay in her power to make her lady visitors as comfortable as possible. But the good old dame wept very bitterly, for she was a widow, and since her son's fatal accident she had fallen very rapidly in worldly circumstances and was on the brink of great poverty, if, indeed, not of absolute want. Ellen and her friends returned to the village, and did not fail to give an account of the duel which had taken place in Darlington Wood. Miller Harmer and other villagers went forth, with their guns and swords, to see what had happened. They scoured the woods thoroughly in all directions, but did not discover anything noteworthy. As they were about to give up the search, however, old Harmer came upon a retired spot, and there found a large pool of blood. The grass all round about had been trodden down, as if men had been engaged in deadly combat. But nobody was found, nor the least vestige of clothing which might have directed any further search or led to the discovery of the unknown persons. A few days afterwards, however, Ellen Harmer, feeling sore at heart and fretful in mind, went across the fields and through Darlington Woods to visit Andrew's mother, and to ascertain, if possible, whether she or her father could do any good for the poor widow and her demented son. She arrived at the cottage, but no tidings had been heard of poor Andy, and his mother was well-nigh broken-hearted. No one had seen or knew anything of the poor youth, either in or out of the village. For a second time, Ellen Harmer returned home. The old widow offered to accompany her part of the way through the forest, but Ellen pleasantly declined. As she journeyed through the woods slowly and thoughtfully, she heard voices near, and suddenly beheld a large encampment of gypsies. Perhaps this swarthy tribe might know or have heard something regarding poor Andrew, thought Ellen. I will question them. Boldly advancing right into the gypsy encampment, to the no small surprise of both men and women, Ellen walked up to a tall, swarthy-looking man who stood near a covered cart or wagon, and appeared to be the chief man among them. Ellen Harmer is your name, said the tall, swarthy man. It is. How know you that? Ask no questions, was the gruff answer, and I will tell you no lies. Perhaps if I pay you well it might be different. Perhaps it might, said the man, grinning, as he received a piece of gold offered to him. Have you been long encamped in these woods? We have. Did you hear or ascertain anything of a duel which was said to have taken place here a few days ago? I did. Who and what were the rash gentlemen? They were not gentlemen at all, answered the gypsy chief. Who then, pray? One was a spy in the pay of Colonel Blood. Colonel Blood, said Ellen with a shudder. You know him then? Ha, ha, laughed the tall vagabond. No, yes, that is, I have heard of him, my good man. And who was the other? A stranger. And which fell? The stranger was killed. Oh, horrible, horrible, said Ellen aghast. And know you not his name? I do not, said the gaunt, heartless-looking fellow with a coarse laugh. It matters not to me. "But if you want to have a look at the body, here it is," said he, with a grin, as at the same time he uncovered and lifted the lid of a rough coffin which was in the covered cart. From some strange impulse, Ellen Harmer darted forward a step or two and looked. With a loud scream, she fainted and fell. The dead body was that of poor Andrew, her old and faithful lover, who had been brutally slain out of revenge by Colonel Blood's spy. She was led away from the spot in a swooning condition by two men. "Do not go with them. Do not trust yourself with those two ruffians," said a haggard-looking old woman who now came upon the scene. "Hold thy tongue, Hannah," said the gypsy chief with an oath. "I will not, I cannot," said the old woman. "You mean the girl no good. You have evil in your eye. Miss Harmer, do not go with them through Darlington Woods. Heed me, hear me, sweet lady, hear me." But before she could utter another word, she was struck to the ground in a brutal manner, and Ellen Harmer, more dead than alive, was borne through the woods towards her native village. But alas, she never reached it. The two gypsy men, obeying the secret injunctions of their leader, saw her as far as the little wooden bridge on which Andrew had met Colonel Blood, and, ere she was aware of any danger, while in the act of rewarding the two gruff villains for escorting her so far, they cast her headlong into the river. 4 days afterwards, her body was found lying on the river bank by the same villains, and they were in the act of robbing the body of everything valuable when they were discovered by WILDFIRE, Ned, and Garnet, who had been out hunting in the woods. One of the villains, finding that they were discovered, drew forth his large knife and looked around to see when and where the threatened danger was. At that instant, however, Ned and Garnet, who had been watching the gypsies for several days, felt satisfied of the guilt of both villains. Without any compunction, they took deadly aim and fired at the two rascals and killed them on the spot. But the tragedy did not end here. Several weeks afterwards, a terrible storm arose. Poor old Hannah, the gypsy, was lying abed, almost dying, from the effects of the brutal treatment she had received at the hands of the gypsy chief. The wind was howling outside the humble cot in which poor Hannah lay. Lightning flashed, and the thunder rolled. Rain fell in pitiless torrents when a horseman, evidently dressed in disguise, and looking pale and weak, alighted from his horse at Hannah's door and sought shelter from the storm. A female opened the door for the stranger, who entered. It was Colonel Blood on his way to Darlington. For a moment he gazed around him, and then at the swarthy sufferer in bed. There was something about poor Hannah which attracted his attention. He stood and gazed at her as she slept and murmured in her dreams. Opening her eyes rather suddenly, she encountered the fixed look of the storm-bound stranger. With a loud laugh, Hannah rose up in bed, looking as wild as the wildest maniac. With eyes glowing in passion, and with a long, lean arm pointed at him, she hissed out, rather than said, "Curses befall you, man of blood. Curses before, behind, and on every side attend you, for wherever you are, wherever you go, you despoil the innocent. I have longed to see this hour, Colonel Blood," continued Hannah in a fierce voice. "Your hand robbed me of my husband and my daughters. My children have been dragged into a life of infamy through you, and my husband slain for defending them. I have done with life. My time has come. I die satisfied, knowing that with my last breath I have cursed you and the very ground you tread upon." With these words, she fell back into bed and expired. Chapter 62. Captain Jack and the baker's dozen are lodged in jail and await the judgment of the law. If, during his whole lifetime, WILDFIRE Ned had done nothing more, the successful capture of Captain Jack and his noted gang was more than enough to bring his name prominently before the world, with honorable mention for deeds of daring in the cause of the public good. For a long time, the public knew but little of the doings of the baker's dozen, as the gang was called, but after their apprehension, so many things came to light to prove their villainy that all good people shuddered when they heard of them. Old Bates and Captain Jack had long been before the world in the character of thief-takers, but as we have already seen in the pages of this story, they themselves were the greatest rascals left unhung. And well did Colonel Blood know it. But Blood, like a wicked, designing man as he really was, never breathed a single syllable of their doings, so long as they paid him well for his silence, or proved of any use to him in his own nefarious practices. But now that Captain Jack and his companions were in prison, Colonel Blood drew up a report of their doings and mode of proceeding, which, in brief, was as follows. As soon as any considerable robbery was committed, and old Bates received intelligence by whom, he immediately went to the thieves, and inquired how the thing was done, where the person lived who was injured, and what the booty consisted of when taken away. Then, pretending to chide them for their wickedness, and exhorting them to live honest for the future, he gave it them, as his advice, to lodge what they had taken in a proper place, which he appointed, and promised to take some measures for their security, by getting the people to give them a reward to have their things returned to them again. Having thus wheedled those who had committed a robbery into compliance with his wishes, his next business was to divide the goods into several parcels, and cause them to be sent to different places, always avoiding them being sent to his own hands. Things being in this condition, Bates and Captain Jack went to the persons who had been robbed, and after condoling with them, pretended that they had some acquaintance with a broker to whom certain goods had been brought, some of which they suspected to have been stolen. And hearing that the person to whom they thus applied had been robbed, they thought it their duty to inform them thereof, and to inquire what goods they were which they had lost, in order to discover whether those they spoke of were the same or not. People who had had such losses were always ready to listen to anything of that kind, trusting to know something of their goods. Therefore, in a day or two, Bates or Captain Jack was sure to come again, with intelligence that they had found part of the things, and that, providing no one was brought into trouble, and the broker had something in consideration of his care, they might be had again. This practice of old Bates, if well considered, carried with it a great deal of policy. For, first, it seemed a very honest act to prevail on evil persons to restore the goods that they had stolen. And then, it was a great benefit to those who had been robbed to have their goods again upon a reasonable premium, old Bates all the while apparently taking nothing, his advantages arising out of the gratuity left with the broker, and out of what he had bargained to give the thief, who also found his advantage, the rewards being very nearly as large as the price given by receivers, since receiving became so dangerous, and affording, moreover, a certain security into the bargain. With respect to Bates or Jack, this contrivance placed them in safety from all the laws then in being, so that in a short time he and Captain Jack began to give themselves out for persons who made it their business to restore stolen goods to their right owners, and no more. When Captain Jack first did this, he acted with so much art that he acquired a very great deal of reputation, not only from those who dealt with him, but even from people of a higher station, who, observing the industry with which he prosecuted malefactors, took him for a friend of justice, and, as such, afforded him countenance. He was constantly bringing men to the gallows, and, in order that he might keep up that character which he had attained in all his course of acting, not one man escaped him. When this practice of Jack became noted, it produced not only much discourse, but some inquiries into his behavior. Jack and Bates also foresaw all this, and, in order to evade all evil consequences, they put upon such occasions an air of gravity, and complained of the evil dispositions of the times, which would not permit a man to serve his neighbors and his country without censure. For do not I, said Jack, do the greatest good when I persuade people who deprived others of their property to restore it to them again for a reasonable consideration, and the villains who I have brought to suffer punishment, do not their deaths show how much use I am to my country? Why, then, should people asperse me? Besides these professions of honesty, two great things there were which contributed to his preservation, which were these. First, the great readiness government always shows in detecting persons guilty of capital offenses, in which cases it is common to offer not only pardon but rewards to persons guilty, provided they make discovery. And this Captain Jack was so sensible of that he did not screen himself behind the lenity of the supreme power, but made use of it also as an authority, taking upon him, as it were, the character of a minister of justice, which, however ill-founded, proved of great advantage to him in the course of his life. The other point which contributed to keep him from prosecution was the great willingness of people who had been robbed to discover their goods, so that, provided for a small sacrifice, they regained things very considerable. They were so far from bringing the offender to justice that they thought the premium as a cheap price to get off. Thus, by the lenity of the subject and the rigor of the magistrate, Captain Jack claimed employment. And, according as the case required it, the poor thieves were either trussed up to satisfy the just vengeance of the one, or protected and encouraged to satisfy the demands of the other. If any title can be devised suitable to Jack's character, it must be that of Director General of the United Forces of Highwaymen, Housebreakers, Pickpockets, and Private Thieves. Now the maxims by which he supported himself in this capacity were these. In the first place, he continually exhorted the plunderers to let him know precisely what goods they at any time took, by which means he had it in his power to give a direct answer to those who came to make inquiries of him. If they complied faithfully with his injunctions, he was a certain protector on all occasions. And sometimes he had interest enough to procure them liberty when apprehended. But if they pretended to become independent and despise his rules, or throw out any threatening speeches against their companions, or grumbled at the composition made for them, in such cases as these, Jack took the first opportunity of informing some of his creatures of the first fresh act they committed. He immediately set about to apprehend them, and labored so indefatigably therein that they never escaped him. Thus he not only procured the reward for himself, but also gained an opportunity of pretending that he not only restored goods to their rightful owners, but also apprehended the thief as often as lay in his power. In those parts of his business which were not hazardous, Captain Jack made the people themselves take the first steps by publishing advertisements of things lost, and directing them to be brought to him, who was empowered to receive them, and pay such a reward as the person who lost them thought fit to offer. Jack in this capacity appeared no otherwise than as a person on whose honor the injured person could rely. After he had gone on with this trade for several years with success, he began to lay aside much of his former caution, taking a larger house in Lambeth than that in which he formerly lived, giving the woman, whom he called his wife, abundance of fine things, and keeping an open office for the recovery of stolen goods. Captain Jack's fame at last came to that height that persons of the highest quality would condescend to make use of his abilities when they had the misfortune to lose their watches or other articles of value. But as his method of treating those who applied to him for assistance might be misrepresented, what is given here may be relied on. In the first place, when a person was introduced to Jack's office, it was hinted to him that a guinea at least must be deposited by way of fee for his advice. When this was complied with, a large book was brought out. Then the loser was examined with much formality as to the time, place, and manner wherein the goods were missing, with a promise of careful investigation being made and of hearing more concerning them in a few days. Jack had not the least occasion for questions, but to amuse the persons he asked, for he knew beforehand all the circumstances connected with the robbery much better than they did, and perhaps had the very goods in his house at the time. When the inquirers came a second time, Captain Jack or Bates took care to amuse them again. He then told them that he had made inquiries, but was sorry to communicate the event to them, for that the thief, who was a bold, impudent fellow, rejected the offer that had been made him, pretending that he could sell the goods for double the price and, indeed, would not hear a word of restitution unless upon better terms. But, says Jack, if I can but get to speak to him, I do not doubt of bringing him to reason. After 2 or 3 more attendances, Jack would say as a definite answer to the inquirer, provided no questions were asked, and you gave so much money to the party who brought them, you might have the things returned privately at such an hour. This was always done with an outward sign of friendship on his side, and with seeming frankness and generosity. But when you came to the last part of the agreement, that is to say, what Jack himself expected for his trouble, then an air of coldness was put on, and he answered with indifference that what he did was purely from a principle of doing good, and as a gratuity for the trouble he had taken, he left it entirely to yourself. You might do as you thought proper. When money was presented to him, he received it with the same cold indifference, always putting you in mind that he did not accept your gift as a reward conferred upon himself, but as a favor conferred upon you. Thus, by his dexterity in his management, he fenced himself against the rigor of the law in the midst of these notorious transgressions of it. For what could be imputed to him? He neither saw the thief who took away the goods, nor received them after they were taken. The method he pursued was neither dishonest or illegal, if you would believe his account of it, and no other account could be obtained of it. Had Captain Jack or Bates continued satisfied with this way of dealing, he, in all probability, would have gone down to the grave in peace. But he was greedy, and instead of keeping constant to this safe method, came at last to take the goods into his own house, giving those that stole them what he thought proper, and then making such a bargain with the loser as he was able to bring him to, sending the porter himself, and taking, without ceremony, whatever was offered to him. A gentleman who dealt in silks had a piece of extraordinary rich material bespoke of him on purpose for a birthday suit, and, having bought such trimmings as was proper for it, the gentleman made the whole of it up into a parcel, and placed it at one end of the counter in expectation of it being called for by the purchaser. Accordingly, the man came for it, but when the tradesman went to get him the goods, the parcel was gone, and no account could possibly be had of it. As the master had been all day in the shop, there was no pretense of charging his servants either of carelessness or dishonesty. After an hour or so, he saw no other remedy but communicating with Captain Jack in hopes of receiving some benefit from his assistance, the loss consisting not so much of the things as in the disappointment of his customer. As soon as he called at the house of Captain Jack and acquainted him with his business, the usual deposit of a guinea being made, and the common questions of how, when, and where having been asked, the tradesman, being very impatient, said, with some warmth, "Captain Jack, is it in your power to serve me? If it is, I have 30 guineas here ready to lay down, but if you expect that I should dance attendance upon you for a week or two, I assure you I shall not be willing to part with half that money." "My dear sir," replied Jack, "I am no receiver of stolen goods, nor am I a thief, so that if you do not wish to give me time to inquire, you can take what proceedings you may think proper." When the tradesman found he was likely to be left without any hopes, he began to talk in a milder strain, and, with abundance of entreaties, begged Jack to help him all he possibly could. Captain Jack stepped out a minute or two, and as soon as he came back, he told the tradesman it was not in his power to serve him in such a hurry, if at all. However, in a day or two he might be able to give him some answer. The tradesman insisted that a day or two would lessen the value of the goods one half to him, and Jack insisted as peremptorily that it was not in his power to do anything sooner. At last, a servant came in a great hurry and told Jack that a gentleman wished to see him instantly. Jack bowed and begged to be excused for a few moments. Shortly afterwards, he returned with a smiling countenance, and, turning to the tradesman, said, "I protest, sir, you are the luckiest man I ever knew. I spoke to one of my people to go to a house where I sometimes resort, and directed him to talk of your robbery, and to say you had been with me and offered £30 for the things again. This story had its effect, and if you go directly home, I fancy you will hear more of it than I can tell you. But pray, sir, remember, the £30 was your own offer, and you are free to give it or not, just as you please. But as I have taken an interest in the matter, an adequate reward would not be out of place." Away went the tradesman, wondering where this affair would end. But while walking towards his own shop, a fellow overtook him, patted him on the shoulder, delivered him the parcel unopened, and told him the price was 20 guineas. The tradesman paid it to him directly, and returning to Captain Jack's house, begged of him to accept the other £10 for his own trouble. Jack told him that he had saved him nothing, but he supposed the people considered 20 guineas enough, considering that they thought themselves safely from prosecution. The tradesman still pressed the 10 guineas on Jack, who, after taking them out of his hand, returned him 5 of them and assured him that was more than enough, adding, "It is satisfaction sufficient to an honest man that he is able to procure people their goods again." This was a remarkable instance of the moderation Captain Jack sometimes practiced, the better to conceal his villainies. Another story is no less extraordinary. A lady, whose husband was out of the kingdom, and who had sent over drafts for her assistance to the amount of between £700 and £1,000, lost the pocket-book in which they were contained near Fleet Street, where the merchant lived upon whom they were drawn. She, however, went to the gentleman, and he advised her to go directly to Captain Jack. Accordingly, she went to Lambeth, deposited the guinea, and answered the questions that he put to her. Jack said that in an hour's time some of his people might discover who it was that picked the lady's pocket. The lady was vehement in her desire to have it again, and at last went so far as to offer £100. Jack, upon that, made answer, "Though they are of much greater value to you, madam, yet they cannot be anything like it to them. Therefore, keep your own counsel, and I will give you the best direction I am able for the recovery of your notes. In the meantime, if you will adjourn to any hotel at hand and partake of some refreshment, I will furnish you with an answer as quickly as possible." The lady would not be satisfied unless Captain Jack consented also to partake of some with her. He at last complied, and ordered a fowl and other refreshment at the house which he named, and with which he was well acquainted. After waiting some time, Captain Jack joined her, and told her he had heard news of her missing pocketbook, desiring her to lay £10 on the table in case she should have occasion for them. And, as the waiter came up to acquaint the lady that the fowl was ready, Jack requested that she would just step down and see if there was any woman waiting at the door. The lady, without minding the mystery, did as he desired her, and discovered a woman in a grey cloak, who walked 2 or 3 times past the door. This aroused her curiosity and prompted her to go nearer. But recollecting she had left the gold on the table upstairs, she went and snatched it up, ran down once more, and went towards the woman in the grey cloak, who still walked before the door. It seems she had suspected correctly, for no sooner did the woman see her approach towards her than she came up directly, and presenting the pocketbook, desired she would open it. "Here," she added, "is another note." Upon which the unknown woman presented her with a little billet, on the outside of which was written £10. The lady took the money immediately, and presented the woman with a piece for herself. This done, she returned to Jack, and told him with much pleasure that she had secured her book, and would now eat her dinner most heartily. When the table was cleared, she considered it was time to return to the merchants, who, probably, now had come back from change, but first considered it necessary to make Captain Jack a handsome present. For this purpose she put her hand into her pocket, and, to her surprise, found it was gone, in which was the remainder of £50 which the merchant had lent her in the early part of the day. Upon this, she looked very much confused, but did not speak a word. Jack quickly perceived her confusion, and asked her if she was unwell. "I am well in health, sir," she replied, but amazed that the woman took but £10 for my lost pocketbook, and at the same time picked my pocket of 30 more. Jack hereupon seemed in as much confusion as the lady, and said he hoped she was not in earnest, but, if she were, requested her not to disturb herself, for she should not lose 1 farthing. Upon this, Jack desired her to sit still, while he stepped over to his own house, and issued, as may be supposed, necessary directions, for, in less than half an hour a little boy that Jack kept bolted into the room, and told them the woman was taken, and on the point of going to prison. "You shall see, madam," said Jack to the lady, "what exemplary punishment I will make of this infamous woman." Then, turning himself to the boy, he said, "Was the purse of money taken about her?" "Yes, sir," replied the lad. "Oh," said the lady, "I will take the purse." The lady begged of Jack to have no hand in apprehending or punishing the poor wretch. "For," said she. "I would rather lose all I have than the poor creature should suffer." "Oh, I beg 10,000 pardons, madam," said Jack, with a very profound bow. "I have served your ends so far, and now this culprit must serve mine. In less than 2 weeks you will hear that this pickpocket has suffered the full penalty of the law." True to his word, the poor wretch did suffer, for she was hung at Tyburn in less than the time he had promised. Thus acted Captain Jack and Bates towards all the notorious characters with whom they were connected. The poor devils in the first place served Jack and Bates by enriching them with systematic roguery. And, after they had run their race, as Jack was wont to say, with a laugh, the gallows was sure to be their reward, and the chief witness against them in all cases was Jack or Bates. For a long series of years, these two villains and the baker's dozen carried on this devilish system of rearing and fostering thieves, and afterwards hanging them. But now, to use Jack's own words, he and the dozen had likewise run their race, for within a month after their arrest by WILDFIRE Ned, Lieutenant Garnett, and the gallant assistance of Bob Bertram, they were condemned to die, and were hung in gibbets on the identical crossroads of which Colonel Blood had spoken in an early chapter of this tale. They stoutly protested their innocence, of course, and spoke loudly against the knavery of Colonel Blood. But, before they suffered, Captain Jack and Old Bates were seized with remorse, and bewailed their past lives as bitterly as men possibly could do. Chapter 63. Ned Warbeck and Bob Bertram have an interview with Captain Jack and Old Bates in prison. Astounding revelations of deeds of crime. Captain Jack and Bates wrote long accounts of their career in crime, which greatly startled the pious old chaplain who attended them daily. There was only one request which either Captain Jack or Bates desired, and this was to have a final and a parting interview with Ned Warbeck and Bob Bertram. This request was, of course, immediately granted, and, at an early hour, Ned and Bob Bertram entered the prison cell wherein Jack and Bates were chained and manacled. "I have sent for you, Ned Warbeck, to say a few words before I die." "Then unburden your conscience, Jack," said Ned. "And, in order that what you say may be made public hereafter, I have brought a quick writer with me, who will put down on paper all you say." "I have no objection in the world," said Jack. "Nor I," said Bates, in a surly tone. "Then let me in the first place ask, why did you arrest young Bolton, old Reggil's traveling collector, for?" "So as to screen Philip Reggil, who gave me several £1,000s to shift the guilt from his own shoulders to that of someone else." "Oh, the villain," said Bob. "But why did you still screen him when you knew that he had dealings with Deathwing and his villainous skeleton crew?" "Because I knew if I arrested him, he might give evidence against me in turn. For I know, and have long known, that Colonel Blood was only waiting an opportunity to hang me, before my time," said Jack, laughing. "How can you account for his father's death?" "Why, he upset the carriage and thus drowned him, but instead of getting any property, the old man was insolvent and not worth a penny." "And what became of his wife?" "She lived for some time with Mr. Augustus Fumbleton and kept a house of ill fame. Her father, old McTurk, however, did not disdain to receive money from her, but ultimately the house was accidentally burnt to the ground, and Fanny, young Reggil's wife, was at the same time consumed in the flames." "And what became of old McTurk?" "He went to the workhouse, and there lingers out a wretched life. His wife is dead, and he himself is like a walking skeleton. And do you know how it was that my brother Charlie got into such disgrace at the Indian house?" "Yes." "Philip Reggil told me all one night when drunk, and seemed to glory in it." "What did he say?" "Why, that he stole the notes and lost them that same night in gambling. He must have been an unscrupulous, inconceivable villain. But he is dead, I hear," said Ned. "No, he is not," said Jack. "But if he doesn't die, I have written down and sworn to more than enough to gibbet him." "And are you content to die?" asked Bob, in great surprise at the coolness of Jack and Bates. "I must be so," was the reply. "We have a gibbet in our eye for more than 15 years, and surely now that the time's come, we are men enough to face it." "Perhaps 'tis well that society is about to get rid of you," said Ned. "Perhaps it is. We have had a long and successful run of it, but if we had lived a little longer, I have no doubt we should have made ourselves more famous than we are." "Infamous, you should have said," remarked Ned. "Well, just as you please to word it. It is of little consequence to us now, eh, Bates?" "Not a particle, as I can see. So they lets us spend all our money in drink and grub. I don't care what they do with us afterwards." "And cannot this blood be brought to justice?" asked Ned in a whisper. "I think not, Ned Warbeck," said Captain Jack. "He's a bigger villain than any of the dozen ever were. But, you see, his case is different. He's a great rogue, and tried to steal the crown jewels out of the tower, and everybody thought he would have suffered on the block. But, instead of that, the king not only pardons him, but gives him a handsome pension into the bargain." "He is a desperate scoundrel," growled Ned. "Yes, and for that very reason I'd advise you to have as little to do with him as possible, for when one is a king's favorite, everyone must smile upon him if they wish to live in peace and quietness." "Good advice," said Bates. "Very, and if the young gentleman follows it, he will do well and enjoy the title and riches which, as the descendant of the once famous Edward Lawrence, he will be sure to receive from his natural guardian, old Sir Richard Warbeck." "What mean you?" said Ned in surprise. "I mean what I say. How know you this? Philip Regil once asked us to go down to Darlington Hall to rob it. No, 'tis true every word, my brave lad. You surprise me. Well, while we were there, I and Jack pulled about the old knight's papers and parchments, while the skeleton crew were fighting and hanging the servants, and so drank good wine in the library and read the family papers." "And was it Philip Regil who planned that attack?" "Yes, and no other." "No wonder, then, that I always instinctively hated him," said Ned. "You two were as different as fire and water. Philip Regil planned your murder once or twice." "I know he did. But you had a charmed life, Ned," said Jack. "And no one can harm you. All the gypsies and weird women on the Cornish coast have said so." "Oh, yes, no doubt about that," said old Bates. "Ned Warbeck must have as many lives as a cat, or he would have been killed long and long enough ago." "Can you account for the fact that my father was found with his legs cut off?" said Bob Bertram. "Yes. When Philip Regil murdered him, he limbed the poor old man to get the banknotes which he heard your father had sewn up in his leather leggings." "The infamous scoundrel, the barbarian," swore Bob in a great rage. "But he's paid out for that bit of butchery long ago," said Jack, "for he has confessed it." "How? In what way?" "The phantom legs of old Farmer Bertram follows him both night and day." "Follows him," said Ned, aghast with horror. "Yes, follows him. At certain times and on particular occasions they are visible to him and to others also. I saw them once." "You?" "Yes, but I never want to look at them any more," said Captain Jack, shrugging up his shoulders, "for it is a most awful sight." "When did this happen?" "The very night he, and I, and old Bates were secreted in the library at Darlington Hall." "Aye, true," said old Bates, with chattering teeth. "And when they walked onto the table right afore us, with their gory tops and stumps, an awful voice was heard, but I was too horror-struck to remember what was said." "But I did, though," said Jack. "And what were the words?" said Ned and Bob Bertram, both at once. "Why, the legs walked across the table and stood right before Phil Regil, and some awful voice said, 'Philip Regil, I will follow you forever.'" "Awful," said Ned. "It was a judgment of heaven." Whether it was or not, we didn't stop to see any more, but made our exit as quickly as possible. "And that was the only thing that prevented us destroying all the old gentleman's family papers," said Bites. "If it hadn't been for that, we had all things ready to set fire to the library and the whole mansion." Much more was revealed to Ned Warbeck and Bob Bertram by Jack and Bates than we have room for in this concluding number of the Skeleton Crew. But what else happened after the gibbeting of the baker's dozen and their two notorious leaders will appear in the next chapter. Chapter 64. The Red Man of the Gibbet gives warning to the Skeleton Crew. Deathwing leads on the last attack of his crew, Ned Warbeck. Bob Bertram, Lieutenant Garnet, and Tim have ample revenge, stirring scenes. But although the dozen, with Captain Jack and old Bates, were disposed of by the grim hands of the law, there were other enemies who roamed still at large. Philip Regil lay dying upon his bed in a lunatic asylum and made night hideous with his awful shouts and oaths. It almost seemed as if he were haunted by 1,000 demons, for both night and day he screeched and yelled in the most frightful manner, so that his dismal cries could be heard afar off. "Take them away! Take them away!" He would scream aloud with a foaming mouth, wild, widely distended eyes, his hair standing on end and gnashing his teeth. "Take them away! Take them away! The legs are bleeding, they are walking, they are following me wherever I go, away with them, destroy them. Take them away." He would shout, both day and night, while he kicked and tore the bedclothes like an incarnate fiend. The keepers shook their heads and looked very serious and silent. Some of the men went so far as to say that they had seen the gory legs. Others, not so bold, swore that they had heard them walking up and down the maniac's cell at the hour of midnight. Certain it is that after suffering the most terrible tortures of mind and body, Philip Regil seemed to become suddenly calmer, and his reason returned. But on a certain night, just as the tower clocks chimed the hour of 12, he shouted out, "Here is the red man of the gibbet, he stands beside me. On my left hand is the ghost of my father, and walking over the bedclothes are the phantom legs. Mercy, mercy, pardon, pardon. 1,000 devils haunt my heart and soul. Away, away, avaunt, I die, I die." He fell prostrate on the stone floor, foaming at the mouth. Life was not yet quite extinct. Again he screamed out, "The legs, the phantom legs are here once more, away, away." A voice at that same moment was heard to say in awful sepulchral tones, "Philip Regil, I will follow you forever." Philip Regil rose to his feet like one again raised to life, uttered a terrible scream, and fell dead, foaming blood. Chapter 65. Destruction of the Skeleton Crew by young Lord Warbeck. "Well," said Ned Warbeck, when he had left the condemned cell, in which he had had his interview with Captain Jack and old Bates. "Well," said he, in astonishment, "wonders never cease." "Just to fancy," said Garnet, "that these scoundrels, with the advice and consent of Philip Regil, should for years past have been seeking your disgrace and destruction." "True," said Ned Warbeck, "but evil designs and curses, like chickens, come home to roost. What they intended and wished might fall upon myself and Charlie have overtaken themselves." "But Deathwing is not yet captured, Ned," said Garnet. "It would be an excellent finish to all our adventures to arouse the London apprentices, at least, a select hand of them, and utterly destroy Deathwing and all that remains of his band." "I intend to do so," said Ned, "and tonight shall see the accomplishment of that design." During the day, Ned Warbeck, Garnet, Bob Bertram, and Tim were continually on horseback, riding hither and thither, consulting with some of the bravest and choicest spirits among the apprentices, and towards night all preparations were completed. Select detachments of the young apprentices, under the guidance of well-known leaders, assembled at the halls of their several guilds, all armed and eager for the fray. The butcher boys with long knives, cleavers, choppers, and ponderous axes were ready, and marshaled in fours ready to march at the given time. The blacksmith's apprentices, with sledgehammers, crowbars, and other ponderous weapons, were assembled at another place. The sword-makers, cutlers, and others, with all manner of implements of war, sharp and bright, had gathered together. 5 detachments from no less than 6 trades were under arms, but none of them, save their chosen leaders, knew on what errand they were bound. "Who is to lead us?" Some of them whispered. "WILDFIRE Ned," was the answer, given in a suppressed tone of voice. When this fact became known that Ned Warbeck was to be the commander-in-chief on this secret expedition, all rejoiced, for Ned's name acted like a charm on the youth of London, who had long heard his name coupled with deeds of daring. So secretly had the expedition been organized that but few of the good old tradesmen of the town had any notion of what was on foot. Hence during the night, that is to say, from 8 o'clock until 11, was unusually quiet in the principal streets, and the night watch went their rounds with staff and lantern, calling the hour in croaking voices, but innocent of the great commotion which was shortly to take place. Carriers and messengers were galloping hither and thither from Ned Warbeck to the leaders of the valiant apprentices, giving his final instructions and orders. Chief of these messengers was Tiny Tim. He did not like fighting much, but his message-carrying was not very dangerous work. And as he was passionately fond of riding good horses, he galloped here and there in great glee, and assuming all the airs of a commander-in-chief, that is to say, where he was not known. Ned Warbeck, however, had been the busiest of all. During the day, he had sent out trusty scouts to ascertain the precise locality in which Deathwing and his infamous gang were secreted. All manner of reports were brought back to him, but so contradictory that he knew not which nor what to believe. At last, when night had fairly set in, he went forth himself, accompanied by Bob Bertram and Garnet, and by superior intelligence and tact he soon discovered where Deathwing and his gang were hiding and laid his plans accordingly. Deathwing, indeed, was not without information of what was intended by Ned Warbeck, for he also had scouts out, who speedily informed him of the intended attack. But none of them knew when it was to take place, or the number and class of persons who were to take part in it. Since his defeat and disgrace at the blockhouse, the leader of the skeleton crew had been recruiting his forces. He sent messengers to different parts calling in scattered parties of the crew who were out on their usual depredations. So that on the night in question, Deathwing had a large number of followers around him, each and all of whom swore to perish rather than allow Ned Warbeck, that hated name, to triumph over them. One of the skeleton's spies had fast returned to Deathwing. With the latest information he was able to procure when all the skeleton crew sat down to a splendid repast and drank wine more extravagantly than ever. "If this is to be our last night, let it be a merry one," said Deathwing. "Bravo!" shouted 50 voices. "I understand that Captain Jack Old Bates and all his lot were gibbeted today," said one. "No doubt of it, I heard the bells tolling." "And I," said a third, "saw crowds of people following the carts." "It was a tremendous gathering, I hear," said Deathwing. "Such a sight as London never saw before." "I passed under several of the gibbets tonight," said one of the scouts, "and the night birds and vultures were very busy with the bodies already. Colonel Blood kept his word with them." "Serve them right," said Deathwing. "They were always cunning, tricky knaves, every one of them, and our enemies. Has anyone heard of Philip Regil?" said Deathwing. "Yes," one replied, "he is still in the madhouse." "I know that, but is he better?" "I did not hear." "Perhaps he will recover and, when I am gone," said Deathwing, "he will lead the crew as I have done." "Never," said a sepulchral voice near him. It was the ghost of Philip Regil. All the crew started to their feet as they saw this ghastly apparition, all gory and horrible. "Never," said a voice. "Dead," said Deathwing, dropping a goblet of wine from his hand. "Dead, yes, forever dead," said the apparition as it stalked through the apartment. "Dead, forever dead," it said and vanished. Deathwing and his followers had scarcely seated themselves once more when they were again startled out of their propriety by the entrance of a tall stranger, robed in a black cloak from head to foot. "Who and what art thou?" said Deathwing, with drawn sword. "The Red Man of the gibbet," said the stranger, dropping the disguise from off his shoulders. Every one rose. "What wouldst thou with us, worthy chief?" said Deathwing. "You never come without bad tidings. What would you have us do?" "Prepare for death," was the solemn answer. "Your hour has come. This is the last time I can ever quit my iron cage and prison house. No more can I walk abroad at certain times to aid, to guide, and protect you. The spell is broken. Philip Regil has ceased to live, and all is over. Farewell, farewell. Ned Warbeck triumphs." Thus he spoke and disappeared. Ned Warbeck triumph? "Never," said Deathwing with an oath. "Never," shouted all assembled, brandishing swords, daggers, guns, pikes, and all sorts of deadly weapons. "Let our bones be ground down to powder ere the hated house of Warbeck shall triumph." "Victory or death," said Deathwing. "Comrades, swear." Each and all raised a goblet, filled to the brim, and swore for victory or death. At that moment, however, and as if by magic, all assembled dropped their goblets and started from their seats. A loud shout outside rent the air. "It is Warbeck and his followers. To arms, men, to arms," said Deathwing. "Spare no living soul. Each of you seek out Ned Warbeck, for if he falls we shall triumph." It must be explained that after making all preparations, Ned Warbeck had issued orders that as the church clocks chimed 11:30, all the detachments of London apprentices should march towards Smithfield, and there join Lieutenant Garnet and Bob Bertram, each of whom had a company of stalwart fellows under his command. This they did, and in great order, silently marching in military time and step, without disturbing the sleeping inhabitants. They all arrived before midnight and were marshaled by Ned Warbeck himself. When 12 o'clock tolled from Old St. Paul's, the order to march was given, and by various routes, guided and commanded by Ned, Garnet, and Bob, they took up various positions within a stone's throw of Deathwing's stronghold and rendezvous near the river. Having done this, and then cut off all hope of retreat for the skeleton crew, Ned Warbeck advanced with 20 youths and examined all the strong points of Deathwing's retreat. "Who comes there?" asked one of the skeleton crew, who was on guard. "Ned Warbeck and his merry men," said Bob Bertram. "3 cheers for Ned Warbeck, and death to the skeleton crew," shouted the brave apprentice youths. The 3 cheers were given with great heartiness, and these were sounds which startled Deathwing in his banquet hall. A moment before all was quietness, and silent as the grave, but now commenced a scene that baffles all description. One company, under Garnet, advanced from the riverside. A second, under Bob Bertram, marched towards the north side of the rendezvous. A third attacked the left side with great fury, led on by the chief of the London apprentices. And the fourth and last, commanded by Ned Warbeck in person, assailed the front. In all directions shouts and cheers and yells were heard. Sledge-hammers, crowbars, guns, pistols, swords, and pikes were making a discordant din. Dogs barked, people rushed from their beds in terror, and ran affrighted through the streets. Night watchmen bellowed and bawled and sprung their rattles. All the riverside was in dire affright and commotion. "'Tis young Ned Warbeck and the skeleton crew," shouted old men and women in alarm. "Let us fly, let us fly. We shall all be murdered. Call the night watch. Go and call out the King's Guard. Murder, thieves. Help, help. Rouse up, good citizens, rouse up. The whole riverside is running with human blood." These and such like were the cries, now heard on every side, while on the other hand, nothing but cheers were heard from the bold apprentices and their leaders, as they gallantly assailed Deathwing and his crew from front, flanks, and rear. It was a most terrible battle and lasted long. For Deathwing had an immense quantity of firearms, already loaded and at hand, fit for instant use. This being the case, he and his followers fired quick and deadly volleys into the ranks of the gallant youths, and knocked over very many. The sight of their bleeding companions only served to nerve the gallant apprentices and instill new courage. Some of them got ladders and clambered in through the barricaded windows, axes and hatchets in hand, cutting down all and every obstruction before them. The blacksmiths battered in all the doors and bolts and bars. Once they had got possession of the doors and passages, the scene was most fearful. Some of the crew attempted to jump out of the windows, but in doing so, they were caught on the spear and pike heads of those below. The butcher's apprentices cut all who opposed them limb from limb without mercy. But still Deathwing and his men fought like demons. 3 times had Ned Warbeck fought with and slain those he supposed to be the skeleton chief, but Deathwing was still alive and busy. More than 20 times he took deliberate aim with guns and pistols at young Ned, and each time had he missed him. "He is charmed. His life is charmed," swore the grim chief as he looked around him, and each instant saw that his men were falling thick and fast. "Fire the magazine," said he. "Let us blow up the rendezvous and all in it, better that than defeat and torture at Ned Warbeck's hands." But this could not be done. Garnet had fought his way to the magazine and drowned it with water. "No, no," thought the gallant sailor. "I know their tricks before today, but they are not going to blow up all my brave lads in that way. They must fight, Every man-jack of them shall perish with the sword, and their skulls and limbs shall decorate Temple Bar and London Bridge. Foiled in all his efforts, surrounded on every side, and with the building burning in half a dozen places, the skeleton chief held a hasty council of war. Unexpected, they sallied forth, 50 grim skeletons, led on by Deathwing. With loud shouts and oaths, they assailed Ned Warbeck's little band. Ned himself singled out Deathwing, and a terrible battle took place between them. Thrice did Ned Warbeck stab the grim leader, and his life blood was ebbing fast. But thrice did he refuse to surrender. He endeavored to retreat and shun the combat, and had almost succeeded in doing so when, with the quickness of thought, Ned Warbeck rushed at him, and, after one moment of exciting cutting and thrusting, Ned Warbeck seized Deathwing's battle flag and ran the chieftain through and through the heart. This desperate hand-to-hand combat was witnessed both by friends and foes, and loud shouts rewarded Ned Warbeck as he waved the banner of the skeleton crew high in triumph. After this episode, the battle did not last more than 10 minutes. Every one of the skeleton crew were slaughtered, and their bleeding, mangled bodies strewed the ground, while the rendezvous itself was committed to the flames amidst the applause and frantic cheering of thousands who had now run to witness the dreadful conflict, and Ned Warbeck, Garnet, Bob Bertram, and the chief of the London apprentices were carried through the streets in triumph, with links and torches and music and uproarious applause. The cheers of assembled thousands greeted him as they carried him to old Sir Richard Warbeck's mansion, and as his brother Charlie and his wife, old Dame Worthington, and others, joyfully welcomed his return, old Sir Richard Warbeck took him by the hand before the whole multitude, and said aloud, "Welcome, Ned, to your ancestors' home. I am no longer the owner of the estates. Here is the royal warrant, read it. WILDFIRE Ned is now Lord Edward Warbeck, of Darlington Hall, and I simply the faithful steward of his fortunes. Our story is now soon brought to a close." WILDFIRE Ned, as Sir Richard had said to the multitude, had been created Lord Warbeck. Or rather, though the younger brother, the king had granted him the title when fully informed by Sir Richard of how much Sir Edward Lawrence had done and suffered in the cause of Charles I. And if history is not at fault, young WILDFIRE Ned not only greatly distinguished himself in after years, but also married one of the loveliest maidens of great title which England could boast, and was long the pride and the boast of every youth who had read of his daring exploits. Lieutenant Garnet followed the sea for many years, but afterwards distinguished himself so greatly in many ways that he became one of the lords of the Admiralty. Bob Bertram returned to his native village and was honored and respected by all who knew him. He succeeded to several very large farms which his father had rented of Sir Richard Warbeck, for Ned, now Lord Warbeck, insisted upon his accepting them. Bob and the old miller Harmer were great companions, and many a night in the village inn would they recount their strange adventures and of the various villainies of the famous Colonel Blood. Colonel Blood, for many years, hung around the royal court, but how it was the king could countenance such a rascal, history itself has been unable to explain. Suffice it to say that after a career of roguery, he was seized and cast into prison, charged with plotting against the Duke of Buckingham, and soon afterwards died of a broken heart, or, as some said, from want of sleep caused by terrible remorse for all his crimes. Old Sir Richard lived to a good old age, as did also good Dame Worthington, and Charlie Warbeck, who, in the company of Clara, seemed to be the happiest of men, and oftentimes at Christmas, when all were assembled round the festive board, to which Tim and Bob Bertram were always invited. Sir Richard used to shout out merrily, "Fill your goblets high, my boys, let me propose the great toast of the evening." "Hurrah!" shouted Tim in great glee. "Bravo, Sir Richard," Bob would say. "And the toast, ladies and gentlemen, which I hope we may all live long to give, is this: success, long life, and all honor to WILDFIRE Ned, who exterminated the skeleton crew." The end.